At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. "You're a smart person, you should know where we're from," Jiang Lushur said with a faint smile. "Which safe zone are you from? Zhonghai or Xingqing?" Chang Xingkai spoke after a brief silence. Just moments ago, Chang Xingkai had been resting with his eyes closed in the Guangzhou alliance, thinking about the upcoming battle with the Luoxing society. But when he heard Zhang Shan report that a group of strangers had come to trade with 4 evolution crystals and specifically requested to deal with him face to face, Chang Xingkai was shaken and immediately came over. Evolution crystals were what he desired most, second only to power. And the great significance behind these crystals forced him to take this seriously. Even in the apocalypse, where human cities had been divided like isolated islands by zombies, mutant beasts, and various unknown dangers, the massive military force represented by the human government still couldn't be ignored. Among the many forces in Panju City, if he could establish a connection with the government's military, he wouldn't just be able to crush the Luoxing society, he could even unify all of Panju and become its true ruler. "Zhonghai," Jiang Lushur said calmly. Chang Xingkai's pupils contracted. These strangers really were from the human government. No wonder they were so arrogant, no wonder they had evolution crystals. Not long ago, Zhonghai Safe Zone was attacked by mutant monsters from underground. It said that an old general surnamed Zhang was almost killed, and the place suffered a huge loss in strength. "At such a critical time, how come you're here?" Chang Xingkai said. His tone was calm, but his eyes were quietly observing Jiang Lushur's expression. Jiang Lushur was stirred inside. What's going on? He obviously knew that Zhonghai Safe Zone had been attacked by underground mutant monsters, there was a beast nest near Zhonghai. And General Zhang had indeed been seriously injured. But with Panju so far from Zhonghai, how did Chang Xingkai know about it? "You seem to know quite a lot," Jiang Lushur said, a bit surprised. Seeing surprise on Jiang Lushur's face for the first time, Chang Xingkai felt a little proud. In this verbal exchange with Jiang Lushur, he finally scored a point. Now Jiang Lushur wouldn't look down on him like some hillbilly anymore. "A few of our communication towers in Panju are still working. We still have radio signals. There's a woman with me who often listens to the broadcasts and organizes some useful external information to report to me." Chang Xingkai smiled. "After all, I control such a big force like the Guangzhou Alliance, I can't just shut my ears to the outside world. If you want to grow, communication is necessary." Seeing the fleeting smugness on Chang Xingkai's face, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged a glance, their expressions becoming strange. Their faces turned a liver-like purple color as they suppressed their laughter. Clearly, Chang Xingkai had completely mistaken the Shuriying squad for people from Zhonghai Safe Zone, without any doubt. "We have mutant crystal cores here, but how do you want to trade? How about 3 level 1 mutant cores for 1 evolution crystal?" Chang Xingkai raised 3 fingers seriously. He had heard that the government could supposedly use 2 mutant cores to make 1 evolution crystal. Now he was offering 3 level 1 cores for 1 evolution crystal, he thought that showed a lot of sincerity. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly and didn't answer. At that moment, Zhang Hai said in a gruff voice, 3 level 1 mutant cores? Chang Xingkai, you're seriously underestimating the scientists of Zhonghai Safe Zone. Our latest evolution crystals have more than triple the energy of the previous ones. Chang Xingkai's facial muscles twitched. Zhang Hai was just Jiang Lushur's follower, how dare he mock him like that? Too arrogant. He was annoyed but couldn't lash out. Chang Xingkai looked at Jiang Lushi. So, what kind of deal are you looking for, Captain Jiang? Name your price. 2 level 2 mutant cores for 1 evolution crystal, Jiang Lushi said calmly. What? Hearing this, Chang Xingkai almost jumped up. Zhang Shan next to him opened his mouth, not believing his ears. Holy crap, these Zhonghai guys are vicious. What's the deal with level 2 mutant cores? A level 2 mutant beast's combat power is equivalent to 5 or 6 level 1 beasts, and that's not even a simple addition. To kill a level 2 beast and get its core takes a huge sacrifice. So far, no team in the War Alliance market has managed to kill a level 2 beast and sell its meat or core. Captain Jiang, isn't that too much? Don't think I don't know, a single level 2 mutant core can be exchanged for at least 3 evolution crystals. That's the price other safe zones broadcast. Chang Xingkai's face changed, and he raised his voice. He was an old hand at this. He knew he couldn't keep backing down in a negotiation. 2 level 2 mutant cores for 1 evolution crystal, Jiang Lushi repeated, unmoved. No way. I'll tell you straight, we only have 2 level 2 mutant cores. They're rare. At most, 1 core for 1 evolution crystal. Jiang Lushi was a little surprised inside. Actually, his offer to trade evolution crystals for level 2 cores was also a way to test Chang Xingkai's strength. He hadn't expected Chang Xingkai to really have 2 of them. What kind of power is needed to kill 2 level 2 mutant beasts? It couldn't be underestimated. So, we can't make a deal? Jiang Lushi suddenly stood up and said to Zhang Hai and the others, let's go. He had never really planned to trade the evolution crystals. He just wanted to use this meeting with Chang Xingkai to freely move around the Quanzhan Alliance and openly look for Ran Yunxia. So from the beginning, his intention was to stall. He could see that Chang Xingkai was greedy for the evolution crystals. This guy definitely wouldn't let him leave so easily. Sure enough, just as he turned around, Chang Xingkai's voice came from behind. Wait. Chang Xingkai tapped his fingers on the table, face gloomy. You came a long way, no need to rush off. Let me think about your offer a bit more, okay? Alright, Jiang Lushi turned back with a faint smile. Seeing the smile on Jiang Liushi's face, a cold gleam flashed in Chang Xingkai's eyes. Even though he wanted to build ties with the government, these people were too ruthless. As someone with a cruel streak himself, bloody thoughts started to rise in Chang Xingkai's heart. Master Chang, I think these guests are very interested in level 2 mutant cores. Maybe we can consider another kind of deal. At that moment, a gentle voice came from outside. Hearing it, Jiang Lushi was moved. It sounded a bit like Ran Xiyu. He turned and saw a girl walking in from the doorway. She wore a white veil over her face, white gloves, and a white dress. Even though her face was veiled, Jiang Lushi recognized many of Ran Xiyu's features from her facial outline and small, high nose. Especially those slightly gray eyes, they were exactly like Ran Xiyu's. Xiyu, I found your sister. Jiang Lushi said to himself. The girl in the white dress was like a little deer in the forest, looking so delicate, with a lively sparkle in her deep eyes like a pool. Watching the girl in white slowly walk over, a hint of pride flashed in Chang Xingkai's eyes. Such an outstanding woman had been brought under his command, it made him proud. Outside the War Alliance market, inside the mining truck's cabin. Ran Xiyu's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyes instantly misted over. Found her sister? Her psychic ability searched among the spiritual light points and locked onto the girl in white. Even though she couldn't see the girl's face, at that moment, the girl's spiritual energy fluctuations gave Ran Xiyu a strong sense of familiarity. Just one tiny point of spiritual light unknowingly brought tears to Ran Xiyu's eyes. Sister's here to get you, Ran Xiyu's soft voice rang in Ran Yunxia's mind. The girl in white had a smile on her face, but upon suddenly hearing the familiar voice in her head, her body trembled slightly, and disbelief appeared on her face. Sister? That voice, that tone, it really belonged to Ran Xiyu. But soon, Ran Yunxia's expression returned to gentle calmness. Only a subtle sparkle appeared in her composed gaze toward Jiang Lushi and the others. What's your suggestion? Chang Xingkai asked Ran Yunxia in a low voice. My suggestion is? Didn't we recently discover a special plant? Ran Yunxia calmed her mind and spoke slowly. No need to go on. Before Ran Yunxia could finish, Chang Xingkai raised his hand and interrupted. Although he had special feelings for Ran Yunxia, Chang Xingkai was a schemer, and his decisions were never swayed by personal emotions. He felt a bit surprised. Ran Yunxia had always been steady, why was she so thoughtless today? That thing was so important. How could she bring it up in front of these strangers? Absurd. Sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly. Ran Yunxia lowered her head, a trace of weakness appearing on her face, though her gaze on the ground remained calm. Special plant? Jiang Lushi caught her words and was shocked inside. His instincts told him that the special plant Ran Yunsha mentioned must be the exotic plant capable of secreting active metals. While Jiang Lushur was thinking, his gaze was fixed on Ran Yunsha. Ran Yunsha was different in temperament from Ran Shiyu. Although both were delicate, Ran Shiyu appeared more cold and distant, like someone who keeps others away. Ran Yunsha, however, seemed frail and delicate, likely to evoke a strong protective desire in others. Judging from her expression, she had probably already realized Ran Shiyu's presence and their purpose for coming. To still maintain such composure in this situation, this girl was not simple. As another princess of the Ran group, Ran Yunsha, like Ran Shiyu, was clearly a remarkable girl. Jiang Liushur's behavior didn't escape Chang Shinkai's eyes. Chang Shinkai's expression darkened. This man dared to stare at Ran Yunsha in front of him. Who is this beauty? Why not introduce her? Jiang Lushur asked curiously, glancing at Ran Yunsha and asking Chang Shinkai directly. She's Ran Yunsha, our War Alliance's advisor. She's been with me for a long time. Chang Shinkai suppressed his inner rage and spoke in a low voice. Chang Shinkai was extremely possessive. Jiang Liushur's faint interest in Ran Yunsha was, in his eyes, a serious offense. If it were someone under his command or another survivor, he might have immediately ordered their eyes to be gouged out. Ran Yunsha? It really was her. Hearing her name from Chang Shinkai's mouth confirmed it for Jiang Lushur. He had finally found her. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged glances and instinctively tightened their grip on their shotguns. In that instant, several thoughts flashed through Jiang Liushur's mind, trading, negotiating, even forcefully taking her away on the spot. But suddenly, he noticed Ran Yunsha, her hand under the white veil, make a small gesture toward him. Is she telling me not to act rashly? Jiang Lushur guessed silently, exhaled deeply, and calmed his mind. Why don't you rest here for today? The level 2 mutant crystal cores weren't taken down by me alone. I need to discuss the trade with the other district leaders. Chang Shinkai had now outwardly regained his calm and spoke slowly to Jiang Lushur. All right. Jiang Lushur smiled. He understood Ran Yunsha's signal. He wasn't in a hurry. Zhang Shan, clean up the best room in Lingtian Hotel for our guests and bring them there, Chang Shinkai ordered in a low voice. This way, honored guests, Zhang Shan said obsequiously, walking up to Jiang Liushur's group and leading them away. Shortly after they left the Overlord Hall. Bang! Chang Shinkai slammed both hands on the iron table. The sturdy iron table was dented more than a finger deep from the force. People from Zhonghai Safe Zone? Don't know their place. Chang Shinkai's eyes turned blood red, veins visible, and his face was terrifying. He stared in the direction where Jiang Lushur and the others had gone, and snorted coldly through his nose. Ran Yunsha stood silently nearby with her head lowered. At this moment, Chang Shinkai suddenly held his head, pain flashing in his eyes. Lord Chang, is it your headache again? I'll get you some herbs, Ran Yunsha said gently. Yunsha, good thing you know herbs. Go ahead, add a bit more this time. I think I'm on the verge of another evolution in my power. That's why the headaches keep coming, Chang Shinkai gritted his teeth. Yes. The interior of Lingtian Hotel was extremely luxurious. In the apocalypse, it was the most extravagant place in Panju City. Zhang Shan led Jiang Liushur's group into the best suite and respectfully left. Shiyu, is anyone watching us from outside? Jiang Lushur asked immediately after entering. In the northeast building, 3 people. In the building behind us, 1 person. Due north. Ran Shiyu accurately reported the locations of several watchers. Jiang Lushur nodded, mentally prepared. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, close all curtains. Each of you guard a window, take shifts every 20 hours. The others rest. Jiang Lushur issued orders smoothly. They were deep in enemy territory, and Chang Shinkai was no kind person. Jiang Lushur was extremely cautious. He didn't want any of his teammates to get hurt. Only a few were in the room. Ying and Li Yusin were still in the truck. The mining truck, driven by Ying, had been parked right outside the hotel's main entrance. If anything happened, they could provide backup immediately. When the curtains were drawn, the room dimmed. Brother Jiang, I want to take my sister away. Chang Shinkai is not a good person, Ran Shiyu said firmly. Her psychic powers covered the area. She knew the state of the survivors here. Ran Yunsha, a young girl, staying beside such a cold-blooded killer, Ran Shiyu couldn't even imagine. She had once fallen into the hands of a powerful survivor, treated like livestock. Without Jiang Lushur, her fate would have been tragic. Now, as an older sister, she would save Ran Yunsha. Don't worry. With me here, Jiang Lushur said calmly, sitting against the wall with his submachine gun in hand. He faced the door directly. If anything unusual happened there, he could fire instantly. Jiang Liushur's voice had a strange magic. Ran Shiyu, who had been anxious, calmed down. I believe in you, she nodded. The The two leaned against the wall, shoulders just a few fingers apart. Feeling Jiang Lushi beside her, Ran Qiyu felt a warm comfort. Thank you. A heartfelt voice echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. The girl gently leaned her head on his shoulder. I'm going to rest a bit, Ran Qiyu said. Jiang Lushi didn't respond. He sat silently in the dark, holding the submachine gun. On his shoulder, the girl's soft breathing brought a gentle warmth. I must take Ran Yunsha away, Jiang Lushi thought silently. No one knew how much time passed, and it was already night outside. Suddenly, Jiang Lushi opened his eyes. Someone's coming, Ran Qiyu, now awake, warned him. Through Ran Qiyu's shared spiritual vision, Jiang Lushi saw a red dot approaching the hotel. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan immediately became alert. Zero gripped her dagger tightly, staring coldly at the door. Knock knock knock. There was a sharp knocking at the door. Who is it? Jiang Lushi raised his voice and asked sharply. Silence for a moment, then a soft voice answered. Sis. Ran Yunsha? Jiang Lushi instantly realized. He opened the door and saw a white-dressed girl standing quietly outside, like a lilac blooming at night. Ran Qiyu stood behind Jiang Lushi. Seeing the girl in white, her tears streamed down instantly. The sisters hugged tightly at once. Jiang Lushi silently walked out. Seeing the two crying in each other's arms, Zhang Hai's eyes also reddened. Sun Kuan shot him a glance. What? Didn't you see brother Jiang went out already? Sun Kuan glared. Zhang Hai finally got it, quickly grabbed his shotgun and walked out, closing the door behind him. Everyone stood silently outside the door, with occasional sobbing sounds coming from inside. In the apocalypse, it was too rare to be reunited with family, friends, or lovers. After a while, the door finally opened. Brother Jiang, sorry, Ran Qiyu said apologetically, eyes still red. It's all right. Jiang Lushi fully understood. He felt the same about his own sister, Jiang Zhuiying. Captain Jiang, my sister told me everything. Thank you for taking care of her all this time. Ran Yunsha had wiped away her tears and gave Jiang Lushi a deep bow. No need to thank me. Your sister is a member of our Shuriying squad, it's my duty, Jiang Lushi waved his hand. Being so sincerely thanked by such a pretty girl, he didn't know what else to say. Yunsha, come with us. Let's go now. Everyone in our team is good, you won't have to live in fear anymore, Ran Qiyu said, pulling her sister's hand. No, I can't leave now, Ran Yunsha shook her head after a moment of silence. Jiang Lushi froze, staying with Chang Shenkai, for such a delicate girl, was like staying with a beast. Now her sister was here, and she didn't want to leave? Are you afraid Chang Shenkai will come after you? Don't worry, we planned everything. We can leave before he even reacts, Ran Qiyu said calmly. But Ran Yunsha still shook her head. I'm not worried about that. But I really can't leave. Why not? Ran Qiyu finally got anxious. After all this effort, Yunsha didn't want to leave? I want you to stay too, sis. I don't want to be separated again. You all can stay here, with your strength, you'll quickly gain a foothold. Ran Yunsha turned to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi froze. What was she saying? She was trying to convince them to stay? Careful, killing intent. Suddenly, Ran Qiyu's expression changed, shouting to warn the team. Just as she finished, a loud explosion. The window on the north side was smashed open. A person burst in like a cannonball. Shattered glass flew like blades. Zhang Hai reacted quickly, shouting and grabbing the wooden table to shield Jiang Lushi and the others. Thud thud thud, countless sharp shards embedded into the table. Jiang Lushi finally saw the intruder clearly. His pupils were blood red, his body covered in dense, needle-like red hairs. He was over 2 meters tall, with a thick smell of blood around him. Although unfamiliar, those strange, familiar bloody eyes reminded Jiang Lushi of someone. Chang Shenkai. Hand over the evolution crystal, or die. Chang Shenkai was murderous, his eyes locking directly onto Jiang Lushi. He could not tolerate the humiliation from the Shuriying squad, and he refused to pay a high price for the evolution crystals. So, in the dead of night, he started murdering and looting. Jiang Lushi wasn't surprised by this, he had always been cautious about any possible danger. Just as Jiang Lushi raised his submachine gun, he suddenly froze. The barrel of his submachine gun, as if uncontrolled by his arm, creaked and was drawn by an invisible force, pointing straight at the ceiling. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan both turned pale, their shotguns behaved the same way. Zhang Hai's arm was incredibly strong, able to hold a heavy metal shotgun, yet the dark barrel creaked as it bent. What, you think I'm reckless for coming alone? Since I dared to come, I'm not afraid you'll all end up nowhere. The cells in my body are magnetic, I can fully magnetize the guns and knives in your hands, thus controlling your weapons. Chang Shinkai's voice was cold, a smile curling on his lips. He was very confident in his psychic ability. Seeing Jiang Lushur and the others shocked, he was pleased. Magnetic cell ability? Jiang Lushur frowned. Compared to Yang Feng's plant-controlling ability, this power was even more bizarre. Chang Shinkai, stop. When tension peaked, suddenly a soft voice rang out. In such a tense moment, this voice was extremely abrupt. Everyone froze. Yunsha, how can you be here? Chang Shinkai was shocked. Only then did he see that Ran Yunsha was indeed present. He never expected her to appear here. When he acted, he didn't care about what the two girls standing together looked like in this dim room. At this moment, Ran Yunsha was still beautiful as always, but her gaze was very different, extremely indifferent, giving Chang Shinkai an inexplicable sense of alienation. His eyes slid to the side of Ran Yunsha, noticing that the delicate beautiful girl beside her was somewhat similar to Yunsha. Especially their pupils, both had some gray. Chang Shinkai's heart jolted. His eyes widened. So this group came here for another purpose, they wanted Ran Yunsha. You plan to abduct Yunsha? Yunsha, come over here. Chang Shinkai shouted angrily. To him, Yunsha was his possession. He would never allow these people to set their sights on her. If they dared to do this, they would pay with blood. All of them would die. She is my sister. Ran Yunsha said. By this time, Jiang Lushur had silently summoning in his mind. In quietly started the mining truck's engine. Sister? Chang Shinkai's face flushed ashen, his gaze at Yunsha turning sharp as knives. Yunsha, do you really want to go with them? Impossible. First ask me. Chang Shinkai's murderous aura surged, metal objects in the room began to tremble and shake. Your coming and going doesn't need your asking. If you insist on blocking me, we can use bullets to talk. Ran Shiyu spoke coldly, her temperament naturally icy. Her words had no anger or cruelty, but no one would dare doubt her determination. Sister, I will. Ran Yunsha stepped forward from behind Ran Shiyu. She looked at Chang Shinkai with a calm gaze. Chang Shinkai, you really disappoint me. Ran Yunsha sighed. Why are you still so stupid and short-sighted, only knowing fighting and killing? Panju City could have been better, could become a truly safe zone like other places after the apocalypse, life could return to how it was before. But it's because of murderous maniacs like you, ignorant of everything, that it turned out like today. Ran Yunsha's words were soft, but each landed harshly in Chang Shinkai's ears, making his scalp tingle. This woman, who never dared to oppose him, actually spoke to him like this? Chang Shinkai's breathing became heavy, his lungs felt ready to explode. Ran Yunsha, are you betraying me? Chang Shinkai shouted harshly. You know what I'm capable of, you'll die miserably. Don't think that because it's you, I won't act. If you betray me, I'll kill you just the same. I never used force on you. You think you're special? It's just because I valued you. Originally, I planned to wait until you agreed. Now I won't. Today I will make you my woman, and then kill you. I want you to realize, your body, your life, is under my control. Chang Shinkai spoke like a madman. He could not tolerate Yunsha's betrayal. He wanted to possess her, then destroy her. You still don't understand. Ran Yunsha looked at Chang Shinkai, slowly shaking her head. Understand what? What nonsense are you talking? Chang Shinkai muttered, startled. Then a sudden intense headache hit him like a landslide. Oh no, not the headache again at this hour? He suddenly felt his nose itching. Chang Shinkai unconsciously opened his mouth and sneezed heavily. Then he was stunned, from his nose sprouted a pink mushroom, as thick as a finger. Not only that, from his ears, eyes, even from every pore in his skin wherever there was a hole, mushrooms and moss sprouted, pink and varied sizes. Chang Shinkai suddenly writhed in agony. His skin bulged with countless pink flesh bubbles like blisters. Snap! Ran Yunsha snapped her fingers calmly. Instantly a small flesh bubble on Chang Shinkai's face exploded, scattering blood and flesh. His scream echoed, and a tiny mushroom started growing from the wound instantly. Psychic? Jiang Lushur thought, shocked. Evidently Yunsha had done this. She was a psychic, with a very strange ability. Though her psychic aura had not been obvious before, now it seemed her power was no weaker. And Yunsha's indifferent gaze made them feel she was a different person. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were stunned. This soft fragile girl just moments ago, when she acted, there was no hesitation, no blinking. Yunsha? Ran Shiyu was also shocked. What have you done to me? You betray me, want to kill me, Chang Shinkai writhed painfully on the ground, unwilling. He raised both hands feebly toward Ran Yunsha. The metal pendant at his neck trembled. But Yunsha didn't move. She raised her right hand with 2 fingers together, and snapped again. Snap. Again his arms' joints exploded with bloody destruction, limbs collapsed, flesh shredded. Then his legs, chest, all exploded in turn. Soon he lay on the ground, his body a bloody mess. How is this possible? When did you tamper with my body? Your psychic ability was supposed to control plants. Chang Xingkai croaked painfully. You always drank my herbal medicine, didn't you? Yunsha said calmly. Herbs? Chang Xingkai froze. No, I checked the medicine, there was no other substance, he protested. My psychic ability is spores. Yunsha said softly. She suddenly raised her palm and blew a breath toward Chang Xingkai. In the air, countless spores appeared, some as big as fingers, some as fine as dust, even smaller, invisible to naked eye, only a faint glow. They drifted and rooted in Chang Xingkai's body. Soon more mushrooms and moss sprouted over him. Since I brought you to Panju City, I started planting spores on you. Your power is strong, these little things wouldn't survive easily inside you. But since there was enough time, I have already woven a network of spore plants in your body. Your body is now filled with spores, your life is in my hands. So you could never control me. I won't be controlled by anyone, understand? Yunsha slowly walked in front of Chang Xingkai. Her gaze was icy and distant. The fragile air around her was gone completely. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, others were stunned. Yunsha, just now so gentle, in an instant seemed like another person. She could decide life or death over Chang Xingkai. Nice trick. Chang Xingkai laughed crazily, coughing out pink foamy blood, awakened from the shock. His blood was indeed filled with spore plants. Kill me then, ran Yunsha. I was blind. Fine, I admit defeat. He looked crazy. Yunsha's eyes turned strange, a slight mocking smile. I won't kill someone like you. You, no, the person inside Chang Xingkai, you are still useful. No, the Chang family mountain clan is useful. Chang Jiashan, come out. I know you are inside Chang Xingkai. This body is dying soon, do you really want to die? Yunsha squatted down, leaned close to Chang Xingkai's ear and spoke softly. Chang Jiashan? Jiang Lushur didn't understand what Yunsha meant by calling another name. There is someone else inside his body. That person's psychic fluctuations grew stronger and stronger. Ran Shiyu suddenly pointed at Chang Xingkai trembling on the ground. Chang Xingkai suddenly struggled violently, his hands clawing the ground. His blood-red eyes suddenly receded, his skeletal frame shrank with cracking sounds. At that moment, the flaming aura extinguished, replaced by a faint black aura. Chang Xingkai returned to a normal appearance, but his pupils became completely black. He looked at Yunsha, his eyes now cowering, trembling, face filled with horror, lips quivering. No, don't kill me, I don't want to die. Ran Yunsha, you know I'm not someone who likes killing. I'm also very afraid of death. The coarse arrogant Chang Xingkai now spoke in a soft, strange tone. A dual personality? So that was another personality inside Chang Xingkai's body. Jiang Lushur understood instantly. No wonder earlier Ran Shiyu sensed another psychic fluctuation inside Chang Xingkai's body. That psychic wave was the hidden personality, usually covered by Chang Xingkai's wild, arrogant persona, deeply hidden. Chang Jiashan, don't worry, I won't kill you. When after a battle you neared death, I discovered you. I realized, you're the ally I was looking for. Otherwise, I would have killed Chang Xingkai long ago. He was too uncontrollable, not a worthy ally. Yunsha looked at Chang Jiashan, her eyes flashing strangely. Ally? You won't kill me. Chang Jiashan, bewildered, still shrunk like a panicked dog. Yunsha exhaled gently toward Chang Jiashan, mushrooms and moss falling off his body one by one in an instant, except the wounds, nothing remained. I won't kill someone like you. Your psychic ability is even stronger than Chang Xingkai's, and you don't like killing, I need someone like you. If you obey me, I'll let you continue leading the war alliance. Yunsha's voice had a strange persuasive quality. Chang Jiashan nodded, like a child delighted. I will obey. Sister Yunsha. Good. Just remember, as long as Chang Xingkai doesn't come out, I will never kill you. Yunsha said softly. Chang Jiashan nodded repeatedly. The hall turned silent. So Chang Xingkai is one of us now? Zhang Hai, carefree, laughed. Sun Kuan glared at him sharply. Zhang Hai had learned, a glare from Sun Kuan meant he probably did or said something wrong. He glanced at Jiang Lushur and others, then quietly closed his mouth. Sister, Captain Jiang, did you see what I just did? What do you think of my power and methods? I have now controlled Chang Xingkai, indeed the whole war alliance is under my control. Soon, the Luoxing Society, the Huyang People's Front, even nearby Subei, Huanggang, all will be under me. I want to build a vast human safe zone. There everyone can live equally and happily. You also saw it, no matter whether they are the War Alliance, Luoxing Society, or other survivor groups, in the apocalypse they kill each other like mad, fighting and scrambling. It's impossible for them to give up fighting because of some words from me, that's their nature. But after they're all eliminated, the remaining people can naturally coexist equally. And my existence can accelerate their elimination. The war between War Alliance and Luoxing Society is a successful example. Yuncha's eyes seemed to ignite two flames, a special fanaticism. Subei? Jiang Lushi frowned slightly hearing that name. In his mind flickered the image of a beautiful figure. Xiangsuahai was in Subei. Without a doubt, Yuncha's plan was vast and beautiful, but instinctively Jiang Lushi felt a strange aversion. He never expected the Yuncha he wanted to rescue to be a woman completely different from Ran Xiyu. A woman who outwardly seemed fragile, but inside had deep ambition and ruthless resolve. Obviously she was the kind of person willing to use any means for her goals. The fact she could stay beside someone like Chang Xinkai for so long without acting out showed her mind was deep and patient. Ran Xiyu was silent beside him. The sister before her now felt like a stranger. So you mean, the war between War Alliance and Luoxing Society was all instigated by you? Ran Xiyu asked. Instigated? No. Even without me they'd war to the death. Chang Xinkai's nature is such, and the people in the Luoxing Society are no good either. They'd sacrifice dozens of lives just for a supermarket. But if I must say I instigated it, yes, I played a role. I just used information and means to make their wars break out more frequently. Yunsha replied calmly. Sister, Captain Jiang, I really hope you'll stay and help me. You have the resources of Zhonghai Safe Zone. With your help, I can achieve this goal much faster. Yunsha reached out, holding Ran Xiyu's hand gently. You guys want level 2 mutant cores, right? If you agree with me, I can give you both right now. In Ran Xiyu's gray eyes, complex light flickered. She had no idea why Yunsha now had such a huge plan. After the apocalypse, the two sisters had been separated completely. Yunsha's personality and thoughts had changed so much that Xiyu no longer recognized her. I refuse. Jiang Lushi said calmly. Why? Yunsha's delicate body trembled slightly. Looking at Jiang Lushi, the fanatic glint had vanished from her eyes, replaced by a faint calm. Your goal is fine, but if you implement it, it will be a river of blood. Jiang Lushi spoke slowly. A river of blood, so what? In any era, this is a necessary sacrifice. Yunsha said calmly. Now even if tens of thousands must die, to exchange for future peace, it's a worthwhile deal. By then, you all will gain benefits, status, power, stable lives. For ordinary people, living in a more orderly environment will also be a good thing for them. You may think I don't have the ability to control such a large territory. Even if I eliminate many bloodthirsty survivors, there will always be some who disobey, right? At that time, a girl like me, how could I make all dissenters believe, to build a safe zone? Jiang Lushi said nothing. Yunsha gave a faint smile, but didn't reply. So what's wrong with that? At least, they can live in safety. Jiang Lushi didn't speak. There was no point saying more in face of such fanaticism from Ran Yunsha. He looked at Ran Xiyu by his side. Yunsha. Looking at his ambitious younger sister, Ran Xiyu's eyes were complicated. She had woken from her initial shock, and she clearly knew that Ran Yunsha's ideas could not be changed by a few words from her older sister. As sisters, she naturally understood each other's character. The people of the Ran family were stubborn in some ways. Once they decide on a path, they follow it all the way. I came to Panju City to find you and take you away. But now it seems you definitely won't come with me. I only hope that from now on, you can be well, Ran Xiyu said in a trembling voice, exhaling softly. Sister. You and the others are leaving now? You really don't plan to help me? Ran Yunsha's delicate body trembled slightly, catching Ran Xiyu's meaning. If it were others, she could consider using strong methods, like spores or something. But facing her own older sister, Ran Yunsha of course would never do that. We still have some things to handle here. After we finish, we'll leave, Jiang Lushi added. Handle things? You mean you want that kind of plant that can secrete active metal? Ran Yunsha turned to look at him. Jiang Lushi was slightly startled. How did she know their goal? Don't be surprised. When Chang Xinkai used his magnetic ability on you just now, a small piece of active metal from your body flew out with the force. Though you retrieved it quickly, I saw it. That thing came from Wang Shifu's body, right? Ran Yunsha said. Correct. Wang Shifu is the one we killed, Jiang Lushi said plainly. No wonder. I was wondering who was so bold, a district leader of the War Alliance, yet killing someone so easily like slaughtering a chicken. Turns out it was you. Fine, that Wang Shifu was a loyal dog of Chang Xinkai, often acting against me. Killing him is good, Ran Yunsha said as she gently removed her dust-stained white gauze gloves and threw them aside. Since you want that special plant, I'm willing to offer you shelter. Tomorrow morning, you follow my team into the Forbidden Zone. That plant grows in the Forbidden Zone. As for how much you can collect, That depends on your own ability. I can only help you this far. Ran Yunsha spoke, but her eyes were on Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu also looked at her, her gaze calm. Offer shelter? That's an interesting proposal. Jiang Lushi showed a faint, ambiguous smile. He didn't care much about shelter. If he could avoid trouble and directly enter the Forbidden Zone to collect the alien plants, that would be best. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan exchanged a glance and chuckled. Ran Yunsha probably had no idea how powerful the Shuriying squad was. To her they were just a somewhat strong survivor team. Then tonight, rest here. I'll have Zhang Shan change your room. Early tomorrow we enter the Forbidden Zone. Ran Yunsha stood next to the smashed window, turned her back toward Jiang Lushi and the others, speaking softly. She opened her pale palm and blew gently. Countless spores of various colors, like colorful bubbles, floated with the breeze into the dark city. The next day, dawn barely breaking. The entire War Alliance was already bustling with noise. Meanwhile, the usually most prosperous War Alliance market was completely silent. The streets were cold and empty. Because Chang Xinkai already ordered that no random outsiders enter the War Alliance territory for 2 days. Strangely, even the Luoxing Society had no movement. The daily explosion sounds usually heard had vanished. The Qingfu Road, originally belonging to the Luoxing Society, was now firmly occupied by the War Alliance. Long barbed wire fences, 2-meter-deep trenches, piled makeshift defensive walls, the streets had completely turned into a war zone. Craters from explosions and corpses were everywhere on the ground. Now, 6 heavy trucks armored with thick steel plates, 13 off-road vehicles, and some modified motorcycles, were gathered behind a tall city wall. Behind the wall lay the Forbidden Zone. Inside was what had once been the CBD area of Panju City, a formerly extremely prosperous place. Looking through the wall, one could see buildings covered densely in vines. Many glass walls had fallen away, covered in green moss, creating a gloomy and oppressive feeling. The wall had been opened with a large hole, but that hole was hastily sealed with steel debris and other materials. Merely being close to the wall, one could faintly hear zombie screams from inside, chilling to the bone. Right now, in front of the wall stood a dense mass of people. 7 district leaders, about 100 psychic power people, and a batch of tough survivor fighters, a few hundred people, standing shoulder to shoulder. Before them, Chang Xinkai and Ran Yunsha stood side by side. Do all district leaders understand your tasks? Psychic power people who are fast handle the gathering task, others do guard duty and defense. Ran Yunsha's voice, as always soft and gentle, but each word clearly heard by everyone present. The morning wind blew, stirring her white long skirt like a small flower. Dusher stood nearest to Ran Yunsha, eyes ablaze with fanatic glimmer as he looked at her. By her side, Chang Xinkai unusually spoke nothing, even glancing at her sometimes with a hint of fear. Faced with such a usurping move by Ran Yunsha, the 7 district leaders and psychic power people surprisingly had no strong objections. Occasionally some confused glances at Chang Xinkai, but no one spoke up. At this moment, Chang Xinkai had become a different man, silent. Combined with District Chief Dusher's complete support of Ran Yunsha, no one said anything. Jiang Lushi and the others stood behind Ran Yunsha and the rest. Watching the scene, Jiang Lushi already had some guesses. Apparently, Ran Yunsha's infiltration into the War Alliance had reached a terrifying depth. Then Ran Yunsha glanced at Chang Xinkai. Chang Xinkai hastily waved a hand. Move out. Everyone move out. Sis, you all be careful. I sent an off-road car and some fighters to follow your vehicle, Ran Yunsha quickly whispered to Ran Shiyu before departure. Ran Shiyu silently nodded. Boom! The first heavy truck rammed heavily through the roughly patched wall opening. One by one the trucks and off-road vehicles drove in. Da-da-da. Soon gunshots rang sharp, and zombie roars echoed. Shiyu, be careful. Jiang Lushi watched the eerie surroundings as they entered the Forbidden Zone, speaking to Ran Shiyu. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were extremely careful, watching around. Because inside was just too eerie. Compared to the city outside the wall, where survivors still lived, the area had many trees cut down. It still felt somewhat like a forest, but at least somewhat livable. But inside the Forbidden Zone, the giant plane trees were decades tall, filtering sunlight into scattered shadows. Some shops had thick tree branches jutting out strangely. The concrete road was cracked by stubborn plant roots and weeds. Weeds grew over a meter high. Fortunately, there were burn marks everywhere, and some roads were still visible. Apparently, the War Alliance had set a huge fire here not long ago. Why did the mining truck come with us? They are outsiders, and we're protecting them. One off-road vehicle carrying 10 or so War Alliance fighters drove at the back of Jiang Liushi's mining truck, complaining loudly. The heavy mining truck left clear tread marks on the ground as it rolled. But such a vehicle lacked maneuverability in narrow streets. If something happened, it would be the hardest to escape. Yeah, protecting them so well, at the back of the convoy. If something happens, I won't be stupid enough to shield them. Their voices were loud enough for Jiang Lushi and the others to hear. Obviously these War Alliance people were shameless, they purposely spoke so they could be heard. Though Ran Yunsha controlled the top levels, not everyone fully obeyed. These bastards are really bold, dare to treat us like this. Zhang Hai cracked his knuckles, clearly angry. Don't mind them, Jiang Lushi said calmly. He had a doubt. Jiang Lushi had observed, the zombies encountered by the front heavy trucks were small groups, number not big. Some psychics rushed forward and crushed them. This did not match what should be inside the Forbidden Zone. This zone was Panju City's biggest zombie gathering area. Zombies from 3 directions, War Alliance, Luoxing Society, and Huyang People's Front, had been driven here in huge numbers. How could there be so few? So many zombies. In the tall buildings on both sides. Ran Shiyu suddenly sensed something strange, her voice shaking as she quickly shared her psychic view with Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi startled. In the shared psychic vision, several tall buildings on left and right were dotted with dense red points, zombies, lining windows on 3rd, 4th, 5th floors. More red points continuously moved up toward those levels. All this was happening inside buildings. From outside you could only see a few stray zombies walking. If not for psychic vision, Jiang Lushi wouldn't have noticed at all. 3 of those red points had much stronger psychic intensity than the rest. 3 mutant zombies? It's an ambush. Jiang Lushi understood immediately why zombies in those buildings were so disciplined, clearly controlled by mutant zombies. These mutant zombies acted like the brain of zombies, with basic combat instincts and ability to command zombies, hard opponents to take lightly. Jiang Lushi quickly assessed the terrain. Their mining truck had driven into the ambush location. Fall back. Activate vehicle base form 1. Withdraw from the temporary convoy. We go somewhere else. Jiang Lushi quickly gave orders to Ying. He had no attachment to staying with the War Alliance convoy. VVV. The mining truck quickly transformed, reverting to a minibus form. Then it activated the sprint function, engine roaring, tires screeching, retreating rapidly. Weird, mining truck turned into a minibus? Some War Alliance fighters in the off-road vehicle next to the mining truck stared wide-eyed. As the minibus sprinted backwards hundreds of meters, tires left clear marks. Yet even so, some zombies landed on the roof. One wore a tattered princess dress, gray-white eyes hanging loosely. A zombie girl climbed violently toward the driver's cabin. Before her fingers touched the cabin window, Ling appeared ghost-like behind her. With a dagger, she stabbed through the zombie's skull. Soon, after clearing all zombies, the minibus turned several corners and came before a large square. The square had cracks where the old flagpole once stood, forming a cave-like gap. Wild weeds grew densely around the square. A row of abandoned cars lined up neatly. Bones and corpses littered the ground, clearly the site of a massacre. Huh? As the mining truck transformed and sprinted, Ran Shiyu had felt something hard pressing against her waist, though she was too focused on using psychic detection to notice. Now that things were calmer, she touched her waist and immediately froze. 2 crystal cores shining with energy lay quietly in her hand. Staring at the crystals, Ran Shiyu's eyes flickered. She recalled the moment her sister slipped something near her before departure. At that time she felt a move around her waist? So that was when Yunsha secretly left this behind. Here. Ran Shiyu silently handed the cores to Jiang Lushi. Level 2 mutant crystal cores? Jiang Lushi recognized the power level of the mutant cores by a single glance. He looked at Ran Shiyu with questioning eyes. Ran Shiyu showed a helpless smile. Seeing her expression, Jiang Lushi understood perfectly what was going on. Though they had rejected Yunsha's invitation to stay, Yunsha still found these 2 level 2 mutant cores, and gave them to them. Beep, scanning alien plant energy fluctuations. Suddenly a prompt rang in Jiang Liushi's mind. His eyes lit up happily. From the start, he never planned to stay with Yunsha's convoy. After all, he possessed the star seed, giving him advantage in finding alien plants. Also, when it came to alien plants, the more the better. With Yunsha's convoy, it would be inconvenient. What happened to the mining truck? Half an hour later, after fierce fighting that killed 1 psychic and destroyed 2 off-road vehicles, the zombie swarming attack was finally repelled. On the ground, zombie corpses and some dead War Alliance fighters piled like a mountain. Ran Yunsha noticed that the mining truck at the back of the convoy had disappeared. 1 psychic who had just been trailing behind Jiang Liushi's off-road vehicle had lost an arm, blood everywhere. Faced with the slightly dark gaze from Ran Yunsha, even though he was in terrible pain, he dared not slack. That mining truck, turned into a minibus, then separated from the convoy when the zombies attacked. I don't know where it went. Separated from the convoy? Ran Yunsha froze, brows tightening. How could they leave in such a dangerous place full of zombies? Sister, will they be okay? Ran Yunsha's eyes faintly showed worry. After all, that was her only family in this world. Ran Yunsha's face darkened, her gaze sharpened like knives, fixed on the psychic. You right now, call some people, take 5 guns, hurry up to find those in the minibus, you must find them. The direction prompted by the star seed, the alien plant is inside that big crack. Jiang Lushur carefully stared at the cave-like gap, his heart thumped. That gap was only a bit over a meter wide, pitch black, and you'd have to crawl in. If something weird was inside, the risk would be high. Brother Jiang, I detect no psychic energy fluctuations. Ran Shiyu shook her head after probing the gap with her psychic power. Ling, who came down with Jiang Lushur, together with 2 others, dashed around in the bushes, killing stray zombies, while Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan each took a direction to stand guard. Only then did Jiang Lushur feel safe enough to crawl into the hole. Though it was dark, his vision wasn't blocked. The tunnel turned out to be large, like a den of mutated beasts. The ground was thick soil, with fangs pressing up through it. Suddenly his gaze shrank. Deep inside the tunnel he clearly saw a huge corpse. It was the corpse of a mutated beast, over 3 meters long, more than a meter high. The corpse was completely dried out, only a layer of skin and some viscera remained. Its abdomen had a huge wound. In the wound lay quietly a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Level 1 mutant crystal core? Jiang Lushur couldn't help but smile. Although he did not know how the beast died, the fact that it left a level 1 mutant crystal core felt like a free gift. Above the corpse, a small clump of thorny brambles poked out. Aside from that, he saw no plants that could secrete active metal. Then, alien plant energy fluctuation detected? Alien energy fluctuation detected, the star seed in his mind repeated the alert. Jiang Lushur frowned. Where exactly was that alien plant? Forget it, first take the level 1 core. He stepped forward and reached into the beast's abdomen for the core. Suddenly mutation. Under the corpse, thorny brambles burst out, kicking up dust everywhere. What had seemed ordinary thorns hid countless metal-like hooked needles buried in the soil. The plant body sprayed a foul sticky liquid onto Jiang Lushur. At the instant the brambles sprang up, Jiang Lushur's neural reflexes reacted. He jumped back, avoiding most of the metal needles. Still, some pierced or stuck to him. His clothes were instantly burned with several holes. Luckily his body was reinforced. The corrosive liquid only left a few white scars on his skin and a burning pain. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Zhang Hai, Ling and the others rushed over, just in time to see Jiang Lushur crawling out of the cave in a mess. Behind him, at the cave entrance, a giant mutated bramble plant, covered with yellow soil, rushed out. It seemed to sense no prey, and slowly retreated. Mutated plant? Zhang Hai was shocked, dumbfounded. Jiang Lushur nodded, the star seed in his mind still alerted that this mutated bramble was the alien plant it detected. He hadn't expected there to be more than one kind of alien plant here. Not just those that secrete active metal, also this mutated, carnivorous bramble disguised as vegetation and capable of predation. Bring the base vehicle here. Use the mechanical arms to dig it out from the cave. Jiang Lushur felt a chill. This plant was too dangerous, even psychic scanning couldn't detect it. But if they managed to dig it out and start the alien plant cultivation lab, it'd become a huge weapon once studied and cultivated properly. Following his order, the base vehicle extended 2 long mechanical arms into the cave and, under Ying's control, carefully uprooted a struggling mutated bramble. The level 1 mutant crystal core also fell into Jiang Lushur's hand. But many vines of the mutated bramble had deeply embedded into the beast corpse. Then the starseed's alert rang again. Alien plant found, mutated bramble, verbena family mutated species, carnivorous, favoring acidic and nitrogen-poor soil environment. Captured mutated bramble. Condition for opening alien plant cultivation lab triggered. Opening lab requires more than 2 alien plant species, 2 level 2 mutant crystal cores, and the following metals. Alert, hidden project unlocked. Will affect future evolution path of base vehicle. Reading the hints, Jiang Lushur was stunned. As expected for a hidden evolution project, to unlock it required 2 mutant crystal cores, and a load of rare metals. Opening even an energy research room needed just 1 level 2 mutant crystal core. Clearly the alien plant cultivation lab was more advanced than the energy lab. But what he needed now was 3 level 2 mutant cores to further evolve the base vehicle. If he spent cores to open this lab, Jiang Lushur bitterly smiled. He currently lacked even level 1 cores, let alone level 2. Still, he made a decision, open the alien plant cultivation lab first. According to the starseed hints, the hidden project was extremely important and could shape the future evolution path of the base vehicle. He threw the mutated bramble into the vehicle's storage. The plant, though demanding special cultivation soil, was resilient enough, it wouldn't die soon. Starseed, continue scanning for alien plant energy fluctuations around, Jiang Lushur said in his mind. Several hours later, the sun was high. Boom, a building over 100 meters tall collapsed with a tremendous explosion. The ground trembled several times as the building crumbled. Dust and debris filled the air, making everything even gloomier. From across the street, hundreds of zombies rushed, most were crushed under the falling building. Some who escaped were smashed by War Alliance fighters with iron hammers. Report, District 6 successfully prevented a large zombie ambush. 16 regular soldiers died, 2 psychics died. Report, District 1 demolished Qianxiang Tower, 7 regular soldiers killed in demolition, 3 psychics injured, 2 level 1 mutated zombies killed. One by one the district chiefs reported the battle outcomes to Ran Yunsha. They had penetrated deep into the Forbidden Zone. Here, they finally encountered several waves of large-scale zombie attacks. Fortunately the War Alliance was prepared, they brought many explosives and weapons, elite soldiers. They barely managed to hold off the attacks. But Ran Yunsha knew well, the War Alliance could not afford such heavy casualties. Every combatant here was vital for her ideal nation's future. She had to leave here as soon as possible. However, those psychics who had gone to look for her sister Ran Shiyu and the others still had not returned. She also saw no trace of the minibus, former mining truck. Ran Yunsha felt uneasy. The only comfort was that inside a cultivation slot before her lay 7 extremely gorgeous golden yellow blossoms. Their roots were embedded in black soil mixed with beast flesh and bits of iron and copper. The flowers secreted droplets of golden metallic liquid. That substance was exactly the active metal she came for. Last time I marked 11 plants, 4 remain. Once I collect all, the War Alliance will leave, she frowned, worried. Why hadn't the scurrying squad come back yet? Bang! A sharp crashing sound echoed. Looking toward the sound, Ran Yunsha saw a tall figure smashing a lone zombie. Its body collapsed into a pile of shattered flesh. Nearby War Alliance fighters almost wet themselves, even some district chiefs looked shocked. What changed? Their leader's psychic power had suddenly become terrifying. The tall man, once known as Chang Shinkai but now called Chang Jiashan, after killing the zombie, walked into the dark basement of a tall building. When he came out, his palms held a golden flower. I got it, he whispered quietly to Ran Yunsha. Though Ran Yunsha said she wouldn't kill him, Chang Jiashan still naturally feared her. Suddenly he screamed. The flower in his palm had many fine roots that pierced his skin, greedily sucking. Endure it. This plant is carnivorous, it sucks blood. Quickly give me the thing and don't use your psychic power. Ran Yunsha said coldly. Chang Jiashan dared not move, he forced himself to drop the golden flower into the cultivation slot before Ran Yunsha, despite the pain. Be careful next time. Ran Yunsha pulled the flower's thin roots from his flesh and warned softly. Chang Jiashan whispered, sweat beating on him, spirit exhausted. From now on he was Ran Yunsha's main force. Whenever powerful mutated zombies appeared, or they needed golden flowers, Chang Jiashan acted. His freezing psychic ability helped minimize risks. Yet unlike the sloppy Chang Shinkai, Chang Jiashan always ended up with roots digging into his skin when harvesting golden flowers. This had happened 7 or 8 times already. Suddenly, Chang Jiashan's body trembled, his face twitched. At that moment, Ran Yunsha looked at a map and checked the marked locations where golden flowers should grow. She didn't notice his trembling. Now, go to Wintergreen Street. Ran Yunsha said calmly. Confirming the next plant's location, she ordered. The War Alliance heavy trucks roared and headed toward Wintergreen Street. Just as the convoy approached the Wintergreen Street entrance, a dreadful roar echoed deeply from the street. Everyone felt their chests tighten, as if struck. Level 2, a Level 2 mutant zombie? A psychic among the War Alliance whitened. The roar was so powerful, only a Level 2 mutant zombie could produce such an impact. Even though Level 1 mutated zombies were strong, their roar wouldn't cause that kind of shock. Level 2 mutant zombie? Ran Yunsha's face darkened slightly. She knew well that there were Level 2 mutants inside the Forbidden Zone, possibly more than one. Mutated zombies, like powerful beasts, had strong territorial instinct, they hunt one another to evolve. These Level 2 zombies were the War Alliance's top targets. They had, at great cost, roughly mapped their territory. Their route this time avoided areas with such zombies. But zombie behavior is unpredictable, a roar now meant a sudden encounter, a Level 2 mutant had come onto this street. Truly bad luck. As the roar ended, a huge figure fell from a tall building's rooftop like a cannonball, with a crash it landed on a pile of old cars. Expressionless, it stared at the War Alliance. The figure was tall and powerful, bare-chested, scars all over, pupils filled with crawling red veins. In its hand it held a thick metal baseball bat. It stood rigid, exuding the pressure of a prairie lion, eyes cold and indifferent. Around it were 7 level 1 mutant zombies. Soon zombies began jumping from both sides tall buildings, gathering around the giant figure. From nearby streets, building basements, shops, more zombies poured out, surrounding the War Alliance from 2 sides. Roar! The level 2 mutant raised a wrecked car with one hand, and smashed it toward the heavy truck where Ran Yunsha stood. Another loud roar came from beside Ran Yunsha. A figure shot up, leaping 7 or 8 meters high into the air, and delivered a flying kick toward the old, broken-down car. Boom! That powerful kick, carrying a force of over 1,000 kilograms, smashed in the front of the junk car with a bang, sending it flying dozens of meters away. Dusher's muscles swelled all over his body, fangs extended from the corners of his mouth, and thick golden-yellow fur grew across his entire body. His power was the bloodline of a lion, possessing immense strength, ranking first among the 8 district chiefs. Boom! The level 2 mutated zombie stomped heavily on the car wreckage, kicking up a fierce gust of wind as it charged forward, and punched toward Dusher. Chang Jiashan, hold off the level 2 mutated zombie with Dusher. Everyone else, retreat with me. Ran Yunsha shouted to Chang Jiashan, who was standing near a heavy truck not far away. Level 2 mutated zombies were terrifying beings, with even greater combat intelligence than level 2 mutated beasts. Moreover, they had command abilities and could make zombie hordes fight several times more effectively than usual. Although the Berserker Alliance could kill a level 2 mutated zombie with combined force, firearms, and these powered individuals, Ran Yunsha cherished the Alliance's surviving strength and didn't want to lose too many people here. I'm scared. Chang Jiashan stood frozen, staring at the intimidating level 2 mutated zombie with fear in his eyes, turning to Ran Yunsha and pleading, I don't want to go. Ran Yunsha's brow furrowed slightly. Her gaze toward Chang Jiashan turned cold, and she brought 2 slender fingers of her right hand together. No! Chang Jiashan's legs trembled. Don't fear her, let me out. Chang Jiashan's pupils suddenly turned blood red, and another voice came from his throat, the voice of Chang Shinkai. Ran Yunsha's expression changed sharply, and she snapped her fingers. Unexpectedly, the spore explosion didn't happen. A mushroom sprout, like a bean sprout, grew out from the crevice of Chang Jiashan's fingernail. It was immediately wiped away roughly by a large hand. Haha, Chang Jiashan, did you see that? The spores she planted in us were mostly devoured when those golden flowers' roots sucked our blood. We don't need to fear her anymore. Come, fight with me. I'll protect you. Otherwise, we'll both die by her hand sooner or later. Chang Jiashan spoke loudly to himself, acting completely mad. Boss, the other district chiefs saw Chang Jiashan's crazed state and were at a loss. Jiashan, give me back my body. After a loud shout, Chang Jiashan's pupils suddenly turned crimson again, and the fierce and arrogant aura surged back. Damn it! Chang Shinkai has taken over the body. Seeing this, Ran Yunsha was shocked. Chang Jiashan had always been weak-willed, a different personality sharing the same body with Chang Shinkai. Now that the spore plant was gone, there was no threat to his life. With one burst of dominance, Chang Shinkai overpowered and suppressed Chang Jiashan's personality. Helplessly, Ran Yunsha blew a breath in Chang Shinkai's direction. Colorful spores flew toward Chang Shinkai. Just as they were about to reach him, Chang Jiashan waved his hand, and a fierce gust of wind dispersed all the spores. Ran Yunsha, still trying to use that little trick on me? It won't work anymore. Chang Shinkai stared at Ran Yunsha with intense hatred. The more he had once loved her, the more he now hated her. Ran Yunsha's heart sank. Having spent plenty of time with Chang Shinkai, she knew very well how terrifying his strength was. Her eyes couldn't help but glance toward someone. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from behind Chang Shinkai. But around him, a strange force field seemed to exist. The bullet was violently deflected before it could even get close. Chang Shinkai spun around and instantly saw Zhang Shan holding a rifle, his face pale. Somehow, a pink mushroom ball had grown on Zhang Shan's arm. My lord, let me explain. Before he finished speaking, Chang Shinkai waved his hand coldly. Whoosh! A steel bar, over 10 meters long, shot out from the ruins of a collapsed building and pierced Zhang Shan right through. Blood bubbled from his throat as he collapsed weakly to the ground. My lord, what's wrong with you? The bald burly chief of District 6 cautiously approached Chang Shinkai, looking confused. Ran Yunsha, that bitch, is a traitor. She used her power to control Zhang Shan, Chang Shinkai said coldly. Before he could finish, the District 6 chief suddenly hugged him. "Boss, I'm sorry." Flames instantly erupted from the District 6 chief and engulfed Chang Shenkai. It was the firepower of the bald man. "Chang Jiashan, listen to me." Chang Shenkai suddenly roared. One of his crimson pupils turned pitch black. "Got it." Chang Shenkai's voice softened, and a chilling aura surged from his right arm. The raging flames were instantly extinguished upon contact with the freezing air. The District 6 chief was terrified, unable to react before the cold engulfed him. Within a few breaths, he turned into an ice sculpture covered in frost. Crack! Chang Shenkai kicked the frozen chief into pieces, a patch of icy moss rolling off the shattered corpse. "Even a district chief was under your control? Today you must die." Chang Shenkai charged forward, his body like a raging wind rushing toward Ran Yunsha. On top of the heavy truck, Ran Yunsha's heart had sunk completely. Her only two trump cards, Zhang Shan and the District 6 chief, had been completely loyal to her. Now both were killed by Chang Shenkai. Chang Shenkai, he's gone mad. He killed the District 6 chief and Zhang Shan. "Everyone, open fire. He's no longer your leader." Ran Yunsha suddenly raised her voice, shouting to all members of the Berserker Alliance around her. But everyone, including the district chiefs, hesitated. No one dared to shoot at the blood-soaked Chang Shenkai. Meanwhile, Dushur had been drawn into a fierce battle with the level 2 mutated zombie, crashing into a building and unable to break free. Seeing this, Ran Yunsha's expression darkened. "I'll drive." Ran Yunsha shoved aside the bewildered Alliance soldier in the driver's seat. She still had one more plan, but needed time, so she had to retreat for now. Just as she was about to start the heavy truck, a wave of icy air swept over. Crack, crack, the windshield and metal parts at the front of the truck froze over. Even the door handle was frozen. Ran Yunsha finally began to panic. What should she do? Boom! Suddenly, a figure charged over and delivered a heavy kick to the cabin. With that powerful kick, the truck door and Ran Yunsha were sent flying. Cracking sounds followed. Ran Yunsha's face turned pale, a layer of cold sweat beading on her forehead as she fell to the ground, unable to exert any strength. Damn it, a few of her ribs were broken. "You bitch. Thanks to you, even Chang Jiashan listens to me now. His powers are mine to use." Chang Shenkai stood in front of Ran Yunsha, looking down on her with a gloomy expression. "Tell me, why did you betray me? If your reason convinces me, I might let you die without pain." Chang Shenkai still didn't understand why Ran Yunsha betrayed him. Facing Chang Shenkai's murderous glare, Ran Yunsha didn't beg. Her eyes turned cold. "Betrayal? You'll never understand. I was just cleaning up trash. If I had more time, I could have built a peaceful, equal safe zone. The Berserker Alliance, falling into the hands of someone like you who only knows destruction, what a shame. What can you do? Kill, and kill again." Ran Yunsha shook her head and sneered. "Trash? Me?" Chang Shenkai laughed furiously and raised his right hand toward her. Amid the swirling cold air, countless tiny spores fell through the air. "I'm going to die here." Ran Yunsha's last tactic had failed. Her eyes finally filled with despair. Looking at Ran Yunsha's calm face, Chang Shenkai's facial muscles twisted. What he most hoped to see was the woman before him hugging his feet, begging bitterly, asking him to spare her life, not this calm face with stubbornness. Killing such a woman wouldn't give him that strong sense of satisfaction or the thrill of revenge. "No, I can't kill you like that." "Right, how could I forget you have a sister?" Chang Shenkai seemed to remember something, covering his face as he laughed horribly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. "I'll catch her, and kill those sea people too. You're with them, when you hear their horrible screams, you'll enjoy it, I'll enjoy it too. I'm going to find them now. You'll come with me." Ran Yunsha's calm face finally showed a trace of being moved. "No, you must not go find your sister." "Chang Shenkai, you're crazy now." Ran Yunsha understood Chang Shenkai's character well. This guy is already mad, only more brutal than usual. But now she couldn't move, and her spore ability was useless because of Chang Shenkai's defenses. What to do? She suddenly turned her head toward where the powered people and district chiefs stood, and exhaled a breath. At the Dongqing Street entrance, the Berserker Alliance's fighters had already drawn their guns and grabbed machetes, hammers and other weapons, fighting the zombies rushing in. At this checkpoint, although Chang Shenkai was head of the Berserker Alliance, his mind was filled with thoughts of torturing Ran Yunsha. Many people already thought of escaping. At this moment no one cared about others' lives, they came for resources, not to die. "District Chief of 3rd District, kill Chang Shenkai for me." Ran Yunsha, lying on the ground, suddenly shouted loudly toward the 3rd District Chief over there. The 3rd District Chief had been hiding with his men at the rear, about to sneak away. In this situation, if they ran back they could still control the Alliance's situation, even if not, they could take the resources and leave. As for the lives of ordinary Alliance members, they wouldn't care. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Ren Yunsha had named him. Damn it! The 3rd District Chief's heart jumped. Chang Shinkai froze, his eyes burning with killing intent, staring at the 3rd District Chief not far away. The 3rd District Chief was a smooth-faced young man. Seeing Chang Shinkai's crimson eyes staring at him, his heart sank. You also want to betray me? Chang Shinkai's murderous aura was heavy. I didn't. Ren Yunsha is lying. The 3rd District Chief hastily waved his hand, but to his horror saw a small pink mushroom growing in wavy curves on his hand. Spore plant. Seeing that mushroom, Chang Shinkai's smile disappeared, his gaze toward the 3rd District Chief turned icy and deep. Then his pupils shrank. On those powered people behind the 3rd District Chief, and on his underlings, small pink mushrooms were also growing. All controlled? Good, then you'll all die. Chang Shinkai's eyes, red threads writhing, glared. With dual personalities awakened, his mind was already unclear. After the betrayals by Zhang Shan and the 6th District Chief, he realized one thing: anyone with a spore plant on them was a traitor controlled by Ren Yunsha. He extended his right hand, grabbed the nearest man. Crack, crack. Cold, terrifying frost spread, the fighter with the mushroom on his head instantly turned into an ice statue. As he killed that fighter, Chang Shinkai kept staring gloomily at the 3rd District Chief. The 3rd District Chief trembled in fear. He knew he was not controlled by a spore plant. But obviously Chang Shinkai would not listen to his explanation. Run. A thought flashed, wings sprouted behind the 3rd District Chief, and with a flap he flew off into the distance. Chang Shinkai's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand, using powerful magnetism. Dozens of steel bars shot from a nearby pile of building debris. In the air they pierced the 3rd District Chief, who screamed and fell. Crack, crack. Chang Shinkai surged into the crowd of Berserker Alliance fighters, his eyes red as blood, like a bloodthirsty wolf. His targets, the fighters of the Berserker Alliance with mushrooms growing on them. With the power to control magnetism and wrap himself in freezing air, he was like a god of death. The Alliance collapsed instantly. Old leader has gone mad. We can't just sit here. Kill him, kill Chang Shinkai. Zombies are coming. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Many Alliance fighters who were armed with guns, machetes, and had set up wire defenses, panicked amid the upheaval. In that chaos, a charging mutated zombie seized the opportunity. Its huge strength rammed a blocked SUV violently, flipping it. Then it bit the neck of one Alliance fighter. Blood erupted amid screams. The zombie horde poured in like a flood. Once the Alliance's defense line broke, a massive collapse ignited in other places. Zombies surged forward like a tide. Many fighters were thrown down and torn apart. Screams, gunfire and zombie roars filled the air. Blood flowed in torrents. The place turned into hell. Sister, where are you? Looking at the hellish scene before her, Ren Yunsha's eyes darkened. Her previously gray eyes now held a deep sorrow. At the same time, in a deep street, an SUV sped away. Captain Liu, why does Ren Yunsha value those outsiders so much? She wants us to protect them. I can't understand. They came from out of town. If they die, they die. I think most of them are dead already. There are a lot of zombies here. A weak minibus, still running around, doesn't care about death? Captain Liu, I say we just fool around a bit more than get out, pretend we tried. Inside the SUV a few fighters muttered among themselves. They searched a few blocks but couldn't find that outsider's minibus. Captain Liu looked gloomy. He'd lost an arm, blood still flowing. Even in that condition he came out to look for them. He had deepest resentment, but he dared not offend Ren Yunsha. This woman's power in the Berserker Alliance was bottomless. Now she seemed to have become the voice of Chang Shinkai. Meow. Suddenly a sharp cat-like scream shattered the ears. Mutant beast? Hearing that terrifying cry, Captain Liu broke out in cold sweat. If this were the Alliance's heyday, he might still have confidence, but now with one arm gone, his confidence was much weaker. Also, not long ago they had fought huge zombie hordes. His internal power was almost depleted. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a large mutated wildcat burst from the street ahead, charging directly toward them on the narrow road. Run. Turn around. Captain Liu felt his scalp go numb and his heart pounding. This is deadly. This mutated wildcat, one slash from its claws would wipe them out. Now they can only run. Just as they prepared to turn around, they heard a deafening roar of an engine from behind the wildcat. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What they saw was incredible. Behind the mutated wildcat, a battered minibus was tailing. The wildcat was fleeing. The mutated wildcat was not only running away, but screaming painfully, wildly retreating. It was like a strange scene, a rat chasing a cat. This scene stunned Captain Lu's group. They had seen the claws of mutated wildcats rip through modified SUV's metal. "Captain, isn't that the Outsiders minibus?" "It's so fast," one of the Alliance fighters exclaimed before finishing. Suddenly the minibus accelerated again, crashing into the wildcat with a thunderous bang. The beast was thrown into the wall of a building. Dust everywhere. Then a pair of mechanical arms shot out from the wall and dragged the wildcat's corpse out. "Finally got this beast. The mutated plant seeds are in its stomach." Jiang Lushur stepped out of the vehicle, talking to Ling Dao, who followed him. Ling Dao nodded, and began dissecting the wildcat nearby. They had been searching for the mutated plants. Finally they found 4 mutated plants which could secrete active metal. They discovered that without exception, wherever these mutated plants lived there would be mutated beasts' corpses, grown from the beasts' stomachs. Finally they ascertained that the startled mutated wildcat also had mutated plants inside in seed form, and had followed them all the way here. Now the ferocious beast was neutralized. "Great, we've finally found you. Miss Ran. Miss Ran Yunsha ordered us to come get you and return." Captain Lu suddenly regained clarity, hurriedly speaking to Jiang Lushur and others. His eyes darted around the minibus. Inside he was deeply shocked. That thing's sprint speed and the mechanical arms protruding from the wall proved this minibus was no ordinary vehicle. A minibus capable of killing a mutated wildcat like that must not be underestimated. "Ran Yunsha?" Jiang Lushur was momentarily stunned. "Yes, Ran Yunsha." Captain Lu nodded repeatedly. We'll let her worry about it," Jiang Lushur said indifferently. In such a dangerous restricted zone, for Ran Yunsha to send people to find them, obviously she was really trying to find Ran Shiyu. But even so, that was rare. Inside the restricted zone, Jiang Lushur had already acquired what he wanted. He was satisfied. Moreover, Ran Yunsha had detected strong spiritual waves in some areas. Clearly powerful mutated zombies were lurking. He did not plan to continue searching. Safety was most important. "All right, I'll open the radio now and tell Miss Ran you are alive. She will definitely be very happy." Captain Lu did not delay, quickly took out his walkie-talkie. But as soon as the radio turned on, he got a shock. Screams poured out. Chang Shinkai went mad. "Kill him. Run. Zombies are increasing. Ran Yunsha, I'll kill all your controlled people, then slowly torture you." The last voice made Jiang Liushur's face change drastically. "Chang Shinkai. Brother Jiang, this is bad. Chang Shinkai's personality must have retaken the body. My sister is in danger." Ran Shiyu bit her lip, breathing hard. Although she and Ran Yunsha don't share ideals, it didn't mean Ran Shiyu didn't care about her. On the contrary, objects of differing ideals aside, she actually cared. She had never shown it before. Now that she suddenly heard Ran Yunsha was in danger, Ran Shiyu couldn't remain calm. Her expression suddenly became panicked. She looked at Jiang Lushur. At this moment, she could only rely on him. "Get on the car, go back now." Jiang Lushur acted decisively, grabbing Ran Shiyu's cold trembling small hand with his warm, strong hand. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Jiang Lushur said sternly. From the screams and tearing sounds over the walkie-talkie, he realized the Berserker Alliance was in complete chaos. The zombie horde probably broke through, and with Chang Shinkai rampaging, the defense line collapsed. The atmosphere turned tense. Boom! The minibus engine roared again, speeding crazily toward Dongqing Street. Captain Lu and the others dared not delay. They started the SUV and followed behind the minibus. When they reached the outskirts of Dongqing Street, Captain Lu's heart sank to the bottom. Before him was already a blood-red hellscape. He saw hordes of zombies barring the street. Farther away, many zombies had broken through the Berserker Alliance's line, tearing apart fighters inside. Alliance fighters kept falling to the ground. "Captain Lu, let's detour," one of the Alliance fighters suggested, seeing the countless zombies in front. Seeing the consequences of charging into the zombie horde would be like suicide, Captain Lu's mind filled with dread. Even driving a tank, he wouldn't dare to rush in. At that moment, the minibus engine roared even louder. On the minibus's front appeared a V-shaped metal ram, shining with cold metal gleam. The minibus surged forward again, piercing into the dense horde of zombies. "Captain Lu, they're going to die on purpose," an Alliance fighter near Captain Lu muttered. Before he finished speaking, they saw the minibus crash through the zombies. Under its savage ramming power, zombies either were crushed or thrown aside. It crushed through to the other side. In the SUV, Captain Lu's jaw dropped. Such powerful impact, such speed, and the vehicle seemed too tough, not a single dent from the collision. "Ran Yunsha, despair now. Seeing this? The worthless people you control hide when they see me." Chang Xingkai killed dozens of alliance fighters and stood in front of Ran Yunsha. No one dared approach him. Some zombies that dared to rush him were frozen into ice sculptures. Ran Yunsha lay on the ground, her legs had been firmly frozen to the ground, she could not move. She was completely hopeless. Facing Chang Xingkai's boasting words, Ran Yunsha remained silent. Open your mouth. Talk. You speak. Chang Xingkai roared in rage, his right hand grabbing her neck, trying to lift her up. At that moment, he suddenly heard the screeching sound of tires scraping sharply against the ground. Chang Xingkai had not turned around, yet goosebumps ran over his whole body. This was the instinctive reaction of someone strong who'd survived countless life-and-death battles, a sense of danger arriving. But Chang Xingkai was not afraid. He now had dual powers, and fully believed in his own strength. Chang Xingkai suddenly turned around, staring coldly at the minibus speeding toward him. His magnetic power surged wildly, even the air seemed to twist like water waves. He lifted his arm toward the ground. Nearby, inside the wrecked car's rubble, a thunderous rumble sounded. One by one, old abandoned cars shook off dust as magnetic interference hit them. Dozens of huge hands grabbed them and lifted them into the air, then hurled them toward the minibus with great force. At that moment, Ran Yunsha also recognized the minibus rushing over. It was the one carrying her sister and those other people. Her heart suddenly trembled, wrenching painfully. Sister! Ran Yunsha closed her eyes, unable to bear watching. A flimsy minibus crashing at such high speed, colliding violently with those abandoned cars, even a tank would be destroyed. There was absolutely no way the people inside could survive. Some powered fighters from the Berserker Alliance gathered around Chang Xingkai hurriedly dodged away, terrified of being caught in the blast. Such a violent impact, even debris of metal shards hitting someone would be unbearable. Boom boom boom. Deafening crash after crash echoed. The sky filled with shattered metal fragments. A few car tires bounced by Ran Yunsha and then came to a halt with a thud. But the engine noise grew louder, the screech of tires scraping the ground pierced eardrums. HM? Ran Yunsha opened her eyes wide, then expression turned to surprise. She saw the minibus still speeding onward. Apart from a few cracks on the windshield, it had no serious damage. Like a wild beast from prehistoric times, the minibus's front V-shaped ram carried terrifying power. In an instant it arrived before Chang Xingkai. The whole sequence happened in a matter of breaths. Chang Xingkai's pupils widened, he couldn't believe what he saw. How could such a sturdy minibus exist? He hastily raised his right hand. Instantly, countless iron blocks and metal scraps around him floated, a violent magnetic force roaring toward the minibus. After all, the minibus had a lot of steel and metals. He intended to turn its internal parts into a pile of chaotic scrap iron. As soon as the magnetic force reached the vehicle body, his heart sank. How come it's not magnetizing instantly? A thought flashed through Chang Xingkai's mind. For the first time, a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. He had been confident, the minibus body had plenty of metal, it should be easily magnetized. He never expected that this was not a simple minibus. Its body was largely made from rare metal alloys, hardly magnetizable. Many alloy parts were non-magnetic. The minibus didn't pause at all. It continued its furious charge. Boom! Chang Xingkai screamed in agony. A massive force slammed into his body, throwing him dozens of meters horizontally. He smashed through the outer wall of a building and fell into the dark interior of the building. Jiang Lucier glimpsed the gaping hole opened in the building, then saw the minibus stop beside Ran Yunsha. Get in the car. He quickly opened the door and pulled Ran Yunsha inside. Thank you. Ran Yunsha, saved from death, looked up at Jiang Lucier. This man, his team, his vehicle, everything shocked Ran Yunsha greatly. She had thought death was certain, but instead, the one who died was Chang Xingkai. Jiang Lucier naturally didn't ponder much. He had promised Ran Xiyu to save Ran Yunsha, and now he had done so. He felt relief. Now as long as they left the restricted zone, they would truly be safe. But just then, a painful, agonized roar suddenly echoed. The roar came from the building into which Chang Xingkai had just been smashed. Jiang Lucier looked toward the sound. A person staggered out of the building crack, holding his head and wobbling like a drunk. Chang Xingkai's face was full of pain, his body drenched in blood. I don't want to die. I don't want to disappear. He wailed, screaming in terror. Sometimes the voice was Chang Jiashan's, sometimes his own. Both voices wailed, it sounded ghastly. Not even dead yet? Seeing this, Jiang Lucier was shocked. Earlier, he had used the ram function, that mutated wildcat was smashed to pieces. Could Chang Xingkai's body be stronger than a mutated beast? Some powered fighters from the Resistance Alliance nearby sank deeper into despair. Is this madman Chang Xingkai still alive? What's his condition now? Who is he now? Jiang Lushur saw Chang Xingkai rolling on the ground and felt a bad premonition. He looked seriously at Ran Qiyu. Chang Xingkai's mental will is unstable, the earlier crash seems to have shattered his personality will. Now he is neither Chang Xingkai nor Chang Jiashan. A new mental will has been born. That spiritual wave is very strong. Ran Qiyu shook her head, a strong sense of unease rising. Through Ran Qiyu's shared spiritual vision, Jiang Lushur suddenly saw the spiritual power representing Chang Xingkai, unusually strong. At that moment, he saw the blood-soaked Chang Xingkai lying on the ground. Black mist began emanating from his mouth, nose, and ears. On closer look, the mist was in fact countless jet-black spores. These spores spread rapidly in all directions, merging into the nearby wild grass and plane trees. On Chang Xingkai's body, muscles bulged, turning as hard as steel, veins swelling one after another, carrying dark black blood. Then, Chang Xingkai suddenly opened his eyes, staring coldly at Jiang Lushur. His pupils, so monstrous, the black pupils contained even smaller, more evil red pupils inside. Double pupils. Seeing this change, Jiang Lushur frowned. Suddenly, a huge tree trunk crashed down like a whip. The minibus trembled violently, metal crunching sounds rang out. Warning, minibus roof alloy shell damaged, damage level 2%. Warning, minibus bulletproof wheels damaged. Holographic displays of the minibus appeared in Jiang Lushur's mind. He clearly saw wild grass on the ground moving as if alive, wrapping all the vehicle's tires like unbreakable steel whips. Although the tires crushed vines under heavy momentum, the tires themselves were damaged by the crushing. Moreover, surrounding plane trees seemed alive, their trunks swung down to strike people. They attacked indiscriminately. Bang bang bang. Some Berserker Alliance members couldn't dodge in time, they were smashed into bloody flesh piles. But compared to humans, those low-intelligence zombies reacted even slower. Though they had strong combat instinct, they didn't expect plant attacks. Many zombies had their skulls smashed by the rampaging plane trees. Not only that, countless unknown vines fell, piercing into the bodies of some Alliance fighters, sucking blood desperately, causing endless screams. The already chaotic situation instantly grew even more chaotic. Control plants? No, this power is stronger than Yangfeng's. Jiang Lushur suddenly realized. These black spores could control plants. No wonder they merged into the surrounding plants, the plants went berserk. And once the black spores merged into the plants' bodies became far tougher, in some ways stronger. This is Chang Xingkai's current power? Ran Yunsha looked in shock at Chang Xingkai outside the vehicle, at the rampaging plane trees and blood-sucking vines. Her face showed horror as she warned the Shuring squad. Run! Chang Xingkai now must have fused my power with that metal plant power. This power is stronger than mine. He can control plants and make them mutate. He has become a monster. Jiang Lushur didn't speak, he kept his eyes fixed on Chang Xingkai, secretly guessing that Chang Xingkai must have evolved. Chang Xingkai was already a strong-powered person. This time, clearly the two personalities merged, evolving again. How strong can he become? One of Chang Xingkai's original powers was related to metal, now fused with alien plant. Jiang Lushur stared at Chang Xingkai. Chang Xingkai's bizarre double pupils flickered with evil glow, eyes fixed on the minibus. TSK, still a lot of beauties, huh? Too bad, you Zhonghai people will all stay here today. His voice was sharp, as if echoing directly inside Jiang Lushur's ears, shaking the eardrums. He can see clearly inside the minibus? Jiang Lushur tensed, his face stern. Chang Xingkai had indeed evolved, his vision was different from ordinary people. Detected alien active metal energy, usable to cultivate alien plant seeds. A voice of the star seed suddenly sounded in Jiang Lushur's mind. HM? Jiang Lushur saw, this alien active metal energy came from Chang Xingkai himself. Boom! Several plane trees around uprooted violently, thick roots swung trunks again, smashing toward Jiang Lushur's minibus. Jiang Lushur's gaze went icy. Dash! The minibus stopped retreating, instead, it violently surged forward, like a fast fish dodging, evading the tree trunks swinging overhead, roaring toward Chang Xingkai in a violent ramming. Inside the minibus was Ran Yunsha, her heart jolted, she looked at Jiang Lushur. Why didn't he order escape immediately? Instead, he attacked. It's okay. Ran Qiyu's hand now held Ran Yunsha's. Her eyes held no fear, clearly trusting Jiang Lushur's decision completely. Ran Yunsha noticed, not only her sister, but also other members of the Shuring team in the car, all looked that way. Jiang Lushur's gaze stayed fixed on Chang Xingkai. Chang Xingkai wanted to kill them, but he also wanted Chang Xingkai's life. On Dongqing Street, Berserker Alliance members were hiding from blood-sucking vines and towering plane trees. Then they were distracted by the deafening engine roar and saw the minibus wildly charging toward Chang Shinkai. Many of them panicked completely. That was the evolved Chang Shinkai. The minibus not escaping, but attacking? But soon they discovered, this minibus was truly awesome. Its heavy body moved nimbly on the street, surprisingly avoiding the thick tree trunks swinging down. Behind it, the ground was left with a string of deep craters where the trunks struck. Under that condition, the minibus still resolutely charged straight at Chang Shinkai. Chang Shinkai's expression had changed, though his personality merged, forming a new will. The pain from the earlier collision still remained in his body. With a thought, many roots shot from the ground and formed a wet tree root wall blocking the whole street in front of him. Moreover, the roots quickly froze, solidifying into a steel-like frozen tree wall. Seeing this, many Berserker Alliance members gasped. The tree wall was already firm and tough. After freezing, it was no less than steel. But even such a wall, the minibus still charged through without hesitation. However, the moment it rammed into the wall, under buzzing mechanical sound, the minibus began to expand and grow huge. Instantly it transformed into a heavy mining truck. Ran Yunsha inside the cabin was stunned. Memories of a childhood cartoon, Transformers, flashed through her mind. Heh, didn't expect that, huh? Jiang Lushi, behind the windshield, looked at Chang Shinkai's face, frozen in shock. Boom! The heavy mining truck crashed in violently. The ear-splitting roar sounded as the walls of both sides of the street cracked deeply. The frozen tree wall shattered instantly. Wood splinters flew. Chang Shinkai was slammed by the mining truck, sent flying into the air. On the impact, the sound of bones cracking was horrifying. Everyone felt a chill, as if they had been hit. Chang Shinkai was smashed like garbage. Although after evolution his body defense was like steel, even steel would be pulverized by the mining truck's impact. After being slammed down, Chang Shinkai lay covered in blood, knocked unconscious, arms and ribs shattered, yet he was still alive. Among humming sounds, the mining truck suddenly reverted back into the minibus. A pair of huge mechanical arms tightly grabbed Chang Shinkai. Then like a toy, they violently tossed his body against walls, ground, metal beams, every time crashing with a dull thud that froze listeners' hearts. Then from the front of the minibus, dark metal nozzles extended, aimed at the airborne Chang Shinkai. Suddenly a blast of scorching flame shot out. In midair, Chang Shinkai was instantly engulfed in flames. The vines burned to ash. Chang Shinkai rolled down as a flaming corpse. Dead? Seeing Chang Shinkai charred to charcoal, Ren Yunsha suddenly exhaled in relief. Roar. Suddenly, a bloodied figure was violently thrown from a nearby building to the right, crashing in front of the minibus. Doucher? Seeing the bloodied person on the ground, Ren Yunsha gasped. Let's go! At this moment, Jiang Lushi saw on the high building a level 2 mutated zombie, cold-eyed. Its purpose had been achieved. They gained the alien plants and eliminated the big threat Chang Shinkai. There was no need to linger here. At the same time, a starseed voice sounded, alien active metal energy absorbed. Energy stored. After Chang Shinkai died, the alien active metal energy he carried was absorbed and stored by the minibus. At this moment, that level 2 mutated zombie had already charged into a crowd of Berserker Alliance fighters. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, its steel-like body combined with wind-fast speed slaughtered wildly from within. The situation turned wholly one-sided. A large number of Berserker Alliance fighters fled desperately, chased by hordes of zombies. Some fighters sank down, surrounded by zombie mouths, being crazily torn apart and eaten. Many others jumped into off-road vehicles and heavy trucks, rushing past both sides of the minibus toward the gap in the broken high wall. Seeing this, everyone in the shearing squad inside the minibus understood one thing: after this fight, the Berserker Alliance was finished. Ran Yunsha moved her gaze away from the corpse of Doucher lying dead on the ground, and stayed silent. Can you help block the zombie tide? I'll give you all the golden flowers I obtained that secrete active metal. Ran Yunsha suddenly looked at Jiang Lushi, biting her lip. Jiang Liushi's eyes flashed, and instantly he understood Ran Yunsha's meaning. This woman had not given up her ambitions. Her spore power probably had controlled many people in the Berserker Alliance. Now every death would be a waste of the effort she had put in. I can help you, but you keep those golden flowers for yourself. You've already paid me, Jiang Lushi said calmly. Ran Yunsha was slightly taken aback. Of course she knew the payment he referred to, the 2 level 2 mutated crystal cores. Still, his ready agreement surprised Ran Yunsha. She only had the idea of trying. After all, they were facing a level 2 mutated zombie and 7 or 8 level 1 mutated zombies. Even with such a strong vehicle, she didn't expect Jiang Lushi to agree so quickly. Those were a reward for you helping bring my sister. The flowers still belong to you. Ran Yunsha shook her head slightly, insisted. Jiang Lushur said nothing more, he simply honored it for Ran Shiyu's sake. Captain Liu, why aren't those outsiders running? A off-road vehicle drove past the minibus carrying Jiang Lushur and the others. Everyone was trying desperately to escape by car, but in the middle of the road stood the minibus still motionless. Those guys were crazy to begin with. Captain Liu, having lost an arm, looked at the minibus speechlessly. He likely would never forget the moment the minibus charged through the zombie horde. But then he shuddered, looking at the front of the minibus. At the front, something like a gun barrel suddenly emerged. Boom! With a deafening blast, a white turbulent stream pierced the air. Zombies surging forward were swept away by that air turbulence like shells. Even the descending level 2 mutated zombie was struck by the air cannon, half its body collapsed inward. Though the zombie horde wasn't completely destroyed, they were definitely halted. At that moment, Zhang Hai's rugged face poked out of the car window. Grandma's leg. Eat my blast. Zhang Hai shouted arrogantly. He held in his hand an explosive with a rapidly burning fuse. He tightened his fingers, shouted, and threw it hundreds of meters. It landed right in a cluster of zombies. With a roar of smoke and rubble, a large area of ruins collapsed. A dozen zombies were blown into bloody bits. Oh my god, what is wrong with these people? Are they really driving a minibus? Those in the off-road vehicle stared in shock, forgetting to flee. That minibus stood still, like a rock in the flood, blocking the zombies' direction. Jiang Lushur also picked up a sniper rifle and climbed into the small combat cabin. Under Ran Yuncha's astonished gaze, each bullet he fired hit one zombie's head precisely. With the grenades continuously thrown by Yang Tianzhao and Zhang Hai, the firepower discharged from the seemingly fragile minibus was terrifying. The level 2 mutated zombie, hiding inside a building, looked at the minibus in rage and madness, but it was already badly wounded by the air cannon. Though not dead, it was badly crippled. Jiang Liushur's sniper fire completely suppressed it. Almost when all Berserker Alliance fighters had retreated, the minibus finally rumbled and broke through the restricted zone. Inside the minibus, Ran Yuncha's mood was the most shocked. The minibus's powerful firepower, plus Jiang Liushur's extraordinary sniping ability, left her shaken for a long time. Her face slightly flushed. Before entering the restricted zone she had mentioned to Shuring's squad that she would provide them shelter. Unexpectedly, in the end it was her Berserker Alliance that needed to rely on this minibus to save some people, otherwise they all would have been wiped out there. The minibus stopped right at the broken highwall gate, as if carrying a special intimidation. The level 2 mutated zombie inside the restricted zone only howled a few times and did not chase after them. Jiang Ji, brother Jiang, you keep these things. I don't know anything about cultivation. I only want a little active metal. Ran Yunsha handed the golden flowers in the cultivation tray to Jiang Lushur. Altogether 4 golden flowers rolled unceasingly with tiny active metal liquid particles. These flowers were extremely valuable in Banju City. Her way of calling Jiang Lushur changed slightly. Not long ago, she was courteous because of Ran Shiyu, but now, she was truly convinced. Jiang Lushur hummed and nodded. All right, I'll accept them. After all, such alien plants that secrete active metal were indeed very useful to him. Together with the 4 golden flowers already obtained, he now possessed 8 flowers of this type that secrete active metal. Also, he was satisfied with the additional gains, seeds from the alien plants found in the mutated wildcat's stomach, and the mutated thorns. Outside the minibus stood many Berserker Alliance members, still trembling from fear. They looked at the minibus with reverence, curious, yet afraid to approach. Only after Ran Yunsha got off the car did the Berserker Alliance members gather around. Although it was unknown what she said, the previously panic-stricken fighters became much calmer, and their gaze toward Ran Yunsha showed some respect. Jiang Liushur's eyes flickered. He didn't know exactly what Ran Yunsha had said, but realized this woman was not simple. Ran Shiyu exhaled softly. Having such a sister, she didn't know whether to feel happy or worried. Jiang Ji, Zhuing's body, something happened. Jiang Lushur had just put away the sniper rifle, preparing to inspect the damage to the base car. From the other side of the cabin, Li Yusin came over. What happened? Jiang Liushur's heart sank. Why trouble now? Li Yusin had medical powers, normal injuries and illnesses she could handle. But this was the first time Jiang Lushur heard such nervous tone from her. It made him extremely anxious. He immediately hurried beside Jiang Zhuing. Jiang Zhuing lay on a soft bed. Her delicate face looked somewhat pale, and her arms, legs, and some muscles trembled slightly. Jiang Lushur concernedly grabbed her hand. Her hand was cold and damp. He couldn't help recalling, once in childhood, during a heavy rainstorm, his sister had had a high fever that wouldn't go down. He carried her under a small raincoat through the storm to the hospital. Her hand then had been ice cold, just as now. Jiang Ji, Zhu body had some changes just now, but at that time the situation was critical, and the body changes weren't big, so I didn't have time to tell you. Li Yusin's voice held a trace of guilt. I used my ability to examine. Zhu Ying's energy cells are extremely unstable now. Some mutated cells are much stronger than before, but others are very weak. And this polarization between strong and weak mutated cells keeps growing. That caused serious discomfort in her body. I estimate she won't wake up for a while, Li Yusin explained. Jiang Lushi was silent for a while, but he didn't blame Li Yusin. It was indeed very dangerous in the restricted zone just now. Whatever Li Yusin said before would only make things more complicated. Is it just cell mutation? Jiang Lushi pondered Li Yusin's words. His mind raced, he couldn't help recalling Chang Shinkai's evolution just now. These days, his sister Jiang Zhuing had eaten mutated beast meat and her powers had long grown stronger. She was already on the edge of evolution. Not long ago, after eating the evolution crystal, her body started showing problems, and she had been in a coma. But after Li Yusin's check, she thought Jiang Zhuing was undergoing evolution, so they didn't disturb her, just silently waited for her to wake. But unexpectedly, during the sleep her body developed new problems. Now with the mutated cells changing again, Jiang Lushi guessed perhaps the mutated cells were evolving. This might be the critical point of power cell evolution. Jiang Ji, under these circumstances, I think we need to continue supplementing more energy, Li Yusin said. Jiang Zhuing was at a critical point of evolution. No matter what changes she undergoes, supplementing energy was necessary. Jiang Lushi nodded, and the item that could quickly replenish an ability user's energy was by far the evolution crystal. Not long ago, Jiang Lushi obtained 3 level 1 mutated crystal cores from the defeated Qin old man. Conditions to craft evolution crystals were complete. Without delay, Jiang Lushi sat in the driver's cabin. He deftly opened the metal slot next to the control panel, inserting the 3 level 1 mutated crystal cores. Activate Energy Laboratory. Configuring level 1 evolution crystals. Beep, level 1 mutated crystal core detected. Configuring level 1 evolution crystals, a cold voice of the starseed echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. Not long after, 3 evolution crystals appeared in his palm. He carefully placed one crystal in Jiang Zhuing's mouth. Under Ran Yunqi's arrangement, the minibus drove into a safe zone of the Berserker Alliance. For a full day and night, Jiang Lushi stayed attentively beside Jiang Zhuing. He was relieved. After consuming one evolution crystal, the previously weak cells inside her had regained full energy, according to Li Yusin's examination. However, Jiang Zhuing still had not woken up. A crescent moon hung like a hook. In the quiet courtyard where Ran Yunqi lived, a bonfire rose. Ling Dao, Zhang Hai and the others were roasting mutant beast meat that smelled rich in fat. After eating some of that meat, Jiang Lushi saw Li Yusin step out of the minibus, her face full of fatigue. Not long ago, Li Yusin had given Jiang Zhuing a full-body examination. It was inconvenient for Jiang Lushi to stay in the car at that time. How is she, Yusin? Jiang Lushi couldn't help asking. I did a full-body check on Zhuing. Her organs, nervous system, everything seems fine. Li Yusin's voice was hoarse, her expression a little guilty. That whole day and night, she had barely slept, used her medical power several times, she was very tired. But as the only medic in the Shuring squad, faced with a comrade's illness she felt helpless, which depressed her. Now that energy was restored, she really didn't know what was wrong with Jiang Zhuing. If only Chang Shinkai hadn't died. Jiang Lushi suddenly thought, clenching his teeth. If it were like this, they must consult a second evolution ability user. And the only second evolution ability user he had encountered so far was Chang Shinkai, and he was dead. If you want to find a second evolution ability user, I suggest you go to Kixiewen Safe Island. Under the wisteria vines, Ren Yunxia walked over calmly. Behind her followed 2 district chiefs of Berserker Alliance, their expressions respectful. It seemed that in just one day, she had used some means to make these chiefs fully submit. Ren Yunxia held a radio in her hand. From the static noise, Jiang Lushi heard a familiar broadcast news voice. I have heard a lot of information on the radio broadcast. Although they used some military codes for communication, through some soldiers and my own repeated comparisons, I have decrypted the information. Kixiewen Safe Island is a very large human safe zone, several times larger than Zhonghai Safe Island. The journey is long. There must be strong human ability users there. And there are large hospitals, some top-class medical experts and professors there. They should be able to help with your sister's illness. Ran Yunxia said. Xiaoyuan Safe Island? Jiang Lushi paused slightly. This was the first time he had heard of that safe island. Though he had the base vehicle, after the apocalypse began there was basically no communication equipment, and he was completely in the dark about most outside movements. He only knew of a few sporadic human safe zones. That is why in the apocalypse, some elite squads also engaged in selling information. In the post-apocalypse, information was a valuable resource. Xiaoyuan Safe Island? I heard from my grandfather. He said he had several professor friends over there. That place really is a large human safe zone. When the apocalypse began, nearby city governments and military forces all gathered there. The former affiliated hospital of Xiaoyuan Medical University was famous. It was ranked among the top 10 national Class 3A hospitals, and Xiaoyuan Medical University also has the nation's most authoritative human disease gene research center. If we go there, Zhu chances of being saved should be great. Li Yusin recalled some information about Xiaoyuan Safe Island, speaking slowly. Li Yusin's words completely dispelled some of Jiang Liusher's doubts. Her grandfather and mother had been scientists at the former Zhonghai Safe Island, so they had contacts with many high-level people and access to lots of secret information. Moreover, Xiaoyuan Safe Island, gathering several cities' military and political powers, meant there must be many strong ability users there. The chance for outstanding ones to become second evolution ability users would be high. But if you're really going there, I still need to warn you, the situation at Xiaoyuan Safe Island is very complicated. I'll write down some useful information I know on the notepad and give it to you later. Ran Yunsha listened quietly to Li Yusin's words, then spoke in a low voice, her gaze directed at Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's expression dimmed. She understood this was her sister's last bit of goodwill toward her. The two sisters held different beliefs. Ran Yunsha was destined not to leave with them. While Jiang Liusher and the others talked, the black radio in Ran Yunsha's hand kept crackling. The radio she held was palm-sized, a very ordinary FM radio. It was full of static, the news received were intermittent, signal was bad. Crackle. Suddenly a sharp, shrieking static sound rang out. Ran Yunsha frowned slightly, fiddled with the radio for a few times, and the sound finally stabilized. Then a woman's voice, clear and full of emotion, sounded. Now interrupting for an important news bulletin, dear listeners, it is currently December 25, 10:30. The first heavy armored truck fully loaded with scientists from the Zhonghai Fallen region has safely arrived at Xiaoyuan Safe Island. We salute the soldiers and civilians who once fought at Zhonghai Safe Island. It was their perseverance and effort that allowed our scientist comrades to be safely relocated when Zhonghai Safe Island was attacked by the beast tide. Although Zhonghai Safe Island has fallen, humanity will not be conquered by mutated beasts and zombies. We must unite together. Zhonghai Safe Island fell? Scientists were relocated to Xiaoyuan Safe Island? When did this happen? Hearing that information, Jiang Liusher's face showed disbelief. This was the first time he learned of it. And the amount of information was huge, the impact on him very strong. In his mind flashed the concrete city walls like a winding black dragon, walls armed with cannon mortars and super heavy machine guns. Those walls, that firepower, and so many soldiers, Zhonghai Safe Island had defended like an iron fortress, yet it was overrun by a beast tide? A chill ran through Jiang Liusher. He dared not imagine how brutal that beast tide was. When he first entered Zhonghai Safe Island, even with the base vehicle, faced with those cannons and other weapons he felt deep wariness. Zhang Hai, meat skewer still in his mouth, stood frozen in place as if petrified. For humans, safe zones had once represented the last strong military force, the absolute symbol of safety for the surviving humans. If even such a place could be overrun by a beast tide, what place in this world is truly safe now? He couldn't help glancing at the minibus. That vehicle, quietly parked in the courtyard, probably was now the strongest symbol of security he had encountered. Zhang Hai also silently felt relieved that big brother Jiang took him in. When did Zhonghai Safe Island fall? A voice asked from behind Jiang Liusher. Li Yusin's lips trembled slightly, though her face appeared calm, everyone could tell she was forcing herself to stay composed. After all, her whole family was in Zhonghai. I don't know either. I hadn't heard anything previously. The radio broadcasts were intermittent, signal often bad. Some broadcasts were sent over secret frequency, impossible to pick up immediately. Ran Yunsha also looked shocked, then explained. Li Yusin nodded, she didn't ask more. Her face was extremely pale. Yusin, don't worry too much. The broadcast said it, didn't it? Scientists from Zhonghai Safe Island were relocated, your parents and grandfather should be fine. Jiang Liusher comforted her. Besides, we are heading for Xiaoyuan Safe Island, then you can check on them. The broadcast said so, they should be safe. Li Yusin's voice trembled a bit. Though she spoke, until she saw her parents and grandfather in person, The worry in her heart was like a cloud that would not dissipate. Don't worry. Jiang Lushur gently patted Li Yusen's shoulder. She could feel the warmth of his palm, and gradually her heart calmed. His steady gaze on her gave confidence. That formerly somewhat immature male classmate had now become a tall man with strong eyes. On the journey in the minibus, he always gave her a strong sense of security. Now, his comfort gave her even more confidence. He said they would go quickly, and surely they would. Jiang Lushur's gaze then fell on the radio in Ran Yuncha's hand. You still have extra radios? He asked. Though he had a star seed, the outside world was still vast darkness to him, information was scarce. For the base vehicle to develop and evolve, collecting more materials and lots of resources was necessary. He would have to travel to many places. If he had no knowledge whatsoever of outside powers, it would be very dangerous. Ordinary radios couldn't receive much information, many messages were only exchanged between safe zones and base cities. Actually, apart from needing a radio, he also needed the decryption information Ran Yunsha had. Ran Yunsha smiled lightly. Currently the Berserker Alliance only has one radio. But we have repair technicians, some used radios can still be fixed and should work. You can take it if you want. But to receive radio broadcast audio signals, you likely need to be somewhere with signal towers. Without hesitation, Ran Yunsha handed the radio to Jiang Lushur, reminding him. I'll write down all the decryption information, the secret frequency channels too, along with receiving patterns and times. The two district chiefs behind her grew a bit anxious, seemed to want to say something but held back. Before the apocalypse, such radios were worthless, many people discarded them. After the apocalypse, a radio capable of receiving broadcasts, especially secret frequencies, became extremely important. Repairing and modifying such a device required technical skill, not easy. Ran Yunsha had modified just one, capable of catching those secret channels. Thanks. Though Ran Yunsha spoke calmly, Jiang Lushur knew the radio's value. He was touched a little. If you hadn't stuck to your ideas, maybe we could have become good partners. Jiang Lushur looked deeply at Ran Yunsha. He didn't dislike the woman, but her ambitions and thoughts were terrifying. She was a fanatical idealist. Enough talk. I'll trust you with my sister. Ran Yunsha looked meaningfully at Ran Shiyu. In her words there was a subtle hint that made Ran Shiyu's cheeks flush slightly. Then, there's no time to waste. Can you write down the info about Xiaoyuan and the radio now? We'll probably leave soon. Jiang Lushur looked a little awkward, quickly changed the subject. Wait a moment. Ran Yunsha nodded. Soon a fighter brought pen and paper. Ran Yunsha carefully wrote down all the information she knew about Xiaoyuan Safe Island, and more, information about some city powers they would pass along the way. Anything she knew went on paper. She also wrote down all the broadcast-related info. With the obtained information plus a refill of water, Jiang Lushur said goodbye to Ran Shiyu and Ran Yunsha, then got into the base vehicle. He couldn't afford to waste a single moment now. The sooner they reached Xiaoyuan Safe Island, the greater the chance his sister would wake up. Yang Tianzhao stayed behind in the Berserker Alliance. With Jiang Lushur's favor, he would receive some protection from Ran Yunsha. For this, Yang Tianzhao was deeply grateful to Jiang Lushur. He only guided the way, he didn't expect such a big change. After a while, Ran Shiyu, with slightly reddened eyes, climbed into the base vehicle. Outside the window stood Ran Yunsha alone in the courtyard at night, softly waving to the base vehicle. After Ran Shiyu got in, she saw Jiang Lushur's expression become a little strange, her face instantly turned pink, and she averted her eyes. Boom! The base vehicle roared to life and rushed into the darkness at high speed. Ran Yunsha watched the vehicle disappear, lips gently pressed, eyes showing a trace of reluctance. Suddenly she realized there was something extra in her pocket. She took it out and saw it was something shining with energy, like a ruby. Evolution crystal? Seeing it, Ran Yunsha froze. Not long ago, she secretly put a mutated crystal core into her sister's pocket in the same way. At once, her expression became a little excited. She understood more than anyone how precious that item was. Chang Xingkai had tried by force and failed to get it. Of course, she knew deeply that this precious thing must have come from Jiang Lushur, given to her sister by him. A man who keeps clear debts and favors. Ran Yunsha's eyes reddened slightly, then the corner of her mouth curved into a faint smile. With a man like this, I can feel at ease following. I hope in the future I'll hear your news on the radio. At night, everyone else had gone to sleep. Jiang Lushur was also tired. The energy from the evolution crystal he consumed not long ago was almost used up inside him. He had not really slept these days. But he still forced himself awake, carefully reviewing the information Ran Yunsha provided. He didn't know the exact route to Xiaoyuan City, but his tablet held a national map. he roughly knew the direction where Xiaoyuan City now lay. From Panju City to Xiaoyuan City was over 1,000 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, by train it might take several hours, now it would mean at least half a month of travel. After memorizing all the notes, Jiang Lushi looked at the radio Ran Yunsha gave him. This was a good item. Initiate self-modification, vehicle radio. He spoke to the starseed in his mind without hesitation, placing a level 1 mutated crystal core into the exposed metal slot. An hour later, crackle. Suddenly an electromagnetic interference sound rang inside the vehicle. Near the dashboard, a palm-sized square box glowed red light. It was the car radio. Opening the starseed's virtual panel, some evolution options for the car radio appeared in Jiang Liushi's mind. Vehicle wireless station? Satellite signal receiver. Secret frequency channels stored, signal boosted. Jiang Lushi immediately was glad, success. This device was like a beam of light in the darkness. And as the base vehicle evolved, this primitive car radio could also receive upgrades, while still retaining its special functions. In future, he would be able to get much more external information. This thing was extremely significant, it gave him a feeling of security. In the apocalypse, everyone is like an isolated island. Being able to receive outside information, even contact with others, gives a sense of social belonging. Like returning to the old days of crowded people and society. Bang! Suddenly the base vehicle shivered. Jiang Lushi shook off his excitement and snapped fully awake. He then saw ahead on the pitch-black national highway a huge hole had appeared. From within the hole came rustling sounds, like countless insects crawling. Where are we? Jiang Liushi's heart jolted. All this time he had been driving on autopilot. He looked around in the dark night. Above the provincial road he saw a huge billboard stretching across the road. It read, "Welcome people of Jining." Arrived at Jining? Jiang Lushi remembered that Ran Yunsha had given special instructions about this city. It was a dead city, with no living people inside, a paradise completely belonging to zombies. The Berserker Alliance had once sent people here to search for supplies, but after the search team went in, no one ever came out alive. On the markings Ran Yunsha made on the paper, Jining City was classified as an extremely dangerous area. This area belonged to the new district of Jining City. It used to be a lively place, but now it was desolate beyond belief. Looking into the city from the window, in the darkness of night, all that could be seen were towering trees covering many tall buildings. The roads leading into the city were also buried in wild grass. On some of the trees, emerald green eyes appeared. Jiang Lushi frowned. He had no intention of stopping to search for resources in such a city. Just as he was about to continue driving, rustling sounds from the cracked hole in the road ahead grew louder. Clearly, something was inside. Swoosh! Suddenly, something shot out from the big hole. It wasn't large, resembling a red panda, plump and round, with a pair of rabbit-like long ears drooping down, dashing out at high speed. It was incredibly fast, even faster than a cheetah when sprinting. Its entire body was covered in sticky goo, and it was chewing with its mouth wide open. While smacking its lips, it nervously looked back. Mutant beast? Jiang Lushi looked alert. After the apocalypse began, under the invasion of the mysterious virus, not only were many humans infected and turned into zombies. A large number of wild animals were also infected. The wild animals Jiang Lushi had seen had either turned into mutant beasts or evolved into even stronger ones after mutation. Of course, there were also those in the process of mutating. Those half-mutated beasts were fiercer than ordinary animals, but still much weaker than full mutant beasts. The wild dogs he had seen in Wushui County were among those mutating. Behind Jiang Lushi, Zero had woken up, holding a dagger in her hand. Suddenly, the ground under the little beast's belly burst open. Boom! A giant soft-bodied creature, as thick as an oil drum and 7 to 8 meters long, burst through the ground. Its body was covered with countless fine flesh tendrils, like countless long legs, wriggling quickly. It looked like a giant earthworm. Seeing these things, Jiang Lushi suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He suddenly remembered the beast tide he had once experienced back when Zhonghai's safe zone hadn't fallen. At that time, old General Zhang of the Zhonghai safe zone had mentioned that a large number of giant earthworms had suddenly emerged from underground. Although it was unclear whether those giant earthworms were the direct cause of Zhonghai safe zone's fall, their terror was undeniable. Back then, even the military had paid a heavy price to repel the first wave of beasts. Why were these monsters appearing here too? As soon as the giant earthworm appeared, it opened its mouth to bite at the little beast in the air. The little beast was so frightened its tail stiffened. Somehow gathering strength, it stepped on a flying stone and, twisting its body mid-air, launched into an unbelievable arc. Just as it was about to be swallowed, it jumped 3 meters in the air and landed safely with a pop. Then it saw Jiang Liusher's base vehicle and charged toward it. Before Jiang Liusher could react, with a plop, the little beast leapt onto the windshield, then jumped onto the roof. Through the base vehicle's holographic projection, Jiang Liusher could see the little beast's fair, plump belly pressed against the roof, even letting out a burp. Jiang Liusher was stunned. What a nimble mutant beast. It had landed safely, but the base vehicle was now in trouble. The giant earthworm was now madly charging at the base vehicle, and it wasn't alone. 8 or 9 giant earthworms rushed out from the hole, all opening their mouths toward the base vehicle, revealing dense, sharp teeth. These earthworms could tear through soil, and those teeth could shred concrete and steel. Damn, taking the blame? Jiang Liusher looked frustrated. But he didn't panic. The base vehicle quickly reversed on the highway. Amid screeching tire sounds, a large metal nozzle extended from under the bus. Boom! A blast of scorching flames swept forward. The pursuing giant earthworms were instantly engulfed by the fire. The intense heat even cracked the cement ground. The giant earthworms screamed and flailed, smashing pits into the ground. They were incredibly strong. But after a few struggles, they stopped moving. When the flames died down, only their corpses remained on the road. What shocked Jiang Liusher was that they weren't charred. Their bodies were still massive, their surfaces dark gold, shimmering with metallic luster, motionless. Good thing the fuel-type flamethrower still works on them, Jiang Liusher sighed in relief. These soft-bodied worms had strong resistance to pressure, crashing into them wouldn't do much. Luckily, they still feared high heat and fire. Brother Jiang, these things are dead, no signs of life. Zero had gotten off the roof, holding the plump little beast. Looking closely, Jiang Liusher saw it resembled a cat or a small bear, with rabbit ears, plump and furry. Not fierce like other mutant beasts, in fact, it looked kind of cute. But appearances could be deceiving. Some beasts looked harmless but had terrifying fangs. Its ears drooped, and its 4 little hooves dangled limply. It didn't move. Jiang Liusher frowned. Wasn't it lively just now? Isn't it a mutant beast? Why can't I sense any mutation energy? He felt no energy waves from the little creature. If it wasn't a mutant beast and had no mutation core, he'd regret using that flamethrower. It burned a lot of fuel. And fuel reserves on the base vehicle weren't plentiful. It's not a mutant beast, Zero said confidently. As a psychic, she was very sensitive to mutation energy. Bad luck, toss it, Jiang Liusher said in a low voice. For the Stone Shadow team, only mutant beast meat was worth eating. Other meat was useless and gave no energy. The little creature stirred no appetite. No, it's not dead, it still has mental fluctuations, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Instantly, Jiang Liusher saw a faint red dot through Ran Shiyu's shared mental vision. It was alive. Mental fluctuations don't lie. And the signal was rapidly growing stronger. Zero, it's playing dead. Jiang Liusher suddenly warned. As soon as he spoke, the motionless little beast suddenly kicked hard with all 4 legs. With that kick, it broke free from Zero's unguarded grip. It then dashed toward the window. With a muffled thud, it slammed into the reinforced bulletproof glass and slowly slid down. Trying to smash through bulletproof glass? Jiang Liusher laughed, grabbing its tail and lifting it. He was shocked. This little beast's intelligence far exceeded expectations. It actually faked death. Some animals, like foxes, do play dead. But this one took it to the next level. It could suppress all body functions, even stop breathing and heartbeat. Unbelievable. Then Jiang Liusher saw a round object in the creature's mouth, the size of a bottle cap. It emitted faint mutant energy. It's one of those giant earthworm eggs. He remembered how the creature had crawled out of the dark hole earlier, chewing constantly. It must have been eating these eggs. No wonder the giant earthworms went berserk. That hole must have been their nest. This thing had real guts. It went into a nest of giant earthworms to eat their eggs. Jiang Liusher looked at the little beast, feeling conflicted and a bit absurd. It no longer pretended to be dead, probably realizing the act was exposed. It stared at Jiang Liusher, ears perked, looking a bit panicked. Brother Jiang, this thing is special. It's still a mutant beast, but its mutation energy is weak. Its mental strength is high, more like a psychic, Ran Shiyu said, intrigued. This was her first time seeing such a beast. It seemed to have no attack power, only agility and high intelligence. Brother Jiang, those giant earthworms aren't dead, they're moving again. By now, the entire Stone Shadow team was awake. Zhang Hai looked through the window and suddenly saw the dark gold worms starting to wiggle again. Their outer shells were shedding like molting, very slowly. Get out of here now. Jiang Liusher ordered. These giant worms were truly hard to kill, they were still alive. And there was a nest underground, no way they could stay here. Who knew how many more worms were down there? If they were laying eggs, then soon there'd be swarms of giant earthworms. I'm leaving it to you. Jiang Lushi tossed the little beast to Zero. The creature was about to struggle again, but when it saw the dagger in Zero's hand and her deadly gaze, its tail tucked, and it drooped its head. Boom! The base vehicle roared and dashed forward like an arrow, crossing over the pit and disappearing into the darkness. The base vehicle passed through suburban counties like Yongxin and Manhwa, completely leaving the area of Jining City. Along the way, they encountered a few gas stations, but the fuel dispensers were completely empty. They had clearly been emptied by others before them. In some supermarkets, aside from finding some beer and drinks, everything else was completely bare. They didn't gather anything useful at all. Jiang Lushi couldn't help feeling a bit frustrated. As time went on, it became harder and harder to collect decent supplies in the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had stockpiled enough items when he was in Zhonghai Safe Zone and Wushui County. Brother Jiang, this little thing's intelligence is at least at the level of a 4 or 5-year-old child, I think. While the base vehicle was resting by a river, Ran Shiyu grabbed the little beast's 2 long ears and brought it over to Jiang Lushi. This guy is very cunning, like a little kid. I gave it a name, Luoluo. What do you think? Luoluo can even understand some of what Zero and I say. Ran Shiyu, who usually had a cold personality, now looked excited, showing a bit of youthful energy a girl should have. It seemed that cute creatures always had great appeal to girls, and Ran Shiyu was no exception. Luoluo? The name was rather elegant, but this was clearly a mutant beast. As long as you're happy. Jiang Lushi smiled faintly. When Ran Shiyu held it up, Luoluo looked very obedient. Its 4 hooves dangled down, and its big round eyes blinked as it stared at Jiang Lushi. It looked like it had accepted its fate. Jiang Lushi wasn't going to be fooled by its harmless appearance. Yesterday, it had been causing trouble all day, but no matter how it tried, it couldn't break through the bulletproof glass. In the end, it had to give up, panting heavily. Suddenly, Luoluo stuck out its pink tongue and licked its lips, staring fixedly at something by Jiang Liushi's feet. At Jiang Liushi's feet was a glass trough filled with a thick layer of black sand. In the sand were fragments of rare metals, copper and iron scraps, and pieces of mutant beast meat. Planted inside were 8 golden flowers that were slowly secreting active metal, along with 5 mutant plant seeds buried deep in the sand. Based on the information Ran Yunsha provided about the golden flowers and the environment required for these mutant plants to grow, Jiang Lushi already knew what they needed. They had to absorb mutation energy and also consume a lot of metal to survive. The requirements for their environment were very strict. The alien active energy previously absorbed served as nourishment for these mutant plants. Zero, keep a close watch on that little thing. It must not eat these mutant plants, Jiang Lushi said coldly. If it were just a normal wild animal, Jiang Lushi would have thrown it away long ago. As for a mutant beast, it would have become a meal. But a creature that could play dead and dared to sneak into a giant earthworm nest to eat their eggs, this was definitely not ordinary. Besides, Zero, Ran Shiyu, and Li Yusin had spent all of yesterday playing with the little beast. Clearly, they liked it. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Jiang Lushi gave up the idea of roasting it. Since they liked it, they could keep it for now. Ran Shiyu constantly locked onto it mentally. If it acted up, it would be killed immediately. The mutant beast seemed to understand the situation. After yesterday, it realized this group was not to be messed with and it couldn't escape, so it became very obedient. Brother Jiang, the meat is done. Let's have some beer too. Sun Kuan cheerfully called to Jiang Lushi from outside the vehicle. Jiang Lushi nodded with a smile. Though he didn't like drinking much before, in the apocalypse, having a little beer now and then wasn't bad. Plus, with roasted mutant beast meat, it was a rare moment of comfort. Just as Jiang Lushi opened the car door, a sudden shout came from behind. Whoosh, a little thing shot out, darting into his field of vision and lunging toward the sizzling roasted mutant beast meat on the campfire. Sun Kuan, holding a beer in his hand and about to take a sip, was caught completely off guard. He stared in shock as a small beast devoured the mutant meat, even crunching the metal skewer with its teeth. That's my meat. Leave me some, damn it, I'll fight you for it. Sun Kuan jumped in anger. Zhang Hai's face turned green too. The two of them had spent half a day roasting that meat, only for Luoluo to gobble it all up. They exchanged a glance and, filled with rage, lunged at Luoluo. Unfortunately, the little beast was extremely alert. Before they could reach it, it had already scampered up onto the roof of the minibus. You little brat, I don't believe I can't deal with you. Sun Kuan's webbed feet spread as he leapt up after it. Just as he reached the top, the little beast leapt 5 or 6 meters into the air and actually landed on a nearby tree, baring its teeth at Zhang Hai smugly. Damn, that was pure provocation. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stomped their feet and chased after it furiously. Jiang Lushi watched the two of them, worn out from chasing the little beast, and was speechless. Then, he suddenly noticed that Zero, standing in front of the base vehicle, had a rare smile on her face. Jiang Lushi was momentarily stunned. Zero rarely smiled. As expected, women had no resistance to cute creatures like Luo Luo. The meal would have to wait. Jiang Lushi returned to the vehicle, quietly checked on the sleeping Jiang Zhuiying, and carefully covered her with a blanket. Then he sat in the driver's seat, operated a few controls, and placed 2 glowing, second-level mutant crystal cores into the metal slot. Star Seed, activate the Alien Plant Cultivation Lab. Activating the Alien Plant Cultivation Lab requires 2 second-level mutant crystal cores, titanium, manganese, and 4 types of alien plants. Materials detected. Activation requirements met. Starseed's cold voice echoed in Jiang Lushi's mind. Alien Plant Cultivation Lab activation conditions fulfilled. Countdown to activation. 6 days later. Luojia City. A sudden heavy snow arrived. Gray, misty snow. The entire desolate and silent city was shrouded in eternal dusk. The cold currents from Siberia roared in, occasionally toppling large trees in the wind. This damn weather, it really doesn't want people to live. Zhang Hai, holding a gun in his arms, leaned against the car window and muttered while staring at the sky outside. Even though it was freezing outside, the inside of the minibus was relatively warm. After all, the vehicle was well sealed. The alloy shell and reinforced bulletproof glass kept out the cold well. Though there was a temperature control system, Jiang Lushi hadn't turned it on to save diesel. Also, since the Stone Shadow team ate mutant beast meat every day, their bodies were much stronger than ordinary psychics. In 2 more days, we'll reach Xiaoyuan City. Jiang Lushi stared at the snowy road ahead, finally showing a slight smile. East of Luojia Mountain was Xiaoyuan City. These past few days, the base vehicle had been driving non-stop, only pausing for rest and meals. They had encountered several zombie attacks but had made it through safely. What was originally a journey of more than 2 weeks had been cut in half by the base vehicle's incredible speed. Brother Jiang, something ahead. Zhang Hai suddenly alerted Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi looked in the direction Zhang Hai pointed and saw 7 or 8 extremely shabby vehicles approaching the intersection from another road. Calling them vehicles was generous, many of them had patched metal plates, swaying doors, and parts nailed with wooden boards and plastic stools. They looked downright pitiful. Only the 3 SUVs at the front looked somewhat like real vehicles. Though not modified, at least their bodies weren't badly damaged. Through the wooden planks, Jiang Lushi saw that the cars were packed with people. Many of them looked pale and thin, with sunken eyes, just ordinary survivors. Their expressions were complicated, some were fearful, some hopeful. The line of vehicles was heading toward Xiaoyuan City. Boss, there's another car tailing us, right behind. It's a rickety minibus, all broken up, it might have fled from Qishan City. In the traffic flow, in the lead SUV sat several people. Among them, a young man covered all over with dense tattoos carefully inspected the minibus that had joined the traffic, then said to the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. In his eyes, that minibus was covered completely in plaster and dirt, filthy beyond repair, with no signs of modification. Aside from being intact, it was clearly the kind of vehicle ordinary survivors liked most, roomy inside for storage, but flimsy, unable to survive zombies or mutant beasts. With its dusty, battered appearance, it was obvious it came from a refugee escape. The mud on its surface had already hardened into crust. Although the license plate was from another region, there was no way that this vehicle had traveled over 1,000 kilometers to get here. So the youth assumed it must have come from a nearby city. I see it, the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, wearing sunglasses and only a short-sleeved jacket, revealing well-built muscles, said calmly. Despite freezing below zero, he seemed unaffected by the cold. Expressionless, he looked at the tattooed youth and said quietly, "Xiao Qi, go collect the passage fee and explain clearly the situation up ahead." Then he added, "Keep it low-key. Don't scare them." Driving such a vehicle were mostly ordinary people, maybe 1 or 2 psychics among them at most. There were many refugee convoys like this one. Psychics came in different strengths. The psychics in this kind of convoy were weak, maybe slightly stronger than common people, but nowhere near a real survivor squad like ours. Ling Feng's squad was an elite survivor squad roaming the wilderness, living off missions issued by Xiaoyuan Safe Island and hunting mutant beasts. Brother Ling Feng, you're too kind. If I were you, in this cold I wouldn't bother about whether they live or die, Xiao Qi muttered, blatantly flattering as he spoke. Under Ling Feng's sunglasses, his eyes couldn't be seen, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Clearly he appreciated Xiao Qi's words. Jiang Lushi drove his minibus into the tail end of that rickety vehicle convoy. He felt a bit speechless. The vehicles ahead had stopped, and the main road for some reason was deeply rutted and badly destroyed. Only a single lane remained passable. Looking around, only snow stretched in all directions. There was no other road. For now, they had to stop behind them. At that moment, Jiang Lushur saw a tattooed youth jump out from the SUV ahead, even though it was a heavy snowstorm. The youth wore just a t-shirt. His muscles were firm and strong. From him, the starseed sensed a psychic energy aura. The youth quickly approached the minibus, and when he got close, he knocked on the driver's side window. Jiang Lushur glanced at him, then at Ran Shiyu nearby. Ran Shiyu shook her head, indicating there was no danger. Jiang Lushur calmly rolled down the window. "What's the matter?" he asked, looking downward at the youth sitting by the window. Jiang Lushur judged that this youth was maybe around 20 years old, calm eyes, a certain mysterious air, but his psychic energy vibration was not strong. Seeing Jiang Lushur, tattooed youth realized his judgment was correct. This man was just an ordinary person. But then, from the corner of his eye, the youth suddenly noticed some luxurious interior on the dashboard. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw in the front passenger seat an incredibly beautiful woman, wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, her curves obvious, the kind of icy beauty look. Clearly, this beauty still had soft skin, untouched by hardship. In his heart, the youth felt a pang. An ordinary man, with a car this fancy, and a beautiful woman as companion. Was this escape or luxury living? It was even better than his own situation. What annoyed him most was, here was a mere ordinary man looking down on him from the driver's seat, speaking without even moving his butt. As a psychic, Xiao Qi had never met such before. And from Jiang Lushur's eyes, Xiao Qi saw only vigilance, not any respect. Although he sensed a psychic aura in the car, a couple of weak psychics in this convoy could never compare with an elite survivor squad like theirs. But worse, the psychics didn't come talk. Instead they sent an ordinary man to speak, which made Xiao Qi even more displeased. "What's the matter? Is it something about life and death?" Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, his face turning cold. "You're heading to Shayuan Safe Island, right? Recently there was a beast tide. This road is basically all destroyed. If you want to get through, you'll need us to guide you through a shortcut. We're a survivor squad from Shayuan Safe Island. We can guarantee your safety. Of course, you don't have to follow us. It's not like the fee for guiding means much to us. It's just that our boss is kind enough to let me come over and notify you." Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. From the youth's words, a lot of information came flooding. So there was a beast tide at Shayuan Safe Island too? The road was destroyed. This sounded serious. As Jiang Lushur had just arrived, if he tried to scout by himself, he might run into many troubles. "How much for the guide fee?" Jiang Lushur asked calmly. 10 cans of meat, or 10 liters of gasoline, Xiao Qi replied coldly. He said it deliberately. In the apocalypse, meat cans or gasoline were extremely precious. Even 1 can of meat could make ordinary survivors fight for their lives, let alone 10. For the other shabby vehicles behind, Xiao Qi would only ask symbolically for a little dry food. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. Gasoline was already scarce, he needed it for the flamethrower. And as for canned meat, the Stone Shadow Squad wouldn't eat such useless food. Some pale, skinny ordinary survivors in the vehicles ahead cast sympathetic looks at Jiang Lushur. Who still had canned meat these days? This was obviously Xiao Qi purposely making things difficult. How about this? Jiang Lushur suddenly extended a skewered bit of slightly charred meat. This was the mutant beast meat skewer that Zhang Hai had grilled today. Some parts were overcooked. They had planned to feed it to Luo Luo, but that sneaky fellow had turned up his nose. It was originally destined for the trash, but now it was just right. Jiang Lushur handed it to the youth. After all, mutant beast meat was worth more than canned meat. When that blackened meat skewer slid through the window, a faint smell of cumin wafted. "You kidding me?" When Xiao Qi saw that black thing, his face darkened. But then he realized it was mutant beast meat. Just who eats meat with cumin in the wild? So Xiao Qi didn't recognize it at first. Still not enough? Jiang Lushur saw the youth's stunned gaze and frowned. If even this amount of mutant beast meat wasn't enough, that would be too greedy. "Fine, that'll do," Xiao Qi snapped back to himself, looking at Jiang Lushur irritably, and grabbed the meat skewer. Though it looked terrible, Xiao Qi had only meant to give them trouble. The other side had already offered mutant beast meat, and Ling Feng had ordered not to overdo it. Xiao Qi gave up. He guessed this meat skewer would already be quite a lot to those in the car. When Xiao Qi returned to the lead SUV holding the meat skewer, Ling Feng noticed something off in his expression. "What's the matter?" "They don't want to pay the passage fee." Passage fees were meaningless for elite survivor squads like Ling Feng's, but it was their rule. Otherwise, other elite survivor squads affiliated to Shayuan Safe Island would resent him, since everyone did this. If ordinary survivors refused to pay the fee, Ling Feng would not help guide them. Here. Xiao Qi stretched out the meat skewer to Ling Feng. Seeing the skewer, Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, then faintly smiled. Told you not to mess with them, yet you got their mutant beast meat. For a group like this, getting some meat isn't easy. Ling Feng shook his head. Jiang Lushur slowly drove the minibus, following the convoy onto the shortcut path to Xiaoyuan Safe Island. This so-called shortcut was a dirt road through a forest covered by thick snow. Such a road would be impossible to find for people unfamiliar with the area. Along the way, Jiang Lushur noticed many trees on both sides had been uprooted by the storm. Without exception, every tree had been violently pulled out from the ground, their bark badly damaged. It seemed mutant beast apes or similar creatures had pulled these trees out. In some places there were deep cave pits and traces of fierce battles. Clearly the shortcut had also been hit by the beast tide. About a day later, around noon, the convoy finally emerged from the dense woodland. Seeing the scene in the distance made Jiang Liushur's heart shake. He saw a huge city standing firm in the blizzard. The city's walls, built along the mountains, stretched high into the snowy horizon. Gray concrete city walls, with a metallic cold feel, extended into the swirling snow. In front of the walls were many rows of barbed wire fences and iron barricades. Behind these, not far apart, stood tall guard towers. Each tower had 6 levels, and on the upper floors heavy machine guns pointed downward. The defenses were extremely strict. But that was not the most astonishing part. What really amazed Jiang Lushur was that he could clearly see several large concrete chimneys above the mountain city, spewing scorching smoke upward. As if in this apocalypse dusk city, some tall buildings still had lights flickering. Those smokestacks and those lights made Jiang Liushur's expression change. Even when he was in Zhonghai safe zone, he had never seen something like this. Those hot smokestacks and lights signified 2 things, an industrial system and a power system. Xiaoyuan Safe Island actually had electricity. And the lights visible even during daytime meant their power system was intact. Seeing the remnants of human civilization re-emerging like this, how could Jiang Lushur not be moved? This Xiaoyuan Safe Island was deservedly a place several times greater than Zhonghai Safe Zone. It preserved much more of human modern civilization, more complete and richer. Get out of my way! Suddenly a loud shout snapped Jiang Lushur back to reality. From southeast of their convoy came another, even larger group of vehicles. This convoy had more than 30 vehicles. The lead one was a heavily modified truck. That heavy truck sped forward, without any hesitation toward Jiang Liushur's convoy. On the snowy slippery road, the truck didn't even attempt to brake, it rammed a refugee survivor car blocking the road aside with brute force. With a thunderous crash, several vehicles collided amid screams. The heavy truck plowed open a lane, rushing toward the outermost quarantine gate of Xiaoyuan Safe Island. The modified heavy truck, when passing by Ling Feng and the others' off-road vehicle, rolled down its window. A big man with a cigarette in his mouth and a Mohican haircut sneered at Ling Feng and the others, raised a middle finger, then drove off. Damn, that's that pack of yellow sea tigers dog scum. Inside the SUV, Xiao Qi ground his teeth in anger as he stared at the heavy truck's retreating body. Brother Feng, those scumbags have been extremely arrogant lately. Under his eyelids, Ling Feng's eyes flickered with a sharp light. Calmly he said, they recently joined Blackwater, so of course they'll get arrogant. Don't worry, there will be a chance to deal with them sooner or later. Blackwater? Xiao Qi seemed to realize something, his face changed, nostrils flaring, but he didn't say more. Xiao Qi, go check on the people behind us. After all, we brought them here. Escort some of our brothers over, see if there's anything we can help with. Ling Feng paused, then gave the order. Yes, boss. After clearing a path, one by one the simple cars followed the modified heavy truck. The vehicles carried refugees, pale, skinny people. But these refugees were very different from those in Ling Feng's convoy. Though malnourished and thin, the refugees with Ling Feng had still had some spark in their eyes. The refugees in the heavy truck convoy were scarred, men and women, old and young, their eyes full of deep fear. Many had frostbite, trembling under blankets in the cold vehicle cabins. At the tail end there were several burly men wearing thick beast skins and holding sharp machetes. As the convoy passed, muffled groans of pain came from some vehicles. At the outermost quarantine gate of Xiaoyuan Safe Zone there stood 10 heavy steel doors. Armed soldiers guarded the gate. Vehicles lined up to await quarantine inspection. Ling Feng's group had originally been queued at the 10th gate, but were pushed back when Yellow Sea Tiger's convoy took their place. Suppressing his annoyance, Xiao Qi jumped out with 5 or 6 strong men and hurried to the back of the convoy. At that moment the vehicle line was chaos, sounds of pain and wailing filled the air. The worst hit was a vehicle that had been rammed and turned onto its side. Blood flowed out, quickly freezing into bloody ice in the cold air. Other refugee survivors crawled out, trying to help each other. They used tattered cloths to wrap wounds. They had no proper medical supplies. Many of the skeletal refugees chattered teeth in the cold. Xiao Qi and his men heaved with effort and righted the overturned car. "Hey, are you familiar with people at the 9th quarantine gate? We want to get in sooner, any way you can help?" asked the minibus at the tail, stopping beside Xiao Qi. Jiang Lushi leaned out from the window to ask. He worried about his sleeping younger sister. Any minute gained would help. "Didn't you see everyone queued up? What can I do?" Xiao Qi shot him a glance, then saw the cold beautiful woman beside Jiang Lushi. Though only a profile, she was stunning. In front of Ling Feng's convoy there were still 37 or 38 cars. Why didn't that convoy queue? "Aren't they afraid of trouble from the quarantine officers?" asked Jiang Lushi, pointing to the rushing heavy truck from earlier. "You kidding? Quarantine officers don't bother with rules if you're strong. If you've got the muscle, you can jump ahead too." Xiao Qi sneered and turned away. In his mind, Jiang Lushi was a naive newbie, still clueless about the cruelty of this apocalypse. There was no fairness anymore. Behind him came a roar of engines. Suddenly a minibus shot forward past, aiming for the 10th quarantine gate where the heavy truck was headed. At the gate, a one-eyed quarantine officer stood at the front, cold eyes, full of killing intent. Even Yellow Sea Tiger, arrogant before, subdued his swagger and, with his crew, carefully climbed out of the truck. "Officer Chin, got some cigarettes from outside." Yellow Sea Tiger tossed a pack to the quarantine officer. In the apocalypse cigarettes were rare and expensive, only the elite could usually afford them. The one-eyed officer Chin did not refuse, pocketed them, looking slightly softened. "Yellow Sea Tiger, don't get arrogant just because you joined Blackwater. Jumping the queue all the time doesn't look good, got that?" he warned strictly. "Yes, Officer Chin," Yellow Sea Tiger said with a false smile. "But our squad is strong. Saving some time means we can contribute more to safe zone work." "Right, Officer Chin." At that moment Officer Chin's eyes turned surprised as he looked behind Yellow Sea Tiger. Suddenly, the sound of a car rushing came. A minibus sped toward them like a thunderbolt. Boom! It crashed into the heavy truck that had just gotten out, sending it sliding on the ice for dozens of meters before flipping over. The rear doors burst open, supplies and several bloody mutant beast corpses tumbled out. Some big men crawled out, screaming. "Damn you!" Yellow Sea Tiger roared, crushing his cigarette butt underfoot, and lunged toward the minibus driver's cabin to tear apart the people inside. As he reached the cabin, a gun barrel flashed out like lightning from the window, pressing against his forehead. In sub-zero cold, the metal gun felt icy on his skin. Terror crept in. A sniper rifle? He recognized it immediately, a large-caliber barrel, mechanical optics, folding stock, the legendary AMR-2 from before the apocalypse. He knew firearms well. One shot from this rifle would blow his head into pieces. The vehicle door opened. Jiang Lushi jumped out lightly with the AMR-2 rifle in one hand. With each step he took forward, Yellow Sea Tiger took a step back. "I'm Yellow Sea Tiger of Blackwater. How dare you point a sniper rifle at me? Have you thought about the consequences?" he yelled angrily, but dared not move. Because behind him more burly men had already jumped down, he could not show fear in front of them. But his shouting was powerless. If the trigger was pulled, his head would explode instantly. At that moment an off-road vehicle pulled up. Ling Feng jumped out and said firmly, "Yellow Tiger, this young man is from outside. I've never heard any of Blackwater's name mentioned. Bringing that up won't help you." Then he turned to Jiang Lushi, "Young man, don't be too impulsive. Your squad leader hasn't spoken, don't drag them into trouble because of you. Spare Yellow Sea Tiger's worthless life. I guarantee he won't dare touch you." As he said that, he glanced purposely at the minibus. He believed the psychics inside had heard. Behind Ling Feng, Xiao Qi and several big men arrived. They all held guns, creating a quiet standoff with Yellow Sea Tiger's group. Yellow Sea Tiger looked at Ling Feng, then at Jiang Lushi, relaxing slightly, realizing this young man was some naive outsider. "Ling Feng, you motherf. Playing the good guy here? You think because outsiders have guns and psychics, you can butter them up? Doing that, you just earned my hate. I'll settle things with you sooner or later." Yellow Sea Tiger cursed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes flickered, but he didn't deny it. He had just thought to ally with this outside squad. From Jiang Lushi's sniper rifle it was clear they had good resources. Such a squad was definitely not weak, contradicting his previous assumption. For that, Ling Feng was willing to offend Yellow Sea Tiger. After all, they already had deep conflict with him. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Yellow Sea Tiger screamed, his left foot was blown apart, flesh and bone shredded. He had a 54 type pistol in his left hand. It fired, and his foot exploded. I don't have time for your mess, Jiang Lushur said calmly, the sniper still aimed at Yellow Sea Tiger's head. He swung the pistol casually around the group of burly men. Anyone it swept over startled. Though Jiang Lushur didn't look at them, they felt that if they moved, they'd get shot. Jiang Lushur's voice was calm, but everyone sensed the deadly intent behind it. Yellow Sea Tiger saw the cold calm in Jiang Lushur's eyes, a look that viewed ants. Life and death in his hands. This outsider had clearly not treated him as human. Where did he get such confidence? At that moment more people jumped out of the vehicles. Two men, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, holding 95 type submachine guns, along with Ying and Zero, got out, and Ran Shiyu's psychic field expanded, subtly suppressing the others mentally. As soon as they got out, the psychics nearby trembled at the strong energy waves. Even those without psychic waves, their cold demeanor, icy gaze, perfect physiques, gave off an imposing presence. Eating mutant beast meat every day, and high-purity evolution crystals, Zhang Hai and other psychic powers had risen drastically. So many psychics? Psychic waves are so strong. Xiao Qi stared dumbfounded. Their convoy only had 3 psychics. Now several psychics appeared at once, and their energy was far stronger. The mental suppression alone was terrifying. This was clearly an elite survivor squad. Brother Jiang. Captain. Zero and others approached Jiang Lushur, weapons in hand, eyeing Yellow Sea Tiger's group warily. What? A mere driver is the boss. Ling Feng and Xiao Qi looked at each other in shock, jaws almost dropped. It was rare to see an ordinary person leading an elite survivor squad, but this showed the man was far from simple. Ling Feng's face flushed. He had just assumed the sniper-carrying youth was a lowly subordinate, and had spoken to him arrogantly. Quarantine officer, we request inspection now. Jiang Lushur pointed the sniper away from Yellow Sea Tiger's forehead and addressed the one-eyed Officer Qin. Officer Qin's eyes flickered as he watched the scene, but he didn't stop them. Okay, we'll do your quarantine. But outside people wanting to enter Xiaoyuan safe zone need identity sponsorship plus resource payment. If you have no sponsor inside, your resource payment needs to be higher. Here's the price list. Qin slid a list toward Jiang Lushur. Ah, I can sponsor them, Ling Feng said quickly, we are Ling Feng's squad. Officer Qin nodded expressionlessly. He recognized Ling Feng's group. Since they offered sponsorship, the identity sponsorship was fine. Then thanks, Jiang Lushur turned to Ling Feng and smiled faintly. He actually had a decent impression of him, though he had taken a burnt meat skewer, he had led carefully, fought through zombies, protected the refuge vehicles behind, no one was hurt. No need for pleasantries, maybe, we can become friends. We'll go back now. Ling Feng nodded at Jiang Lushur, then turned and went back to his convoy. After they left, Jiang Lushur glanced at the price list. On it were 5 levels of badges from high to low, A, B, C, D, E. Badge A required 500 gene of mutant beast meat, reserved for areas near City Hall, core zones. Badge B required 100 gene of mutant beast meat, areas where elite psychics and powerful people lived. Badge E only required a few cans of meat or some dry food, but those areas were shantytown slums, far from City Hall. Let's go for Badge B, Zhang Hai, bring out 800 kilograms of mutant beast meat. Jiang Lushur said calmly. 800 gene? Ling Feng had only walked a few steps when, hearing this, his face twitched. That was nearly half a mutant beast's meat, they were just casually using it? Most elite squads would only pay for Badge C, living in ordinary commercial buildings, costing maybe 30 gene of mutant meat. Using 800 gene for better housing was extravagance. With Badge B secured, after inspection Jiang Lushur drove through the quarantine gate among envious stares. Yellow Sea Tiger was left behind, holding his bloody, mangled foot, pain and anger twisting his face. From the minibus just entering the gate came a voice. Brother Jiang, why didn't you just snipe that guy in the head? I didn't want to waste sniper ammo. We don't have many bullets left. Yellow Sea Tiger's face twitched. So now he realized, the reason he wasn't shot in the head just now was because that young man was trying to save ammo? Anger rose in him. These outsiders were way too arrogant. Although he didn't value human life, when it happened to himself, he couldn't accept it. Brother Jiang, that Officer Qin at quarantine was a psychic-type ability user. He tried to probe our thoughts, but his mental power isn't as strong as mine, his probing was blocked by me. After the vehicle passed through the quarantine gate, Ran Shiyu quietly reminded Jiang Lushur in his mind. Jiang Lushur frowned slightly, turned around, and saw the one-eyed Officer Qin standing coolly at the quarantine gate, scrutinizing their minibus. The remaining eye glinted strangely in the wind and snow. Psychic-type ability user, huh? Even some random gatekeepers are psychics, the Xiaoyuan safe zone is interesting, Jiang Lushi thought to himself. After all, among psychic-type ability users he had met before there were major powers, important people. Even if the mental power was weak, they wouldn't be gatekeepers at a quarantine post. It showed there must be many capable people in Xiaoyuan safe zone. Once the minibus entered, Officer Qin did not immediately inspect other vehicles. Instead, he pulled out a notebook from his chest pocket. Stone Shadow Squad. Origin unknown. Sponsor, Ling Feng Squad. Stone Shadow Squad, 6 ability users. Leader is an ordinary person using a sniper rifle. Judging by reaction speed, he's an expert sniper, but exact strength uncertain. Other members show strong ability energy fluctuations, stronger than normal ability users. Among them a woman is a psychic-type ability user, with powerful mental ability. Squad's overall strength temporarily assessed as C, but to be placed under observation. Evaluator, Qin Hong. After writing quickly on the paper, the one-eyed quarantine officer handed it to a guard on duty. Send this to Security Bureau Unit 1. Yes, officer. The soldier gave a salute and hurried off with the paper. Xiaoyuan Safe Zone is a large region with many ability users, complex powers and forces. So for security and intelligence work, the military there always takes surveillance and screening very seriously. Any team entering the safe zone will be evaluated for strength, then assign personnel for necessary monitoring to prevent trouble. As the vehicle drove into Xiaoyuan safe zone, Jiang Lushi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, a large zone, much larger than Zhonghai safe zone. This was the biggest human stronghold he had seen since the apocalypse. On a mountain over 300 meters high, countless new buildings rose in neat order. Several thick concrete chimneys loomed, spewing thick smoke into the air. From mid-mountain and higher, lights flickered in many buildings through the blizzard. If not for the simple dwellings low on the mountain, and some survivors looking listless at windows, he might have thought he returned to a familiar bustling metropolis. Yet even this new district, around it plants were still lush and green. A normal tree needed several people to hug. In the apocalypse, perhaps plants were the most prosperous species he had seen, outside of the countless zombies gathered everywhere. From the minibus, looking outside, the contrast was clear. Mid-mountain upwards was orderly, full of modern prosperity. Below mid-mountain were dilapidated slums, no lights, a lifeless silence. When the car climbed the mountain, on both sides were dark, filthy shantytowns. When building the safe zone, they clearly had not expected it to hold so many people, so slums were unavoidable. The sanitation there evidently was terrible. Filthy sewage flowed everywhere, freezing in the wind and snow. If the minibus reinforced tires weren't grippy enough, it would have slid in the greasy sewage. Nearby passing vehicles had anti-slip chains wrapped on their wheels. Some children crawled out of the shacks. With longing eyes they looked at the minibus, stretching out their hands. Though Xiaoyuan Safe Zone issued food daily, because distribution was fixed and limited, many still hungered. Sometimes passing survivor squads would throw leftover bones or scraps to them. Take out a bag of cookies. Jiang Lushi said. They had no one in the car really eating cookies. But when thrown from the window, those kids reacted with delight. Cookies. Hardtack. Thank you. Thank you. The children chased after the car, bowing in thanks. Seeing them, Jiang Lushi involuntarily thought of the brat kids of old. But in the apocalypse, children, the weakest group, had no right to act bratty. Because they had B-level badges, the Stone Shadow Squad quickly had a vehicle come to guide them up to the B-level area on the mountain. From afar, Jiang Lushi saw a tall white building, with faint words, Xiaoyuan Medical University Affiliated Hospital. His eyes brightened, a subtle wave stirred in his calm heart. He glanced back at his sleeping sister Jiang Zhuiying, gentle warmth flickering in his eyes. The car turned along several smooth concrete mountain roads, finally stopping before a small 3-story villa. In front was a neat lawn, though covered by snow, it was obviously maintained daily. Even under apocalypse conditions, the green of the grass still faintly showed. Pretty nice dwelling. Ran Shiyu showed a light smile. Though they could live comfortably in the minibus, she wasn't demanding. But to live in this clean, cozy little villa in the apocalypse, that made people happy. A well-looking soldier handed Jiang Lushi a key ring, and said, "Here's the key. Everything inside is ready, except there's no training area. Ability users here train at the nearby Black Water Club. Black Water Club?" Hearing Black Water, Jiang Lushi's brow lifted. He wondered if this was the same black water that Yellow Sea Tiger mentioned. He had offended Yellow Sea Tiger badly. "It's fine, you go on." Jiang Lushi accepted the keys. "Also, you have B-level badges, best to stay in B-level areas. Don't recklessly enter A-level areas, if caught, you'll be fined." Some restricted zones are absolutely off limits. Other areas you can go. And after 12 midnight, don't wander around unless you have a pioneer order for a special mission. Otherwise Xiaoyuan enforces a night curfew with patrols until 5 a.m. If caught without valid reason, big trouble, the soldier added. Okay, thanks. Jiang Lushi responded politely. Xiaoyuan's safe zone sure had many rules. Oh, by the way, didn't a foreign convoy come here not long ago? Among the scientists inside was someone with surname Su, asked Jiang Lushi, stopping the soldier. Li Yusin standing beside him tensed, eyes hopeful. Why ask that? We are forbidden to reveal anything about scientists or high-level government types, even if we know, the soldier replied warily. Li Yusin started to speak, but Jiang Lushi grabbed her hand to stop her. But, she hesitated. All right, Yusin, don't distress him, Jiang Lushi said. Making life hard for a soldier wouldn't help, and he probably knew little anyway. Li Yusin bit her lip and nodded. Soon the soldier left. Jiang Lushi realized he still held Li Yusin's hand. Feeling her pale, smooth hand, his heart stirred. He snapped back to reality, awkwardly released it. Li Yusin's face reddened, obviously aware. Well, Yusin, don't worry. Your parents and grandpa were scientists, they must have come with the convoy. They'll be protected. Scientists are humanity's most precious resource now. The information lockdown at Xiaoyuan is normal. Trust me, I'll find out about them. Jiang Lushi knew Li Yusin missed her mother and grandpa a lot. I know. You don't need to worry for me. For now, what matters most is little Zhuiying. Li Yusin calmed, said. But that hospital is in A-zone, going there could result in fines, Jiang Lushi frowned. Without knowing Xiaoyuan's systems well, he couldn't let his sister risk it. At that moment Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan entered the villa. Boss, what is that pioneer order they mentioned that lets you roam at night? We should get one someday, Zhang Hai muttered. Their minibus drove into the small yard. Excepting, everyone from Stone Shadow Squad entered the villa. Inside the villa was a refrigerator, air conditioning, entering felt like stepping into spring warmth. Jiang Lushi felt even more certain the power system here worked well, it must not have been badly destroyed in the apocalypse. Captain, there's someone spying on us, watching our house, Sun Kuan suddenly came running from another room to Jiang Lushi. Frowning, Jiang Lushi followed him to the room Sun Kuan had come from. Looking out the window, they indeed saw a person lurking at the boundary between C-zone and B-zone, sneaking glances at them. Jiang Lushi's vision was sharper, he recognized the man had binoculars, and it was the tattooed youth, Shao Qi, from Ling Feng's squad. Sun Kuan, come with me. Others stay here, don't move about, Jiang Lushi decided quietly. Okay. Sun Kuan nodded eagerly. Usually Jiang Lushi called Zhang Hai for solo missions, this time he finally asked Sun Kuan. Sun Kuan, never good sitting idle, cheerfully prepared. They had just moved in when someone was already making trouble? They loaded rifle and pistol carefully. Jiang Lushi donned a thick black coat, found recently in a clothes shop, maybe a brand once, but in the apocalypse nobody cared about labels. It hid his weapons well. Just after putting on the coat, Jiang Lushi froze, his large pocket held something soft and warm, Luo. Luo was asleep, panting lightly, sleeping sweetly. He decided not to pull it out. Keeping it inside for now was fine, anyway the creature seemed obedient so far. Shao Qi was hiding behind a stone wall, nervously peeking toward B-zone. The cold was biting, and though he was a psychic, long exposure to snow and wind made him uneasy. Yet he had to carry out the boss's orders, wait for the outsider ability users to come out, this was important. Without a B badge, he couldn't enter the zone, he had to wait outside. Who is that guy? Firing a shot that blew Yellow Sea Tiger's foot, gutsy, and his woman beside him, damn, Shao Qi thought, a bit envious. The cold seemed less severe. Suddenly a cold thing touched his head, the metal smell gave it away, a gun. A chill ran up his spine. Don't move, or Sun Kuan will blow your head off. Jiang Lushi stepped out calmly from behind the stone wall, addressing Shao Qi in a deep voice. Shao Qi's face turned pale. His neck was stiff, and he didn't dare move, only his eyelids struggling to roll upward. He suddenly saw a burly man with both feet tightly stuck to the stone wall, hanging at nearly a 90-degree angle, aiming a rifle directly at the top of his head. Shao Qi immediately raised his hands with a bitter smile. Don't mess with me like this, big brothers. I was blind before and didn't recognize your strength. Our boss wants to get closer to your team and sent me to deliver some troubling news for you. What news? Jiang Lushi asked calmly. Huang Hai, whose foot was blown off by you, and the Blackwater organization is furious. They've issued a bounty in the fifth passage, offering money for your team's lives, Shao Qi said solemnly. However, he didn't see even a hint of panic in Jiang Lushi's eyes. What's the fifth passage? Jiang Lushur asked. As for being targeted by the Blackwater organization, Jiang Lushur wasn't worried at all. He would deal with whatever came his way, and this was within expectations. He was just a bit curious about this fifth passage. The fifth passage is inside the underground drainage system of the Xiaoyuan safe zone. It's huge and complex, with many passages. It's now become a paradise for underground trading. Many survivor teams trade there. Stuff that's banned by the government on the surface can be bought and sold in there. Xiao Qi looked at Jiang Lushur again as he spoke. You really aren't worried about the Blackwater organization's revenge? Jiang Lushur glanced at Xiao Qi curiously. So, you're quite afraid of this Blackwater organization? Xiao Qi's expression turned a bit unnatural. Admitting that he feared Blackwater was still a bit too much for his pride. And not that afraid. Our boss also has some backing. Not as strong as Blackwater, but they wouldn't dare bully me either. As he spoke, Xiao Qi tried his best to sound natural. But Jiang Lushur had already seen through him from his timid expression. That Blackwater organization seems to have some influence in the Xiaoyuan safe zone, right? Jiang Lushur asked casually. He remembered a young soldier who led them to their residence in Zone B had mentioned the largest training gym nearby was called Blackwater Club. The Blackwater organization is probably one of the strongest groups in the fifth passage. It's formed by over 20 elite survivor teams. It's kind of famous. Xiao Qi tried hard to look indifferent, but the more he acted like this, the more Jiang Lushur looked at him with amusement. What a bunch of nobodies. So what if they've got abilities? The Blackwater organization just hasn't run into our scurrying squad yet. And now they've even dared to put a bounty on us? Sun Quan grinned while carrying his gun. Damn, these outsiders are really bold, Xiao Qi muttered, looking at Sun Quan, not scared at all. Actually, he looked a bit eager. He was speechless. These outsiders had never dealt with Blackwater, so they didn't know fear. It was useless to explain. Brother Jiang, you've come to the Xiaoyuan safe island seeking shelter, right? After all, there aren't many safe places left around here. The situation in Xiaoyuan is very complex. If you don't mind, our organization would be happy to take you in, Xiao Qi said. Since Sun Quan called Jiang Lushur Brother Jiang, he followed suit. Xiao Qi spoke sincerely, eyes shining as he stared at Jiang Lushur, without any of the arrogance he had earlier. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly. He knew exactly what Xiao Qi was thinking, probably what many survivors thought. After all, in the apocalypse, manpower was limited. Even those with abilities often had to rely on larger forces, or they'd die when faced with massive zombie hordes or mutant beasts. Teams like Jiang Lushur's, who relied on a base vehicle to move from safe island to city, were so rare that people wouldn't believe it if told. Your organization, is it founded by Ling Feng? Jiang Lushur asked. No, our organization is called Doomsday Walkers. Our Ling Feng squad is just one of the teams under Doomsday Walkers. That group, our boss's boss, Xiao Qi replied. What benefits are there to joining you? Jiang Lushur asked indifferently. Our Doomsday Walkers leader has influence throughout the Xiaoyuan safe island. Many elite teams can't get the supplies we can. Even if you offend Blackwater, as long as you join Doomsday Walkers, you'll be safe in our territory. Xiao Qi finally showed some pride when speaking of the Doomsday Walkers. Clearly, the Doomsday Walkers held a special place in his heart. He was proud to be part of them. All right, I'll go take a look, Jiang Lushur said. As for the threat from Blackwater, Jiang Lushur didn't care at all. What interested him about the Doomsday Walkers was that their leader was supposedly very resourceful. Jiang Lushur happened to want to gather some information. Brother Jiang, you agree? Great. I'll take you there right now. Our boss is also around. If he puts in a good word, it'll all be set, Xiao Qi said excitedly. I'm just going to look, Jiang Lushur said. Xiao Qi smiled, looking is fine, looking is fine. His task was just to bring the people there, whether they joined or not wasn't his concern. Following behind Xiao Qi, Jiang Lushur and the others soon entered the shantytown area. As they walked further, approaching a dirt-gray concrete wall, deep tire tracks appeared on the overgrown ground. At the end of the tire marks, many vehicles were parked, with a large underground tunnel entrance ahead. Xiao Qi entered the tunnel, and a damp, dark smell greeted them. This was once the underground drainage system for the ruins of Xiaoyuan City, a grand infrastructure project meant to be key for the city's water drainage. Unfortunately, not long after its construction, the apocalypse came. Now, it had become a shelter for many survivors. Survivor teams who raided and hunted outside would either trade in the Xiaoyuan exchange or come here for shady barter deals. Eventually, it earned the name Fifth Avenue. There were some unspoken rules here to keep things in check and not affect ordinary people's lives above ground, so the government turned a blind eye. Xiao Qi led Jiang Lushi and the others into a narrow side tunnel. It was dark and eerie. After walking for over 10 minutes, they arrived at a larger junction. Suddenly, the space opened up, and some lights appeared. Noisy voices followed. Shops and stalls lined both sides. The stalls sold everything from bloody mutant beast meat to firearms, walkie-talkies, and rare military gear. As for the shops, they were makeshift huts. Seeing these stalls, Jiang Lushi compared them to black markets he'd seen before. Clearly, there were far more mutant meat and guns here. This wasn't an average underground market, the daily volume was massive. Many flamboyantly dressed women wandered among shirtless brawny men. The place was packed, shoulder to shoulder, with many ability users. When Jiang Lushi's group appeared, many eyes scanned their unfamiliar faces cautiously, but soon ignored them. People kept greeting Xiao Qi enthusiastically. "Brother Jiang, see that? These ability users never used to greet me. What they're afraid of is the doomsday walkers behind me, and our boss," Xiao Qi reminded Jiang Lushi repeatedly. Sun Quan rolled his eyes. He was really tired of hearing it. All along the way, Xiao Qi had been bragging about how powerful the doomsday walkers were. If they were so great, why was he afraid of Blackwater? Finally, in front of an iron door carved into the stone wall of the sewer tunnel, Xiao Qi stopped. After a few loud knocks, a peephole opened, someone inside looked out for a moment, then opened the door. Inside was a cramped space lit by a single bulb. What surprised Jiang Lushi was a wall-mounted TV on the wall of the small room. There were no programs playing, only a surveillance feed of part of the Xiaoyuan safe zone. Clearly, someone had installed wired cameras outside. Although the image was a bit blurry, some things could still be seen. Inside the room, 7 or 8 burly men sat around lazily. Among them, Ling Feng was one of them. When he saw Jiang Lushi and Sun Quan, Ling Feng's eyes lit up. "You've finally come? Good, good, have a seat first." "Xiao Qi, hurry and pour some hot water," Ling Feng said quickly. Some of the other burly men scrutinized Jiang Lushi and the others with critical eyes. "Heh, Ling Feng, are these the people you recently brought in? Even ordinary people are being accepted, really desperate now, huh? I heard you offended Huang Haihu, and the Blackwater people are looking for trouble with you. But still, you can't just accept anyone," one of the burly men said to Ling Feng with a grin, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed before him. Before he could react, something dark was shoved into his mouth. It was a Type 54 pistol. After consuming the evolution crystal, Jiang Lushi's physical strength had improved. At least his already fast reflexes and agility had become even sharper. Even most ability users weren't as fast as him. From stepping forward to shoving the pistol into the arrogant man's mouth, Jiang Lushi's movements were smooth and seamless. Cold sweat instantly poured down the man's face. Jiang Lushi pushed the Type 54 pistol further down, and the man obediently squatted to the ground. Everyone could feel the killing intent radiating from Jiang Lushi. "Xingbupo, how about that? This ordinary person is faster and more reactive than you, almost blew your head off with one shot, huh?" "TSK, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled as he mocked the man coldly. "Of course, Xingbupo, you were wrong. This boss Jiang might be young, but he's not one of my subordinates. He's the captain of an elite ability user survivor team, officially rated as a C-level team. Your team is just C-A." As Ling Feng teased, he tossed a piece of paper from his hand. The paper showed some information about Jiang Lushi and the others. Jiang Lushi glanced at it and saw clearly, the information was vague, but behind Shuriying Squad a red C symbol was marked, followed by a line of text, information sourced from the government's External Survivor Statistics Group. Leaked information from the government? Jiang Lushi was momentarily stunned. He remembered now, when they entered the quarantine station, that strange look from the quarantine officer Qin. That guy must have recorded the Shuriying Squad's info, and the psychic ability user also must have evaluated their strength. "Where's your boss?" Jiang Lushi asked calmly, pulling the pistol casually from Xingbupo's mouth. Ling Feng's face suddenly looked a bit awkward. At this time, Xingbupo had already gotten up from the ground. He rubbed his face and no longer dared to look down on Jiang Lushi, but still muttered. "C-level? That's just a rough estimate from the government. Real strength depends on long-term performance. Anyway, our boss is negotiating inside right now, with a powerful external elite survivor team rated B-level. Your C-level team can just wait your turn." Jiang Lushi looked at Ling Feng, his brow slightly furrowed. He had no patience to wait. It was unexpected. Originally, our boss had already settled the deal with that team. They were going to join us, but Blackwater's people came just now to snatch them too. Both sides want that B-level team. They should be done soon, just wait a bit. I've already told our boss about your case. We're currently clashing with Blackwater hard, and our boss is very interested in you. Ling Feng spoke with apology and caution in his tone. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly. This was clearly Doomsday Walker's territory, yet Blackwater dared to barge in and snatch people. The power comparison between Doomsday Walkers and Blackwater was clear. If it weren't for wanting to gather some intel from their boss, he would have turned around and left already. Suddenly, a muffled roar like cracking stone came rumbling from above. The sound vibrated in Jiang Liushur's ears, causing a buzzing sensation. Even his bones felt the tremor. Warning, a powerful unknown energy lifeform is approaching. The warning from the starseed suddenly echoed in Jiang Liushur's mind. His body instantly entered a combat state, muscles tightening. That sound, despite coming from far away, still made the underground tunnel tremble. Just imagine how terrifying the sound waves were. At this moment, on the wall-mounted monitor, a massive shadow suddenly appeared over the southeast side of the Xiaoyuan safe zone. Its wings spread wide, covering the sky, easily tens of meters long. Its beak was like a sharp crane hook, and its two claws like long blades. When it flapped its wings, visible gusts swept out violently, charging straight at the Xiaoyuan safe island. Jiang Liushur's hair stood on end. It was like a dinosaur-like demon bird. A sharp alarm suddenly rang through the city. Jiang Liushur had a feeling that this mutant bird in the sky was definitely not weaker than the mutated river pufferfish he once encountered during the flood in Wushui County. Possibly even stronger. From the surveillance footage, the bird seemed very familiar with Xiaoyuan. It immediately dived toward the most densely populated shantytown. Whoosh! Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions boomed. On the city wall, artillery fired deafening blasts like thunder, and anti-air machine guns roared. Although the monster bird dodged swiftly, its body was too large. In the heavy firepower barrage, it still got hit. It screamed miserably, feathers flying, blood spraying from wounds, and flew off into the distance. Jiang Liushur was shocked. Thankfully, this was a large safe zone. If it had been a survivor-run place like Panju City, without sufficient firepower, just one bird could have destroyed half the city. Damn, good thing there was only one this time. Xiao Qi looked as if he had survived a disaster. The other burly men in the room also looked grim. Xiao Qi, do these kinds of mutant bird attacks happen often here? Jiang Liushur sensed something else in his words. Sigh, yeah, Xiao Qi sighed. The Xiaoyuan safe zone has been attacked by 2 beast tides. That mutant demon bird you just saw appeared during the last beast tide. Back then, 3 such birds came, 1 was killed, 2 escaped. Didn't expect this one to come back today. It had gone through 2 beast tides? Jiang Liushur was secretly amazed. The Zhonghai Safe Island had also faced a beast tide, but only one, and it was badly damaged. But Xiaoyuan had endured 2 and still looked fine. Its foundation was far stronger than Zhonghai's. Where's Luo Luo? Suddenly, Jiang Liushur felt his pocket lighten. Then he saw that chubby Luo Luo had woken up at some point. Its eyes sparkled, and with a whoosh, it leaped up, flying straight toward the iron door of the inner room. What's that little thing trying to do? Jiang Liushur was startled. The inner room behind the door was filled with swirling smoke. On 3 black leather sofas sat 4 people in total. The president of Doomsday Walkers, Ho Dingkuan, sat on the left sofa, his face looking a little dark. Lu Changyang, your Blackwater organization has big power and big wealth. Why do you insist on competing with us for people? We've already negotiated with the Fengshan squad for a long time, and they've basically agreed to join us. Don't make things so ugly between both sides, that's good for neither. He exhaled a smoke ring. Through the drifting smoke he squinted and coldly stared at the guy on the opposite sofa, Lu Changyang, vice president of Blackwater Organization. Lu Changyang forced a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. His face was scarred and pockmarked, full of knife wounds. There was no piece of good flesh left. It looked like a stitched-together patchwork of broken flesh. It was shocking to see. Any expression on it looked savage and cruel. Basically agreed to join. That doesn't mean it's decided yet, does it? Lu Changyang snorted, then looked at the 2 people on the middle sofa. Fengshan squad, you come from Zhonghai Safe Island, an elite squad. Our Blackwater organization is also one of the strongest in the 5th passage. If you join us, that's a win for both. On the middle sofa sat 2 people with fierce air. One was a young man with a crew cut, casually chewing on a piece of half-cooked mutant beast meat, bits of blood dripping from his mouth. The other had a sharp, cunning smile and looked playful with his eyes. I say, President Ho, Vice President Liu, are those really your only terms? The sharp-eyed young man said. No matter what, Fengshan squad is a B-level squad. We're a team recomposed from several free elite survivor squads from Zhonghai Safe Island, 13 ability users in total. Although we lack top-tier second-tier evolvers, our strength is still pretty good. I heard the Safe Island is about to issue a new colonization order soon. If we join you, you'll get more than your money's worth. You two should show more sincerity. Since both Doomsday Walkers and Blackwater were fighting over Function Squad, it only made sense to push the price up, to grab more benefits. You! Ho Dingkuan glared, anger rising in his heart, and said coldly to the sharp-eyed youth, Wang Chuanfu, didn't we already agree? Housing in Zone B, and priority access to whatever mutant meat, guns and ammo the organization obtains. So why are you turning back now? Do you take Doomsday Walkers for a joke? Wang Chuanfu snorted through his nose, ignoring Ho Dingkuan, his gaze shifting toward Lu Changyang. His attitude angered Ho Dingkuan even more. If not for needing manpower at this critical moment, how could he allow a B-level squad to act so arrogantly in front of him? Those guys from Zhonghai Safe Island, during the negotiation days they had been lukewarm toward Doomsday Walkers, clearly looking down on them. Ho Dingkuan had tried to treat them carefully, but he didn't expect these bastards still wouldn't be tamed. Lu Changyang didn't speak. He simply opened his palm. In his palm was a crystal stone glinting with metallic luster. Feeling the energy pulses from that crystal, Wang Chuanfu's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, he unconsciously clenched his fist. Evolution crystal? He recognized it at once. That kind of evolution crystal, back in Zhonghai Safe Zone, he had once seen it used by a military ability user squad, and was deeply envious. Unfortunately such things were only supplied to the military, even paying money you couldn't buy one normally. The crew-cut youth who had been chewing mutant meat stopped mid-chew, staring at the evolution crystal in Lu Changyang's hand, breathing heavily. As long as you join our Blackwater organization, whatever conditions Doomsday Walkers gave you, we'll match them. And among the things we offer for trade is an evolution crystal. I heard these crystals here have even higher purity than those on Zhonghai Safe Island. They say you only need 3,100 kilograms of mutant beast meat to produce one of these energy crystals, Lu Changyang said calmly. His attitude was relaxed because Lu Changyang knew well, there were probably very few free elite ability user squads who could resist the temptation of an evolution crystal. How many evolution crystals can you supply us each month for trade? Wang Chuanfu asked in a low voice. At Wang Chuanfu's words, Ho Dingkuan's face changed drastically, his heart sank. Blackwater organization could offer evolution crystals, he had only heard rumors before. He never thought such rumors would turn out true. That thing, any ability user would find it impossible to refuse. It was absolutely a priceless treasure that could promote evolution. Bang! Suddenly the door opened. Suddenly a thing dashed inside so fast that before everyone reacted, the crew-cut youth's meat in hand disappeared. Near the middle sofa, not far from the wall, on a large cabinet, a furry small beast with long ears jumped up. Its mouth was puffed full, chewing constantly. It looked like a mix between a cat and a rabbit. In a few moments, with a gulp sound, the little beast belched loudly. All the mutant meat was swallowed into its belly. Ma. At that moment the crew-cut youth let out a bestial roar. Wang Chuanfu's face changed drastically, his brother's greatest love was eating. Mutant beast meat was more important to him than life itself. He reached out to stop the crew-cut youth, while turning to Ho Dingkuan, Boss, this little thing your pet? Although he didn't look highly on Doomsday Walkers, he still didn't dare offend them in the end. Ho Dingkuan looked bewildered, he didn't know the small creature on the cabinet at all. Suddenly he snapped back to his senses, face full of anger, and looked toward the open door outside. Who let this thing in? At that moment, someone wearing a black trench coat dashed in. Effortlessly in one step, he grabbed the long ears of the small beast on the cabinet. You glutton, stealing food again to eat? Jiang Lucier said, looking at a small bit of meat at the corner of the little beast's mouth. He smelled the mutant meat scent. The little beast looked innocent, its big eyes blinked, it seemed to understand Jiang Lucier's words, shaking its head desperately. Yeah right, who'd believe you? Jiang Lucier threw the little beast directly into his coat pocket. Brother Jiang. At that moment, Sun Kuan burst in beside him, gun in hand, guarding him warily. Who are you? Ho Dingkuan, in full anger, saw the two strangers who burst in, his face turned savage. Boss, sorry. These two are the members of that sea-level squad I mentioned to you before. This was just a small accident. Ling Feng came in, a little awkward, and said to Ho Dingkuan. Ho Dingkuan's face turned gloomy. His gaze swept over Jiang Lucier and Sun Kuan's faces. He knew well the sea-level squad Ling Feng mentioned, seemed to have just arrived today. But it looked like, they were no good. Huh. Doomsday Walkers now taken any cat or dog? A sea-level squad, even ordinary people too. Lu Changyang couldn't help but sneer. When he smiled, the scars on his face cracked like the bark of a gnarled tree, an indescribable gloom. Hearing Lu Changyang's ridicule, Ho Dingkuan's face grew even uglier. Indeed, he too had recognized that the young man was an ordinary person. Ling Feng, usually steady and prudent, this time clearly made a bad selection, and caused him to be humiliated. At that moment, Jiang Lushi turned his gaze quietly to Lu Changyang. "Who are you calling cats and dogs?" Lu Changyang's face changed. On the Xiaoyuan safe island, no one had dared speak to him like that. "You, Jiang Lushi?" At that moment, a somewhat excited voice came from behind Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi glanced and saw among the two on the sofa, the one who had been speaking before looked somewhat familiar. Seeing Jiang Lushi's puzzled eyes, Wang Chuanfu loudly said, "I am Wang Chuanfu, from Zhonghai Safe Zone, Longyue Squad. We once fought mutated zombies together." With Wang Chuanfu's reminder, fragments of memory slowly surfaced in Jiang Lushi's mind. In those drifting memories, he matched Wang Chuanfu and the other person. Back then indeed there was a Longyue Squad that fought mutated zombies with him, though nothing worth remembering. You also evacuated from Zhonghai Safe Zone?" Jiang Liushi's heart moved. "Then do you know whether two scientists surnamed Su arrived at Xiaoyuan?" Wang Chuanfu shook his head. "The scientists' matter is classified by the government, we don't have access to it." "Oh." Jiang Lushi no longer spoke. He and Wang Chuanfu had no real relationship, there was no sense of old acquaintance. "Boss, is that Jiang Lushi?" The crew-cut youth on the sofa stared at Jiang Lushi in shock. "Yes." Wang Chuanfu nodded. The crew-cut youth's eyes instantly shone. "Wow, isn't this the legendary figure? Brother Jiang, I must invite you for a drink," he exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Lushi slightly furrowed his brows. Who is this guy? What scene is he playing now? Sun Quan clicked his tongue nearby. It seemed Brother Jiang had been treated like a celebrity. "Jiang Lushi, you probably don't know, after you left Zhonghai, all the ability users in Zhonghai Safe Zone treated you as an idol. They say you killed that committee member Chu." At the end Wang Chuanfu whispered this close to Jiang Liushi's ear. "How did the news leak out?" Jiang Liushi's inner thoughts stirred. He had indeed killed the high-ranking official of the Zhonghai military committee in a fit of anger. But he absolutely could not admit it, he was now right under the government's military territory. "That's impossible. The rumors are false. After we left Zhonghai Safe Island we never returned." Jiang Lushi said calmly. "I know, I don't believe it either." The crew-cut youth squeezed a wink at Jiang Lushi while speaking, but his eyes clearly didn't believe Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi didn't continue to deny, anyway there was no proof. In Wang Chuanfu's mind, the image of Jiang Lushi killing that official's second-generation heir Chu Songming kept flashing. Especially the memory of that minibus which could transform into a mining truck, a truly deadly weapon. Plus the fact that Chu Songming's father died in the dead of night, rumored to have been assassinated by an external elite survivor squad. At the time he knew for sure, it must have been Shuriying Squad. Shuriying Squad daring to infiltrate a military zone, kill the military top boss, and leave intact. Such ability could only be described as defying heaven. Now, thousands of miles away, at Xiaoyuan Safe Zone, seeing Jiang Lushi again, Wang Chuanfu's inner shock could only be described as awe. He had never seen any survivor team brave enough to travel thousands of miles and still survive. Those who evacuated from Zhonghai did so along with the military. In this zombie and mutant beast-infested apocalypse, full of death at every turn, Shuriying Squad surviving to reach Xiaoyuan Safe Zone by itself was already a symbol of enormous strength. Shuriying Squad is truly unfathomable. "Captain Jiang, how come you're here?" Wang Chuanfu looked at Jiang Lushi in puzzlement. He never expected to meet Jiang Lushi here. Before Jiang Lushi could speak, suddenly someone coughed. "They are people of our doomsday walkers, of course they're here." Ho Dingkuan slowly swallowed the smoke in his lungs, and looked at Jiang Lushi with a strange expression in his eyes. Ling Feng beside was stunned. "Boss? Not long ago, the boss had doubts about the Shuriying Squad recommended by him, how come now it's decided? You did well." Ho Dingkuan patted Ling Feng on the shoulder, gave him a look. Ling Feng was not a fool, he immediately understood, and smiled. Lu Changyang suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did the atmosphere suddenly change so much? "Boss, then we join Doomsday Walkers." "I don't want to be on the opposite side of Shuriying Squad," the crew-cut youth suddenly said. Although impulsive, he saw clearly that Doomsday Walkers and Blackwater organization were enemies. If he joined Blackwater, he'd have to face the legendary Shuriying Squad. "Hey, think carefully, our Blackwater organization hands hold evolution crystals." Lu Changyang looked anxious. How did things suddenly flip so quickly? All because of this newly arrived Jiang Lushi. It seemed the Fengshan Squad valued this Jiang Lushi very much, even were in awe of him. This kid, who seemed unable to sense ability fluctuations. What sort of divine being is he? At this moment, Ho Dingkuan suddenly felt more confident, staring coldly at Lu Changyang. Evolution crystal, what a joke. You have more than 20 elite survivor teams, how many crystals can you really give to newcomers? Lu Changyang's face changed slightly. He didn't reply to Ho Dingkuan, but looked toward Wang Chuanfu and the crew-cut youth. Gentlemen, what do you think? If you join our Blackwater organization, the resources you get will surely be better than what you get with Doomsday Walkers. We join Doomsday Walkers. Wang Chuanfu hesitated a bit, glanced at Jiang Lushi, and said to Lu Changyang. Lu Changyang almost thought he heard wrong. Could it be that Fengshen Squad was really changing sides halfway? You two think carefully, our Blackwater organization is not comparable to Doomsday Walkers. Lu Changyang said softly. Smack. Enough. Ho Dingkuan finally couldn't bear it any longer. He rose to his full height. Lu Changyang, what do you mean by that? You're trying to droppings on our heads? Don't think your Blackwater organization can run riot here. This is Doomsday Walkers, if you insult us again, get lost. Ho Dingkuan's eyes were filled with lethal intent. Lu Changyang also stood up. He raised an eyebrow, his mouth twisted in a half-smile. Now I ask, are you Doomsday Walkers planning to flip on us, Blackwater organization? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room froze. Everyone understood what Lu Changyang meant. Flipping the face meant all-out war. Recently, conflicts between Doomsday Walkers and Blackwater organization had been intensifying. Both sides already held deep grievances. Ling Feng looked tense. He stared at Ho Dingkuan. Ho Dingkuan's eyes flickered uncertainly. He understood. It seemed war could no longer be avoided. Even in his fury, he still hesitated a little. What's this Blackwater organization anyway? Suddenly, in the silence, a voice sounded out. All eyes turned to Jiang Lushi. He spoke the words. If there's nothing else, you'd better leave now. I still have questions for President Ho. Jiang Lushi added. Lu Changyang's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. Jiang Lushi was only a young man in his early 20s, looked like a college student. You brat, you dare talk to me like that? Blackwater organization. His words were cut off by Jiang Lushi again. I'm waiting for you. You already issued a bounty, wanting to buy our Shuriing squad's lives? You send as many people as you like, I'll kill as many. Jiang Lushi said calmly. Sun Quan beside him cracked a wry smile. Brother Jiang was simply too domineering. Ling Feng and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, stunned. Jiang Liushi's guts were huge. He directly challenged Blackwater organization. Ho Dingkuan looked at Jiang Lushi with both shock and delight. That speech should have been his, but hearing it from an outsider felt cathartic. Bounty order? Shuriing squad? Lu Changyang suddenly recalled. No wonder Shuriing squad sounded familiar. It was the outsider squad for which, not long ago, Blackwater organization had just issued a bounty order. So it was you guys, the Shuriing squad that blew off one of Huang Haihu's legs? Rage flashed in his eyes, his pupils shrank, cold light burning within. Just as Huang Haihu said, so arrogant. But let's see how long you keep acting arrogant. Don't think Doomsday Walkers can protect you, Shuriing squad. If you dare step out of the safe zone, expect Blackwater organization's endless hunt. His words came out slowly, each word dripping with hate. Anytime you want. Jiang Lushi didn't even glance at Lu Changyang. He reached into his pocket and gently patted the head of Luo Luo, and said calmly. After the apocalypse, he couldn't count how many threats he had faced. Was he afraid of a mere vice president of Blackwater organization? You just wait. Lu Changyang glared hatefully at Ho Dingkuan before leaving. Ho Dingkuan merely relit a cigarette, and said resolutely. Lu Changyang, go back and tell your big brother Lu Changfei, if you want to flip, then let's flip. He had long been dissatisfied with the Blackwater organization's leadership. Now, he finally showed the ruthless decisiveness of a faction leader. Blackwater people, get out. Xiao Qi next to him also shouted. War was about to break out. He was excited, years of suppressed frustration venting at this moment. Ling Feng's expression turned serious, worry written on his face. Recently, he had suffered the most under Blackwater organization's pressure. And Doomsday Walkers was even more loosely organized. That was why he tried to lure Jiang Liushi's Shuriing squad in. Now that they completely flipped on Blackwater, he felt ominous. Because compared to Blackwater organization, Doomsday Walkers was in a clear disadvantage. Lu Changyang gritted his teeth. Before leaving he cast one last hateful glance at Jiang Lushi. If not for this outsider, none of this would happen. And this kid even publicly humiliated him. He could not wait to go back and arrange a crazy retaliation. Once Lu Changyang left, the room's atmosphere eased a bit. Brother Jiang, from now on we're on the same side. The crew-cut youth was very happy, completely ignoring the earlier tension. His enthusiasm almost overwhelmed Jiang Lushur. A same side? I'm not joining Doomsday Walkers. Jiang Lushur smiled, saying. Ah, brother Jiang, you're not joining Doomsday Walkers? Wang Chuanfu next to him was shocked. He originally hesitated, but because of absolute confidence in Shuriying Squad's strength, he joined Doomsday Walkers. Otherwise he would have turned to Blackwater Organization long ago. Now hearing Jiang Lushur say that, he looked at Ho Dingkuan in a mix of shock and anger. President Ho, what's going on? Didn't you say brother Jiang already joined you? Ho Dingkuan was surprised. He only looked at Ling Feng. Because Jiang Lushur and the others were recommended by Ling Feng, but now Jiang Lushur's tone suggested he didn't plan to join Doomsday Walkers. Ling Feng looked a bit embarrassed. Captain Jiang, I thought you came here already intending to join us. Why, do you look down on our organization? Ling Feng now realized Jiang Lushur's squad was definitely not merely C-level. Otherwise a B-level squad like Fengshan would not praise Shuriying Squad so much. They even risked offending Blackwater just to be together with Shuriying Squad. Seeing Ling Feng's awkward face, Jiang Lushur smiled faintly. I don't join you because our team has always been free and loose. But since I came here unfamiliar with people and place, I do need some allies. We can cooperate, each gets what we need. Jiang Lushur said. Ho Dingkuan's eyes lit up. Cooperate? That was fine, of course. As long as he could use Shuriying Squad's power, he would take it. Now he was already certain Shuriying Squad was not simple. The respectful looks from Fengshan Squad members toward Jiang Lushur could not be faked. What kind of cooperation do you want? Ho Dingkuan asked actively. We'll provide some force support and cooperation in exchange for supplies and information from your organization, Jiang Lushur said. Right now, Doomsday Walkers needed force to fight Blackwater Organization. No problem, Ho Dingkuan said straightforwardly. Then I want to gather some intel right now, Jiang Lushur said after thinking. I have someone important whose body condition is special, we want medical assistance. Also, there should be second-tier evolved ability users in Xiaoyuan's safe zone? I want you to help contact them. Finally, I want you to help check if among the vehicles that recently came from Zhonghai Safe Island there were scientists whose surname is Su. Jiang Lushur laid out all his demands smoothly, looking at Ho Dingkuan calmly. Ho Dingkuan frowned at first. Jiang Lushur's requests were not knotted on concrete resources, but the information and items he asked for were taboo in Xiaoyuan's safe zone. Captain Jiang, Ho Dingkuan showed a bitter smile. If it was about an ordinary doctor, I could find one for you now. But I assume your friend's condition is special, likely only experts from the Xiaoyuan Medical University's affiliated hospital can help. But after the apocalypse, such advanced medical resources are only for high-ranking military or scientific experts. Also, only squads rated A-level under the Pioneering Order can apply once for a medical expert diagnosis. As for second-tier evolved ability users, in Xiaoyuan's safe zone they all are recruited by the military special elite squads, enjoying the best resources. So contacting them is impossible. But as for checking on the Su surname experts among those scientists, that I can help do. Ho Dingkuan said helplessly. After all, no matter how powerful organizations in the Fifth Passage were, they were still under the military government of Xiaoyuan Safe Island. At most they could pick up resources fallen behind by the military government. For many things, even organizations that looked impressive to ordinary ability users could only stare at government-monopolized resources with envy. In fact, when he said that, Ho Dingkuan was lying. It was rumored that the leader of Blackwater Organization was a second-tier evolution ability user from the military, but for unknown reasons he was expelled, and then established Blackwater Organization. Of course, he dare not reveal that to Jiang Lushur. If Jiang Lushur then turned toward Blackwater Organization, that would be a serious loss. Then I entrust you, President Ho, to check on the Su surname expert matter. Jiang Lushur said solemnly. He didn't expect to solve his sister's problem immediately, but at least get someone to check on Li Yusen's mother or grandfather. That would already be a gain. No problem. But now that our conflict with Blackwater Organization is so hostile, they will definitely retaliate. I think we must hurry up and take on a Pioneering Order mission. Ho Dingkuan said intently. Pioneering Order? Jiang Lushur frowned slightly. He had heard this term 3 times now. Seeing Jiang Lushur's puzzled look, Ling Feng stepped forward to explain. Captain Jiang, the Pioneering Order is a policy issued by Xiaoyuan Safe Zone to reclaim human living areas from zombies. The Pioneering Orders are graded in 5 levels of difficulty. The lowest level tasks are just killing mutant beasts threatening nearby safety. Higher level tasks involve beast tides, and cleaning up neighboring towns, villages, roads. And the highest, level 5 pioneering orders, can earn you independent control of a cleaned-up county. You can recruit ordinary survivors nearby to plant crops, etc. Basically that county becomes yours, and you only need to contribute some resources to the government periodically. Ling Feng spoke plainly and confidently. Jiang Lushur listened, surprised. Xiaoyuan safe zone was indeed a large region, acting with big ambition. The pioneering orders tasks were obviously very dangerous, but the benefits from the government were also many. This way, a lot of unruly, unregulated elite survivor squads would rush to take the pioneering order tasks. This saved the government a lot of manpower, while expanding safe zones nearby. From another perspective, it was also an alternate method for the government to manage free elite survivor squads. Jiang Liushur's eyes lit up. This thing was tailor-made for him. Although pioneering order tasks were high risk, the rewards were high too. And doing many orders could quickly raise a squad's ranking in the government system. If quickly reaching A level, then he'd enter the sight of high-rank officials, gaining a chance for expert medical diagnosis for his sister. Also a chance to meet second-tier ability users. President Ho, how many pioneering order tasks have you currently secured? Jiang Lushur asked curiously. He could tell that Ho Dingkuan was desperately trying to recruit Fengshan squad and his Shuriying squad to quickly build manpower and strength. Obviously the pioneering order tasks Ho Dingkuan got were quite challenging. 2 level 3 pioneering orders, and 1 level 5 pioneering order. Ho Dingkuan said with a serious expression. Level 5 pioneering order? Jiang Lushur blinked. Earlier Ling Feng had mentioned that level 5 orders are usually for A-level squads, and even then, they would be done by multiple A-level squads together. Such tasks are extremely dangerous. Do you think your organization can handle that mission? Jiang Lushur asked. He had some doubts, because Doomsday Walkers didn't even have a single A-level squad. We'll do it even if we can't handle it. Ho Dingkuan said with a bitter laugh. Right now we're being suppressed by Blackwater organization everywhere, we have to gamble. And this 5-level task is special, the scope is large. Many squads and organizations have taken it. As long as we don't encounter overly perverse mutant beasts, with the combined strength of everyone in our organization, maybe we can muddle through. Ho Dingkuan spoke as such, but Jiang Lushur heard the uncertainty in his voice. What exactly is that level 5 task? Jiang Lushur asked curiously. Attack the beast nest. Ho Dingkuan's expression turned grave. Even Jiang Lushur, usually composed, raised an eyebrow when he heard attack the beast nest. Deep inside he was shaken. Just earlier he thought Xiaoyuan Safe Island had guts, now he felt the island's leadership had ambition that could swallow mountains and seas. The beast nest is the base for massive numbers of mutant insect monsters. A single mother bug can reproduce an enormous swarm. Back when Zhonghai Safe Island had rocket artillery, anti-air guns, and millions of well-trained soldiers, it was still overwhelmed and overrun by the huge beast tide formed by a myriad of mutant beasts. The island fell partly because the land beneath had little defense, so it was attacked from inside. And partly because the beast tide was just too strong. Later, near Zhonghai Safe Island, a beast nest was discovered. Jiang Lushur guessed, perhaps under Zhonghai's soil there was such a nest. Massive giant worms and mutants rushed out of it. It was like stabbing at the soft belly of a beast, which led to the fall of Zhonghai Safe Island. Attack the beast nest? Isn't that suicide? The crew-cut youth said in horror. They had only recently escaped Zhonghai Safe Island. The moment it fell to the beast tide, that bloody scene left a deep shadow in his heart. Qi Liang, shut up. Wang Chuanfu glared at the crew-cut youth Qi Liang, then turned to Ho Dingkuan. Unless Ho Dingkuan gave a reasonable explanation, he wouldn't accept this beast nest attack mission. Actually, the beast nest doesn't seem so terrifying anymore. Near Xiaoyuan Safe Zone there have been 2 beast tide attacks recently. In those large-scale attacks, Xiaoyuan Safe Zone defended successfully using big artillery, concrete walls, military fortifications, and a large number of powerful ability users. Also many mutant beasts in the nest died. Recently a military elite squad reconnoitered the nest. They found there are far fewer mutants than before, and many are already wounded. This is a perfect opportunity to wipe out the beast nest completely. And at the start of a level 5 task, the army will be the main force assaulting the core area. We'd only be supporting, cleaning up the vicinity of the nest. The more area we clear, the higher the completion rating on the level 5 task. Ho Dingkuan explained in detail. Everyone relaxed a little. If that was the case, the danger was much less. Alright, our Shuriying squad accepts it. These pioneering order tasks, when do they start? Jiang Lushur asked. The 2 level 3 pioneering order tasks start in a day. The level 5 pioneering order task will begin in about a week. I'll have Xiao Qi notify you beforehand. Seeing Jiang Lushi agree so readily, Ho Dingkuan finally revealed a smile. With matters settled, the atmosphere in the room lightened noticeably. After some small talk between Jiang Lushi, Wang Chuanfu, and Ho Dingkuan, Xiao Qi led them out. Climbing out of the pitch-dark fifth passage, the blizzard outside seemed even stronger. Sheets of snow whipped in the wind, howling as they struck people. Amid the fierce wind, Jiang Lushi heard a faint broadcast from afar. Xiaoyuan Safe Zone People's Broadcast Station today reports for the sixth time. Dear listeners, we have just received good news. Our Safe Zone's Blackwater Alliance Major Force has successfully retaken Weishi County, cleansing a large area into a safe zone. This is uplifting news, another victory against the zombies for our Xiaoyuan people. Blackwater Alliance Major Force? Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. Blackwater Organization evidently had just completed a large pioneering order mission, and even got broadcast praise for it. From the sound of it, they cleared the entire Weishi County and turned it into a new safe zone. Recapturing a county, Blackwater Organization was indeed something. Damn, Blackwater guys are hogging the limelight again. Our Doomsday Walkers must hurry up and step up too. Xiao Qi grumbled nearby, clearly resentful. Hearing that their rival got government praise, he felt bitter. TCH, one big deed and you get on broadcast? Brother son, the top brass on Xiaoyuan Safe Island sure know how to think. Broadcast like this gives Blackwater face, all the other free elite survivor squads won't hold back when grabbing missions. Sun Kuan clicked his tongue and said. Jiang Lushi faintly smiled, Sun Kuan was right. Though broadcast praise was a small trick, these details showed that Xiaoyuan Safe Zone being a large region was no mere result of a few cities merging under military government. The top decision-makers had real skills. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, distant engine roars? Jiang Lushi looked sharply, 8 military heavy trucks were charging toward the gate. The trucks roared toward the civilian zone. In the civilian dwellings under hills stood some tall solid buildings. In front of them were sentry posts and wire fences, like independent enclaves separated from civilian living areas. The military trucks rushed into one of these. It's Blackwater's convoy. Xiao Qi ground his teeth. As the convoy neared, Jiang Lushi and Sun Kuan and the others slipped aside. Jiang Lushi scanned each truck with interest. Every truck sat silently. In his dynamic visual sweep he could catch every expression on people's faces inside the vehicles. Without exception, they were all well-built, exuding the aura of battle-hardened warriors. Elites. Jiang Lushi assessed inwardly. The fighters in the convoy looked similar to some elite soldiers he had seen on Zhonghai Safe Island, strong discipline. Each of them had clearly been through many battles, some still had dried blood on their faces. Suddenly, Jiang Lushi sensed a powerful ability fluctuation. The wave of power was so strong it made his heart tremble, and unconsciously reminded him of the time he encountered the rampaging second-tier evolver during the Wuzhou City flood under the Carnage Alliance. Unfortunately, because of the angle, Jiang Lushi couldn't see where that power came from. Inside a tall building in the civilian area. On the top-floor hall in darkness, with curtains tightly drawn, making the light dim, stood Lu Changyang, smoking heavily. The door slammed open. A burly bald young man strode in, his upper body bare. On his chest were several deep wounds, like slash marks from sharp blades, 1 finger width deep each. The wounds extended from his chest down to his groin. If the cut had gone deeper, it could have split the body in two. Troubled face again? Running into trouble once more? The young man's voice was low and magnetic. He glanced at Lu Changyang. He walked to a thick towel hanging by the door and draped it over his head. Big brother, you're hurt so badly? Lu Changyang panicked. The bald young man was Lu Changyang's older brother, Lu Changfei, president of Blackwater Organization. Although older, Lu Changfei looked at least 10 years younger than Lu Changyang, yet stood 2 heads taller, nearly 2 meters. His skin was smooth as jade, his muscles hammered like metal by thousands of blows, brimmed with explosive power. His whole body radiated vigorous life energy. Yes. Weishi County turned out tougher than imagined. There was a second-tier mutant zombie. But I still managed to kill it. Lu Changfei said in a low voice. As he spoke, he pulled out a large bottle of ice-cold water and poured it over his head while sitting on the sofa like a big horse. The towel on his head, when wetted, quickly steamed white smoke that rose. As he did that, Lu Changyang stood nearby silent. He dared not utter a word. I'm clear-headed now. Lu Changfei stood up suddenly and threw away the towel. Brother, are you sure your injury is nothing serious? Lu Changyang asked. No issue, Lu Changfei said without care. Just scratched by that second-tier mutant zombie, got a bit of poison in me. My body's mutated cells already cleansed the toxin. As for the rest of the wounds, with my second-tier evolved body's vitality, I can heal naturally. As he spoke, the flesh around some of the wounds slowly started to twitch and heal. Speak up. What's the matter? He glared at Lu Changyang, who he didn't like for being petty and unbroad-minded. Brother? Today I went to Doomsday Walkers to try to recruit a newly arrived B-level squad, but it failed. I unexpectedly ran into that C-level squad for which I issued the bounty order. Lu Changyang with hatred spat out the events of today at Doomsday Walkers. When he mentioned Shuriying squad, he added extra exaggeration about how arrogant they acted. After listening, Lu Changfei's expression remained calm and emotionless. So? It's nothing. If Doomsday Walkers flipped on us, we'll kill them next time we meet. We left them alive before only because of government pressure, not extermination. I heard they also accepted that level 5 beast nest attack task. Next time we meet we'll eliminate them. As for that Shuriying squad, a squad evaluated by the government as C-level, you still can't handle them. Can handle them, Lu Changyang hurriedly said, sensing a hint of reproach from Lu Changfei. Good. Now I'm going to train. Release the fresh meat we got a few days ago. Lu Changfei stretched out his arms and did a powerful chest expansion exercise. From his skeleton came a crackling sound like exploding beans. His aura surged. He gave a deep roar like a lion or tiger. Lu Changyang hurried to press a red raised button on the sofa. With buzzing sounds, the place that looked like a fireplace split open, revealing a steel-reinforced secret chamber. Inside, 3 huge mutant beasts were chained with iron chains. Seeing Lu Changfei, the beasts drooled, eyes filled with savage hunger. Changyang! Lu Changfei roared. Lu Changyang understood and quickly pressed another button. In the moment the chains unlocked, the 3 beasts roared and leapt out. Lu Changfei charged at them. Even though he had seen this many times, Lu Changyang's face turned pale. He really admired his brother, a battle maniac, endlessly training his body and spirit. Constantly fighting at the edge of death, that was why Lu Changfei's ability kept soaring. Shuriying squad, Doomsday Walkers, that Fengshan squad too, you have no idea how terrifying my big brother is. Hehe, sooner or later you'll know what self-destruction means. Lu Changyang curled his lips into a cold smile. In his mind he imagined that young Jiang Lushi trembling and kneeling at his feet. When Jiang Lushi returned to their residence, he smelled food cooking. He glanced into the kitchen softly. He saw 2 graceful women busy cooking. They were Ran Xiyu and Li Yusin. A faint warmth rose in his heart. That scene made him feel like home. Back already? After only a moment of hiding, Li Yusin heard a movement behind her. Turning back, she saw Jiang Lushi peeking inside. Jiang Liushi's action suddenly looked awkward, a stiff smile flickered on his lips. Cooking? Jiang Lushi asked knowingly, quickly changing topic. Yes. They even have fresh vegetables and eggs here, haven't eaten fresh greens in ages. Li Yusin's expression held a trace of excitement. Indeed, Shuriying squad recently had eaten only mutant beast meat and evolution crystals. It had been a long time since they tasted regular meal. Still Jiang Lushi was surprised. In such a blizzard, this could only mean the government organized greenhouse farming for civilians. Their ability to resume production was really strong. They could supply B-zone survivor squads. On Zhonghai Safe Island before, only high-ranking officials, scientists and elites enjoyed the few available vegetables. Brother Jiang, you go outside, smell of cooking is strong. Behind Li Yusin, Ran Xiyu peeked her head out, small sweat on her forehead, a faint smile on her face. Jiang Lushi nodded. Having 2 girls busy making him dinner, it felt pretty good. Okay, I'll go see my sister. Jiang Lushi opened the door and returned to the base vehicle. He looked carefully at the sleeping Jiang Zhuiying, gently adjusted the blanket over her. Beep, Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute, Mutant Thorn Seed Successful Cultivation, 7 active seeds. 8 mutant cotton glycine plants unstable growth, require rare metal supplements. For mutant seeds no reaction yet, nutrition insufficient, evolution direction requires host self-adjustment. Suddenly the cold voice of the starseed echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. Jiang Liushi's eyes lit up. He had waited so long. The Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute finally had preliminary results. The Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute was the project in which he had currently invested the most. It had cost 2 second-tier mutant crystal cores and a bunch of rare materials. He placed high hopes on this hidden evolution project. Starseed, activate the Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute. Jiang Lushi said in his mind. Beep, Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute activating. Warning, internal space insufficient, temporarily auto-adjusting to allocate space. Internal space insufficient? Jiang Lushi was startled. It seemed that upgrading the base vehicle was now very urgent. Just the space required by the Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute already consumed quite a bit. After the starseed's warning, the driver's cabin quickly transformed, turning into a completely sealed internal space. The dashboard, instruments, seats, etc. all disappeared, replaced by an internal space glowing with a beautiful bluish light. Under Jiang Liusher's feet was a pile of black soil mixed with rare metals and mutant beast meat. 8 mutant cotton glycine flowers secreting liquid metal swayed gently. But the amount of mutant metal liquid on them was about the same as before when Jiang Liusher cultivated them, not much more. In the soil there were 4 mutant seeds glowing with energy. They had grown to the size of potatoes, yet still showed no sign of sprouting. At that moment, from the wall a pair of nimble metal arms extended, digging into the soil, pulling out 7 pale green seeds and handing them to him. The metal arms had existed since the birth of the Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute. Their creation process was similar to the base vehicle caretaker Ing, but at a much lower level, at most the caretaker of the institute. They were not life forms for now, just a pair of metal arms, quite human-like. Mutant Thorn Seed Cultivation Successful, First Tier Mutant Thorn, with automatic trapping ability, needle stings carry paralyzing toxin, drought and alkaline soil resistant, can survive 180 days under water shortage. Next evolution direction requires more mutant energy support and rare metals. Jiang Liusher's heart leapt with joy. Such thing, planted in the ground as a trap, would be extremely useful. With trapping ability and paralyzing poison, an ordinary person stabbed by its needle, if not dead, would be seriously injured. Even mutants, unprepared, would be easy prey. With this, he gained an extra piece of power in hand. In future, if he continues cultivating these and they evolve huge, hidden underground, then ambushing from below, even a mutant beast could be killed instantly with a stab. How many possible evolution paths for the 4 mutant seeds, and what does each require? Jiang Liusher carefully asked Starseed. Mutant seed evolution directions. Early analysis of active components shows 2 main paths, secreting chameleon liquid, or evolving into incendiary fruit. Starseed answered. Jiang Liusher thought for a moment. These 4 mutant seeds came from inside a mutant wildcat's stomach. Indeed, their components were quite complex. Choose the incendiary fruit evolution path. After thinking a little, Jiang Liusher made his decision. In this post-apocalypse world, resources became harder and harder to collect. If he could plant incendiary fruit, the base vehicle's fuel supply would no longer be a worry. Then why are the mutant cotton glycine flowers growing unstably? Is it related to the soil? Jiang Liusher's gaze returned finally to the mutant cotton glycine flowers that used to secrete active metal. After dinner, Jiang Liusher felt very excited. He stayed a long time in the Mutant Plant Cultivation Institute. For now his mutant plants were few, but as he collects more mutant flora and cultivates more, in future he could produce fuel plants, hunting trap plants, metal-secreting plants, everything possible. These various cultivated mutant plants would definitely support him to do greater deeds in the apocalypse. The next morning, after a nap, Jiang Liusher received notice from Xiao Qi, gather at the gate at noon to depart. Everyone from Shuriying's squad had heard about Jiang Liusher's cooperation with Doomsday Walkers. They quietly began preparing with tacit coordination. By noon, the minibus roared out of the main gate of Xiaoyuan safe zone. As soon as they left the gate, Jiang Liusher saw the gate area tightly packed with line after line of trucks and various off-road modified vehicles and motorcycles. With a quick glance, Jiang Liusher sensed hundreds of ability users. He was greatly shocked. The hidden power of Xiaoyuan Safe Island was truly unfathomable. Where ability users were rare in other areas, here they were quite common. Brother Jiang, over here. Suddenly, a large convoy parked 100 meters ahead near the 10th quarantine checkpoint. Xiao Qi sat on one of the big trucks, waving to Jiang Liusher and the others. What is Xiao Qi doing? A newly arrived sea-level squad, does it need such groveling? On another heavy truck, Xing Bupo sneered. Ever since yesterday, when Jiang Liusher shoved the gun into his mouth in front of everyone and destroyed his dignity, he had hated Jiang Liusher. Xing Bupo, stop chirping behind my back. If you're unhappy, we'll settle things in combat. Ling Feng's head popped out of the heavy truck where Xiao Qi sat and spoke in a low voice to Xing Bupo on the other truck. Oh, Ling Feng, even you have become a lackey for this newbie squad? Xing Bupo sneered, angrily spitting outside the vehicle. Ling Feng snorted coldly, not bothering to answer. At this moment, Jiang Liusher's minibus had already joined their convoy. With a sharp brake, next to his minibus a modified armored vehicle pulled up in showy style. 12 people, Wang Chuanfu, Qi Liang and others, jumped down from off-road vehicles. Each wore black combat suits, a few wore military green t-shirts, emanating a sharp military-style aura. They stood straight in the blizzard, steam rising from their bodies, forceful and imposing. Brother Jiang. Upon seeing Jiang Lushur get off the vehicle, Qi Liang's eyes brightened, grinning. But his eyes curiously stared at the minibus behind Jiang Lushur. Captain Wang, is this that modified vehicle you praised so much? I heard you say it was awesome, but judging by this it doesn't look special at all. Qi Liang said. Wang Chuanfu had once seen Jiang Liushur's minibus transform into a mining truck. He greatly admired Jiang Liushur's incredible mechanical ability, and had boasted about it many times to Qi Liang and others. Qi Liang had long wanted to see this legendary vehicle for himself. But before he could reach to touch the minibus, suddenly a black gun barrel slipped out from the driver's cabin. Shadow, the icy beautiful protector of the base vehicle, poked her head out, pointing the gun without hesitation at Qi Liang's skull. Her purpose was to protect the base vehicle and its owner, Jiang Lushur. She would not allow outsiders to casually touch the base vehicle. From Shadow's perspective, that would be a hostile act towards the base vehicle, absolutely forbidden. Being threatened with a gun to the head, Qi Liang's scalp prickled. He froze in place, unable to move. My teammates feel this way, they don't like strangers touching this minibus. Jiang Lushur said calmly, with a faint smile. Qi Liang finally took a few steps back, still in stunned confusion, glancing at Shadow. Shadow retracted the gun and closed the window. She's pretty, but a bit too fierce, Qi Liang muttered, glancing at where Shadow sat. Captain Jiang, these are the members of our Fengshan squad, all from Zhonghai Safe Zone. Yesterday I told them that your Shuriying squad is also in Xiaoyuan Safe Island. They were all excited, wanted to meet you. Wang Chuanfu introduced the members of Fengshan squad to Jiang Lushur, smiling. Captain Jiang, I've seen you before. Back then I was in Longyue squad. One of the Fengshan squad members, wearing military green gear, said excitedly to Jiang Lushur. Other Fengshan squad members crowded around Jiang Lushur warmly. Free elite survivor squads most respect the power of the military government. Faced with the legendary Jiang Lushur, who supposedly penetrated a military zone, killed a high-ranking official and escaped safely, how could they not be excited? Many had never seen him, only heard legends about Shuriying squad. This undeniably added much legendary luster to Shuriying squad. Captain Jiang, I've seen you before, back when I was in Longyue squad, said a member of Fengshan squad wearing military green, excitedly to Jiang Lushur. The other members of Fengshan squad were all very warm toward Jiang Lushur, crowding around him with enthusiasm. Free elite survivor squads most of all revere the power of the military government. Faced with the legendary Jiang Lushur, who is said to have stormed a military zone, killed a high-ranking official of the military government, and escaped safely, how could they not be excited? Many had never seen Jiang Lushur, they only heard rumors about Shuriying squad. This undoubtedly added much legendary color to the reputation of Shuriying squad. Fengshan squad got their brains fried? Crowding around a newly arrived rotten fish, shrimp, flattering him like that? I thought that guy was strong, but he's driving a shaky old minibus, what's so impressive about that? Xing Bupo saw the scene, and felt uneasy inside. In the apocalypse, a survivor squad's vehicle is also one of the symbols of strength. Shuriying squad rolling up in a shabby minibus gave a rather shabby impression at first glance. No wonder Xing Bupo felt disgruntled. He lifted his gaze, glancing at a young man in the same vehicle. That young man had a calm air, his eyes still like deep water. From the moment he got in the vehicle he hadn't spoken, just resting silently. Beside him sat a group of defiant-looking ability users. Captain Shurkan, no matter what happens, my Grey Mantis squad only follows you. You are the only B+ team among us, this mission's success depends entirely on your performance, Xing Bupo said to Captain Shurkan, almost in a show of loyalty. Facing such words of near flattery, Shurkan showed little change in expression, not even a single response. He simply stood up, walked to the rear of the vehicle, and addressed those below the vehicles. Everyone, stop talking. Depart immediately. We are doing 2 level 3 tasks at once this time. Shurkan's voice was low, magnetic. As his gaze swept to land on Jiang Liushur's face, it lingered a few seconds. So you're the newly arrived leader of Shuriying squad? Before I left, the president specially emphasized cooperating with you. I don't know why he trusts a rookie squad like yours, but whatever your past strength was, for this mission you are a dragon for me to ride, or a tiger for me to sleep on. If you want my trust, show 100% combat strength in battle. I'll be watching carefully, said Shurkan in a deep voice. From the other heavy trucks, many elite squads under Doomsday Walkers viewed Jiang Lushur with curiosity. They also heard some of Shuriying squad's deeds yesterday. Of course, Jiang Lushur having shot off Wang Hai whose leg made them feel good hearing it. But after all, Shuriying squad is only a C-level team. Yet the president trusted this rookie squad, and even as a partner. That meant Shuri's squad was now on equal footing with the dozen or so other squads, which made some of them uneasy. Qi Liang raised an eyebrow. Captain Shuriken actually doubted Brother Zhang's strength? But he was immediately grabbed by Wang Chuanfu, pulled to the back. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly. No problem. He caught the slight provocation in Shuriken's words, yet he didn't care. In a sense, Shuriken's suspicion made sense. In the apocalypse, the truly powerful trust only their own strength. All right, depart. Seeing Jiang Lushur gave no objection, Shuriken turned expressionless and gave a heavy wave. Not long after the Doomsday Walkers' convoy had set off, a large troop silently followed the same route. For this time, among the 2 Level 3 Pioneering Orders Doomsday Walkers accepted, one is to capture a B-level elite survivor squad that escaped into a place called Chaotic Stone Ridge. That B-level squad is led by a captain named Gong Yang. They were once a very active elite squad in the 5th Passage. But unfortunately, this guy was too greedy. They looted a military supply convoy. There were few soldiers in it. They ambushed them. All soldiers died. He thought he got away clean, but one subordinate, suffering long under his harsh treatment and fearing that the matter would be exposed and implicate him, reported them to the military government. Since then, the military government has placed a long-term bounty on Gong Yang's squad. But Gong Yang has a naturally sharp sense of smell. He can scent enemies from far away and escape. Because of that, this Level 3 Pioneering Order had waited long, but no squad succeeded. Instead, several squads that pursued him fell into his trap. None returned. This time, Doomsday Walkers decided to accept the task themselves. They mobilized almost all their forces, determined to catch him once and for all. The other Level 3 Pioneering Order is to search the pre-apocalypse Upper Jia village near Chaotic Stone Ridge. That area was once a route for scientists and technical staff to evacuate at the beginning of the apocalypse. Once, an evacuation convoy disappeared there. Rumors say they were ambushed by a large horde of zombies. The government issued this Level 3 order hoping to find the carcasses of that convoy, to retrieve any usable scientific data. After all, there might have been scientists on board. The convoy is still a few kilometers from Chaotic Stone Ridge. The leading convoy suddenly halted. In Jiang Liushur's line of sight, a few kilometers away there is a karst terrain forming a chaotic stone forest. At this moment, the blizzard has stopped, the visibility is good in the snow, and one can see countless spire-like rocks. This rocky forest is enormous. The area spans over a dozen miles. Such terrain is indeed a good place to hide. This place used to be a scenic area, but now there are only safe zones and danger zones. Who still cares about scenic spots? Everyone get down. This time we brought 15 squads, 147 people. Each squad carries nearly half a bottle of powder. We will disperse it around Chaotic Stone Ridge within a 1 kilometer radius. Estimated time, 1 hour. Shuriken carried 2 big wooden boxes and removed bottles of red powder from them. What is this stuff? Fang Liang asked curiously. It's a strong irritant powder made by the military, with multiple odors, very easy to disperse. Gong Yang's strongest ability is smell. We are about 7 or 8 kilometers from his last known location. That's a safe distance. Spraying this chemical powder in a wide surrounding ring will completely confuse his sense of smell. Then catching him will be an easy job, Shuriken explained. Captain, you really prepared thoroughly. This time Gong Yang can't escape. Xing Bupo blatantly flattered him. Shuriken did not respond to Xing Bupo, only turned his gaze to Jiang Lushur. Captain Jiang, what do you say? Any objections? No matter what, he still wanted to give a little face to President Ho Dingkuan, at least appearing cooperative with Jiang Lushur. But in truth he felt some impatience. This was a mission already well prepared. Having to discuss this with Jiang Lushur seemed redundant. Jiang Lushur rubbed his nose. Tell the truth or a lie? Shuriken's face darkened. Captain Jiang, this is not the time to joke. All right? I think, this is just a waste of time. Jiang Lushur said calmly. The moment he spoke, everyone went silent. The atmosphere tightened suddenly. Jiang Lushur, how dare you speak to Captain Shur like that? Are you deliberately stirring trouble? Xing Bupo's tone was sharp, his eyes hiding a subtle expectation as he repeatedly glanced at Shuriken. Other squads fell silent, some turned to look at Jiang Lushur with displeasure. Although they were told by the president to cooperate with this new squad, such a blatant challenge to Captain Shur made the native Xiayuan Safe Island squads feel ashamed. Shuriken's lips twitched. By asking Jiang Lushur, he had already shown him great courtesy. But someone was ungrateful. Speak, why is it a waste of time? Shuriken demanded, his expression dark and calm, not yet exploding. But everyone could sense, if Jiang Lushur couldn't give a satisfactory answer, Shuriken would definitely explode. Members from Fengshan squad watched Jiang Lushur curiously. They certainly didn't doubt him. They simply couldn't think of a better way to catch Gong Yang's squad. Jiang Lushur's expression was strange. He looked up at the sky. See that? There's a pigeon circling up there. Xing Bupo was slightly stunned, then laughed out loud, mocking. Jiang Lushur, you're stupid? Don't say there's no bird. Even if there is a bird, what does that have to do with our operation? In the blizzard, visibility is poor, and the sky is dark. How could you see any bird? Xing Bupo stared at the sky for a long time, not a single bird, nor even a feather in sight. Everyone else burst into laughter, feeling the moment absurd. You messing with me? Shurken roared, veins bulging in his neck. Suddenly Jiang Lushur pulled his coat aside, lightning fast, drawing an AMR-2 sniper rifle in his hand. The rifle aimed at the sky. Bang, a shot rang out. Then Jiang Lushur burst forward at lightning speed. In one blur he rushed several dozen meters ahead. He grabbed something falling from the sky. All saw clearly, it was a blood-soaked bird eyeball. The rest of the body had been blown apart by the sniper shot. From the moment Jiang Lushur fired to catching the falling eyeball, only a few breaths passed. Such fast, accurate shooting, and the reflex to catch the eyeball, was incredible. All the Doomsday Walker's ability users stared at Jiang Lushur walking back with shocked awe. Just now, Jiang Lushur's sniping skill stunned them. No one saw the bird in the sky, much less think to aim a sniper rifle in the blizzard, kill the bird, and catch the eyeball afterward. You can sense it, this eyeball carries a faint ability energy fluctuation. Jiang Lushur tossed the eyeball to Shurken. Shurken, half doubting, took it, and indeed felt a faint wave of ability energy fluctuation. I guess the government's files aren't detailed enough. In Gong Yang's squad, it's not only Gong Yang who has amazing smell, but someone in his squad can use ability energy to control small flying creatures like birds for reconnaissance, Jiang Lushur said calmly. So even if we can interfere with Gong Yang's sense of smell, we may already have been exposed by the reconnaissance birds they released. In the midst of the rocky ridge, overgrown grassy paths crisscrossed, with dense vines overhead constantly dripping threads of melted snow. A group of motorcyclists was hiding in a clearing within a stone forest. A pile of campfire next to them had already been doused with snow water and completely extinguished. One thin man stood motionless like a stone sculpture, letting the wind and snow fall on him. He slightly raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils had completely turned white. A faint energy flowed from within. At this moment, the mind of the thin man was reflecting every movement within a range of several dozen kilometers. The intel from the Heishui organization was right, boss. A convoy is indeed coming. Damn, the convoy is huge. Boss, they got out of the vehicles. They seem to be carrying jars and bottles of some sort. Damn, shit. The thin man suddenly roared in anger and covered his eyes. Blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers, and his body trembled violently. Poison bird, what's wrong? At the front of the convoy, Ram suddenly jumped off the vehicle and held the thin man firmly. Captain, someone shot down the bird I released. My psychic ability was damaged. It was a young man. Poison bird groaned in pain. The moment the bird was killed, he saw the young man holding a gun on the snowy ground. Ram frowned slightly. Ram's team had been able to evade elite survivor squads many times thanks to Poison Bird's mutated eyes that could control small birds and beasts for reconnaissance, along with Ram's extraordinary sense of smell. Now that Poison Bird was injured, half of their prized reconnaissance ability was lost. Poison Bird, how many vehicles exactly? Ram asked without delay. Despite the intense pain in his eyes, Poison Bird still trembled and reported his findings. 8 heavy trucks, 1 armored vehicle, 1 minibus, and 3 to 4 modified motorcycles. Ram's heart sank. Just from the vehicle types and numbers, it was clear this was a formidable force. Ordinary elite survivor teams only needed 1 or 2 off-road vehicles. That meant this incoming group had at least 100 people. Captain, it must be a major organization. What should we do? We can't win, let's retreat quickly, said a burly man walking over to Ram. This man had activated his ability and looked like a giant brown bear, exuding immense strength with every step. The other team members looked uneasy. Since the military discovered they had robbed a supply vehicle and issued a level 3 wilderness arrest order, they had lived in constant fear. But they only dared to operate near the Xiaoyuan safe zone and not venture far. After all, supplies were scarce outside, and there were many zombies, nowhere near as safe as this area. These days, they had been constantly fighting elite teams. Now hearing that a large organization was coming, they didn't have the courage to face it. Zzzzz. Suddenly, a burst of static noise came from Ram's pocket. He was startled, then quickly pulled out a radio. Xiaoyuan Public Radio, 7th report on vegetable prices today. Recently, the exchange rates for cabbage are as follows. Ram listened carefully and memorized the prices. Then, he quickly translated them using a cipher. Ram must stay at the rocky ridge today. We have already moved out. After deciphering the message, Ram was stunned. This cipher method was how the Heishui organization usually communicated with him. Some of their people had infiltrated the public channels of Xiaoyuan radio, using daily changing vegetable prices to send coded messages. If Ram's team stayed at the rocky ridge, they'd become bait. Boss, what's wrong? Hurry and run. The stone forest has only 3 exits. Poison Bird opened his bloodshot eyes. Though his pupils were damaged, he could still barely see. No, we're staying here. Heishui people are coming. Judging from their tone, they're going to act personally this time. 7 or 8 kilometers outside Rocky Ridge. The Doomsday Walker's convoy had stopped in the blizzard. How did you spot the bird in the sky? And how did you know it was being controlled by an ability user? Shurken took a deep breath. Though he disliked Jiang Lushur, the psychic fluctuation from the bird's eyeball was undeniable. It had indeed been controlled by a psychic. No comment. Jiang Lushur shrugged. He saw the bird due to his sharp eyesight. But the psychic fluctuation was sensed by Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu's psychic power had grown significantly, allowing her to detect broader and subtler changes. She had noticed something off with the bird and immediately told Jiang Lushur. But internal team matters, especially individual abilities, were not something Jiang Lushur would reveal. He and the Doomsday Walkers were only partners, not close allies. Shurken's face twitched, a sharp look in his eyes, and he exhaled heavily to restrain his anger. Brother Jiang, impressive as always, Qi Liang gave Jiang Lushur a thumbs up, then whispered mysteriously, Brother Jiang, don't waste time with Shurken. He's just jealous. Tell me, how did you sense the bird's psychic wave? Jiang Lushur was speechless. Qi Liang was now like cling film, always trying to get close. Other Fengshen team members also looked at Jiang Lushur with admiration. Jiang Lushur was just as the rumors said, extraordinary. Qi Liang's ear was suddenly grabbed. Ow, he shouted. Come back. Wang Chuanfu smiled apologetically at Jiang Lushur and dragged Qi Liang back by his ear. If they were discovered early, they should be fleeing now. Ram's team is cunning, usually riding lightweight modified motorcycles, perfect for escaping in stone forests, Shurken said grimly. In a snowstorm, tire tracks will be left behind. The stone forest at Rocky Ridge has only 3 large exits. I suggest we split into 3 convoys, 2 flank the forest from different sides to block and pursue, while 1 stays here to prevent a return. As soon as Shurken finished, Xing Bupo clapped his hands. Great idea, Brother Kan. I want to go with you. Though older than Shurken by a decade, he called him Brother Kan very intimately. Ling Feng frowned deeply nearby. He and Xing Bupo didn't get along, and now Xing was clearly trying to cozy up to Shurken. I don't think that's wise. Splitting forces too much is risky. Let's scout the stone forest first. You follow quickly. If we confirm they've left, I'll circle east and you go west, Jiang Lushur said calmly. That should be fast enough, not much time wasted. You guys go scout? With that minibus? Shurken couldn't help but sneer, glancing at the minibus behind Jiang Lushur. That thing was dragging behind the whole time. It'll get stuck in the snow. Leave scouting to the motorcycles. No need. Jiang Lushur replied coldly and turned away, jumping into the vehicle with his teammates. Shurken's face flushed red in embarrassment. Jiang Lushur hadn't even discussed it with him, completely ignoring his authority. Brother Kan, he's obviously picking a fight. Scout with a minibus? Ram's team is probably already gone. Since they won't listen to you, let's handle it ourselves. Xing Bupo whispered. Other teams had also heard Jiang Lushur and were unhappy. A minibus for recon? What a joke. Let's go. Split into 2 teams, urged Shurken, glaring at Jiang Lushur's van. Since Stone Shadow Squad won't cooperate, ignore them. Though Chairman Ho ordered cooperation, in action, they didn't trust the Stone Shadow team. Ling Feng hesitated, then jumped into a vehicle. Just then, engines roared to life. Suddenly, a flash of lightning sped past them. Jiang Lushur's minibus rocketed toward the stone forest at F1 speed. In an instant, it was hundreds of meters ahead. Damn, so fast. Qi Liang stared, stunned. Other teams gasped in awe. They had never seen such a fast minibus. On such icy roads, at that speed, it should skid badly, especially with the complex terrain. But the minibus didn't slip or bump, speedy and smooth, almost as if the ice made it faster. Chase them! On a lead truck, Shurken gritted his teeth. He had just been proven wrong. Xing Bupo kept quiet. He felt his face burning. He muttered, that van was clearly modified. They were pretending to be slow. Brother Shi, I think he did it on purpose. Shut up. Shirkan glared coldly. Xing Bupo was an idiot, saying that now just made Shirkan feel worse. Jiang Lushi drove the base vehicle, splashing up flying snow mist in the snow, and soon approached the dense stone forest area. The ground began to rise and fall. Although the uneven terrain had been somewhat softened by the snow cover, it still wasn't friendly to the big tires of the minibus. Luckily, Jiang Liushi's reinforced bulletproof tires and the car's superior shock absorption kept the vehicle stable. Even when the car body was bouncing up and down, the interior stayed firm. Ran Shiyu had already released her psychic detection. Waves of psychic fluctuation spread like water ripples into the stone forest. Brother Jiang, I sensed something. Ran Shiyu reminded him. Jiang Lushi held his breath and concentrated, carefully observing the red light spots from Ran Shiyu's shared detection. They're deep in the stone forest, about a kilometer away from us, 5 ability users, 12 normal people, Ran Shiyu said slowly. Jiang Lushi was a bit surprised. This group could only be the Ram team, without a doubt. Actually, Jiang Liushi's initial guess was similar to Shirkan's. Since Ram's team discovered their large convoy, they would surely escape. Because in the data from the Xiaoyuan military government, Ram was described as cautious and careful. If they realized a large organization like the Doomsday Walkers existed, they would never stay in place. But Jiang Lushi came to scout out of prudence. Unexpectedly, Ram's team had not left. This is interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Liushi's mouth. In the psychic detection's view, he saw Ram's team cautiously circling within the stone forest. Clearly, this Ram team was deliberately not fleeing. Then, were they trying to lure us in? Where did Ram's team get that confidence? You guys stopped? After a while, the heavy trucks that had been following closely behind the minibus roared to a stop nearby, spraying up a burst of snow. Shirkan jumped out of his car and stared coldly at Jiang Lushi. If the aim was reconnaissance, naturally someone had to enter the stone forest. He didn't expect Jiang Liushi's group to stay in the minibus. That made Shirkan a bit unhappy. No need to scout. The people are already inside. Our cars can't get in, so we were waiting for your people to come, then we go in together, Jiang Lushi said calmly. The stone forest environment was very narrow. Unless on a motorcycle, normal four-wheeled vehicles like the minibus or off-road cars just couldn't enter. Moreover, once you got off the minibus, Jiang Lushi would lose the strongest leverage. Entering the stone forest carried a certain risk. Even if he believed the Stone Shadow Squad's strength could take down Ram's team, he didn't want his teammates to fall into danger. He had just calculated, only if at least one more group of ability users entered with them would he be confident of capturing Ram's people completely. After all, the stone forest was crisscrossed with many paths. The biggest problem for Stone Shadow Squad once inside wasn't strength, it was that there weren't enough people. How do you know Ram's people are inside? Did you open the heavenly eye or something? Xing Bupo beside him said with a mocking laugh. Even if they had a psychic ability user, a normal psychic couldn't detect the entire stone forest. At best they could detect a small part. And who knows who might be in Jiang Liushi's squad anyway. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai, hearing this, were displeased. Since the beginning, Xing Bupo had been nagging, wouldn't this ever end? What do you mean? When our brother Jiang says the people are inside, then they are inside. If you don't believe it, you can lead a team in yourself and try. Zhang Hai glared angrily at Xing Bupo, murderous intent in his eyes. Some Grey Mantis squad members beside Xing Bupo stepped forward, arms crossed, confronting Zhang Hai coldly. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Other Doomsday Walker squads didn't say anything, just watched like spectators. Jiang Lushi saw the crowd around him looking like they were watching a show. The Doomsday Walkers organization was clearly divided inside. At that moment, Qi Liang suddenly spat out the stems in his mouth and stood directly in front of Xing Bupo. You bastard, I've hated you for a long time. Don't look down on someone through dog's eyes. Doubting our brother Jiang? You dog who's not even worth one of his bird feathers. Qi Liang hadn't finished his harsh words before someone suddenly covered his mouth. You brat, come here. Wang Chuanfu's face went pale. Another person ran over, and together they roughly dragged Qi Liang back. Wang Chuanfu apologized to Jiang Lushi with a pale smile. Because they knew that the Stone Shadow Squad once killed a big shot in the Zhonghai Safe Zone military district, this was something they could handle, but it was absolutely taboo to speak about. If the matter spread to Xiaoyuan Safe Island, since the military governments were connected, Jiang Lushi would get targeted. And if he got into trouble, would he spare them? What the hell? Xing Bupo muttered under his breath when he saw this. This Fengshan squad from Zhonghai had such a strange attitude toward Jiang Lushi. After all, they were a B+ level squad. Why were they acting so obsequiously to a C-level squad? Heh, if you're really that strong, then prove it, go in. If you actually catch Ram's team, I'll apologize to you in person, Xing Bupo said lazily. He just wanted to mock these newcomer Stone Shadow people. Jiang Lushi paid no attention to him. Xing Bupo's apology meant nothing to him, he had no interest in proving himself to him. He cast Xing Bupo a glance, cold light flashing in his eyes. I guess the chairman trusts you guys enough to believe in your strength. If you're willing, you can select 2 squads to go in with us. Shirkan, who had barely spoken before, suddenly said. He didn't mean anything else, Stone Shadow squad was too unruly and didn't follow his orders well. Shirkan wanted to let this squad suffer a little setback. Jiang Lushi looked at Shirkan deeply and smiled faintly, he more or less guessed Shirkan's little scheme. Who among you wants to go in with us? Jiang Lushi's gaze swept across the Doomsday Walker's squads. He wasn't concerned about anything else, first and foremost, he had to ensure his team's safety. No one spoke. All squads stood lazily, some whispering among themselves, some fiddling with their guns, but no one volunteered. After all, Xing Bupo was an old local squad. In front of this new squad, they found it too arrogant. Naturally, they sided with Xing Bupo. Captain Jiang, our Fengshan squad stands with you all the way. We'll go with you. Wang Chuanfu stepped forward, standing side by side with Jiang Lushi. We'll go too. Ling Feng spoke at this moment. His face was burning hot, just now he should have been first to support Jiang Lushi. After all, Stone Shadow squad was introduced to Chairman Ho Dingkuan by him. But thinking about the issue of aligning sides, he hesitated for a moment, and Wang Chuanfu beat him to it. Thanks. But the Fengshan squad going in with us is enough. Jiang Lushi nodded to Ling Feng. They didn't need a large number, just one elite squad to guard some passages and act as a spearhead. The rest, Stone Shadow squad could handle. Jiang Lushi acted decisively, he left the base vehicle ending outside, Li Yusen stayed in the car to care for Jiang Zhuiying. If anything happened, Ying could quickly respond by driving the base vehicle. Jiang Lushi, with Zero, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, Ran Shiyu and the Fengshan squad, headed into the stone forest without hesitation. These outsiders don't know how deadly Ram's team is. Going in means suicide. Previously, 5B or C-level squads sent to hunt Ram's team were all trapped and wiped out. These outsiders in a stone forest environment will surely suffer heavy losses, maybe even total annihilation. Watching Jiang Lushi and the others disappear into the forest, Xing Bupo said with schadenfreude. Some of the other squads nodded secretly when they heard Xing Bupo. If Ram's team was truly inside, and outsiders recklessly walked in, indeed it was unwise. We're all squads working on the same wilderness expansion task, you could hold back a bit on your talk. If anything goes wrong inside, we'll step in to support. Shirkan suddenly said. He only wanted to suppress Stone Shadow squad's arrogance, not really hope they ran into trouble. Besides, he didn't have much confidence in Stone Shadow squad himself. He just waited for them to act first, then he'd step in to help and build his own prestige. Captain Shir, you're too nice, Xing Bupo said with a sly smile, inwardly insulting Shirkan for acting so kindly to help Jiang Lushi when he already disliked him. But do you guys really not believe in Brother Jiang? I think differently. Jiang's Stone Shadow squad strength is unfathomable, otherwise why would Fengshan squad worship him so much? Wait and see, maybe they'll take Ram's team down in just a few moves. Xiao Qi couldn't help speaking up for Jiang Lushi. He was deeply impressed by Stone Shadow squad's strength. He didn't like Xing Bupo's taunts, Xing's words were tantamount to marginalizing Ling Feng. Then we'll just wait and see. Xing Bupo snorted, lazily washing his face with handfuls of snow. Ram's team excelled at ambush and surprise attacks, in a stone forest environment, it was as if the setting was tailor-made for them. These outsiders had been provoked with just a few words, and Xing Bupo was very happy about that. The paths inside the stone forest were already covered with snow up to thigh-high. Even so, under this heavy snow, wild grass, vines and some plants were still growing vigorously. In the ice and snow, the forest's light was surprisingly blocked by bare stone pillars and many plants, it was very dark inside. This was already the second time Ran Shiyu had worked outside with Jiang Lushi. Although the world outside was freezing cold, Ran Shiyu felt some warmth in her heart. She couldn't help recalling that rainy night when they launched a surprise attack on a warlord in Wushui County, that night of wind and rain. Back then, Jiang Lushi carried her all the way up the mountain, and the memory of that warmth still lingered. Now that same warmth rose again in her heart. Why am I thinking nonsense? Sensing the strange shift in her mood, Ran Shiyu's cheeks subtly reddened. Shiyu, can you walk well? Or should I carry you? Jiang Liushi's voice sounded beside her. Ran Shiyu's body froze, she quickly glanced at Jiang Lushi at a slight angle. Jiang Lushur looked directly at her. Her slender ankle was already buried in snow. Ran Shiyu's cheeks, already slightly red, instantly blazed crimson. No need. She shook her head gently, saying, "But I will. This stone forest is large, we're relying on your reconnaissance. You should save your energy." Jiang Lushur didn't give her a chance to refuse and lifted the girl onto his back. "And since your constitution isn't very strong, better not freeze in this icy weather." Ran Shiyu moved her lips but said nothing. One of her hands lightly rested on Jiang Liushur's shoulder. With Jiang Liushur's current strength, carrying one person was very easy, especially someone as light as Ran Shiyu. "Brother Jiang," they started moving. "Ram should have smelled our scent." Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in Jiang Liushur's mind. After all the fighting and traveling with the team, she adjusted quickly and detected Ram's movements. Through Ran Shiyu's shared psychic detection, Jiang Lushur also soon saw Ram's team's motion. "Since they're circling us, we'll circle them too. Anyway, it seems they're not leaving." Jiang Lushur said in a low voice. "We head east." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. Except Zhang Hai and Zero, who seemed unaffected. Members of Fengshen's squad were somewhat excited. This was the first time they acted with Jiang Lushur together. Wang Chuanfu had already experienced it once, but he also wanted to witness the miracle again. Under Jiang Liushur's lead, the team moved quickly inside the stone forest, turning east, then west, yet they were essentially circling on the same route. Strangely, they didn't encounter Ram's team at all. After circling for a while, Jiang Lushur, who was walking at the front, suddenly threw something on the ground. They were seeds. Along the way, he dropped as many as 7 seeds during one section. When these seeds touched the ice and snow, they began to take root and sprout. And where they sprouted, other plants nearby withered, even the soil lost much of its color, as if nutrients had all been absorbed. But under the snow cover, this withering was mostly hidden. In its place sprouted clumps of thorny brambles. These brambles on the ground looked plain, except with many thorns. But to some elite survivors in the Fengshen squad, these thorns seemed insignificant. "Don't go near those brambles, they're dangerously lethal." Jiang Lushur saw confusion on some Fengshen squad members' faces and warned them. Of course, those seeds were from the Mutant Plant Research Institute. They were mutant bramble seeds. Jiang Lushur had encountered such mutant brambles before, so he knew how dangerous they were. These things originally grew inside mutant beast stomachs. They naturally needed massive energy and resources from the surrounding environment. Once they grew, they sucked in nutrients from surrounding plants and even metals from the soil, which caused the withering appearance nearby. "Brother Jiang, why are you scattering those things here?" Qi Liang was puzzled. In his view, entering the stone forest meant finding Ram's team quickly and attacking. There was no need for weird stuff like this. "This place is the best ambush spot. Ram should already be familiar with our walking path." Jiang Lushur looked slowly at the bare stone pillars around and spoke. This area of stone pillars was fairly open, and some of the pillars were thick. People could hide behind them without being easily noticed. And in Ran Shiyu's psychic detection, Ram's team had come to their rear, not far away, completely without caution. But because they moved carefully and knew the environment well, the members of Fengshen squad did not notice Ram's team. "What do you mean?" Qi Liang was still confused. "Let's go." Jiang Lushur didn't bother explaining those complicated things and kept walking forward. At Jiang Liushur's order, though Fengshen squad still couldn't make sense of it, they immediately followed. Not long after Jiang Lushur and the others left, rustling sounds came from the stone forest behind them. A man with blood-red eyes tiptoed out, looked around for a moment, then waved his hand behind him. At once, Ram's team poured out. They were not on motorcycles, they were moving purely on foot, but each carried a dark military backpack. "Boss, these people are truly idiots, sending a group of rookies to die. If they all flood into the stone forest, we can only run away," one member of Ram's team said with a grin. Ram's expression was relaxed too. "They really are rookies. Their route is almost the same, looks like the team leader is clueless. This kind of squad coming here is suicide. Judging from their path, they'll circle back soon. We'll plant mines here. Blow them up." Ram laughed. At first he was very alert. Later his sense of smell kept sniffing at the inbound squad's activity. He found that although this squad zigzagged left and right, their path was basically the same. Clearly they had been trapped by the terrain of the stone forest, just going in circles. Now he was completely at ease. In his backpack, he had a huge number of homemade improvised mines. It was exactly because of these mines that he had wiped out as many as 3 B-level squads before. A natural ambush location. He looked carefully at the surrounding stone pillars where they could hide, his smile unchanged. "Spread out and plant mines, try to blow them all up at once," Ram added. Once a mine exploded, panic would ensue. Those rash survivor squads would run everywhere, then there'd be explosion after explosion all around. Ram seemed to already see the bloody scene, and a feral grin appeared at his lips. He went with two brothers to a stone pillar on the left front. Just then a man in front of them had just cleared a patch of snow, about to bury a mine there. "Damn, why are there brambles here?" The man planting the mine exclaimed. He surprisingly saw thorny brambles in the snow. He carelessly reached out with thick, calloused hands to pull out the bramble. Suddenly, as soon as he touched the bramble, its green thorns violently spiked, emitting a glow of energy. In an instant, both his palms were pierced by the rising thorns. At the moment of piercing, he felt his arms go numb. Poison! The thought flitted through his mind. The bramble in his hand suddenly broke through the soil, a mass of green plants swept forward like poisonous snakes. Countless thorns stabbed him, shredding flesh and bone. And not only that, massive blood along with his internal psychic energy was instantly devoured as his life slipped away. Almost instantly, he became a dry corpse, only bone left, no fluids inside. What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, Ram recoiled in fright. What kind of weird plant was this? It had instantly killed an ability user, and absorbed him dry. Aa. At that moment 2 more screams rang out. Not far off, the 2 brothers who went to bury the mine were both killed by monstrous thick brambles, then quickly turned into dry corpses. That bizarre scene instantly threw Ram's entire team into chaos. Then 3 more screams, 3 more people dropped under the suddenly erupting brambles. Originally Ram's team had only 17 people, in an instant, 5 had fallen. And among the 5, there was even an ability user. Something's wrong. Amid extreme panic, Ram suddenly calmed down. He sharply smelled a penetrating odor more than 200 meters away. And that pungent smell came very fast, carried by the wind. In an instant, his nasal cavities were filled with a strongly irritating odor. Ram's olfactory ability was dozens of times more sensitive than a bloodhound's. So his sense of smell was both sharp and fragile. This time the unbearable smell made him nearly collapse. What smell? Get out of here, quickly. Instinct for survival told Ram there was danger. He was being targeted. Suddenly, a murderous team burst out from behind the stone pillars in front of him. At the head was a young man. This young man had a unique temperament, his eyes dark as night. Though he looked like an ordinary person, in this moment he stood out at once. He held a sniper rifle in his hands. Beside him followed a delicate-looking beautiful girl. Surrender. Jiang Lushur emerged with them and looked at Ram's team, who were in disarray. He frowned slightly. It seemed he had overestimated this team's strength. These people didn't look elite at all. Roar. Suddenly a primate-like ability user pounced at Jiang Lushur with murderous intent. Bang! The shell casing from Jiang Lushur's sniper rifle flew up. The pouncing ability user was instantly torn into 2 parts. Without even a grunt, he dived 2 steps forward, then slumped to the ground, blood everywhere. Bang! Another shot rang out. Another ability user who tried to flee, transformed into a lightning-fast leopard, had his head explode mid-air, turning into a blood mist. Cold blood ran through Ram's veins. A sniper expert. Even an ordinary person, once a sniper expert, still held the power of life and death over ability users. Ram's team had 5 ability users total. 1 was injured, 1 killed by the monstrous brambles, and now 2 more got headshot. Only he alone was still alive and moving. That alone would be bad, but the team rushing at him had as many as 14 ability users. They pounced on Ram's team like vicious tigers. Ordinary survivors who tried to resist were quickly slaughtered. I'm Ram, don't shoot me. Facing Jiang Lushur's sniper rifle, Ram sat down in fear, hands raised high. He felt like he was dreaming. How could everything collapse so fast? He hadn't even had time to react. Brother Jiang, so weak, huh? Without us, you guys could already crush them. At this moment Qi Liang walked over. His ability made him like a human bear, thick body, immense strength. Just now he had torn apart a member of Ram's team who tried to detonate a mine. You don't know anything. If Brother Jiang hadn't wandered in big circles to confuse them, plus those weird brambles that disrupted them, plus the chemical powders to stir up a pungent wind for ambush, otherwise how could we pull it off so easily? Wang Chuanfu scolded Qi Liang. Hearing Wang Chuanfu's words, Ram trembled, looking at Jiang Lushur with eyes full of hatred and fear. So everything that happened was carefully arranged by this young man. From the moment this young man stepped into the stone forest, the confused trap had been being set up step by step. He had thought the stone forest's terrain played a role, that these people got lost. That's not right, how could you have tracked all our movements? Ram suddenly shivered, staring at Jiang Lushur in horror. If the other side laid such a trap, at least they needed to know every movement of us Ram. You tell me? Suddenly a gentle voice sounded inside Ram's mind. A psychic? Ram's face turned pale, his body went limp on the ground. This team actually had a psychic. No wonder they could sense every move of him, lay out trap accordingly. He lost justly. Brother Jiang, people, no, many people, they are quickly closing in our direction. Ran Shiyu's voice came in Jiang Liusher's mind, her brow slightly furrowed. Qi Liang, holding a chain, walked toward Ram. Hearing Ran Shiyu's words, Ram froze for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Heishui organization? They must be coming. In truth, Ram had not expected to be captured so soon, otherwise, by his plan, they would never have been in big danger. The Heishui organization would have already eliminated these people. Heishui organization? No wonder you kept circling in the stone forest without escaping. Turns out you planned to lure us in, waiting for Heishui organization to wrap us up. Jiang Liusher realized. He felt Ram's team had been overly confident. Turns out they relied on the Heishui organization. Heishui organization apparently had made a setup. But even if they come, you can't escape. I'll officially record this as your level 3 wilderness expansion task. Jiang Liusher said calmly. He wanted to quickly raise his team's internal ranking within the Xiaoyuan government. Of course he wouldn't let Ram get away. At that moment, Zhang Hai had already taken a chain and stepped forward, ready to bind Ram. Wait, let me go. I know many secrets of Heishui organization, they're obviously targeting you. You can sell these secrets to the Xiaoyuan safe zone military government, they'll definitely take measures against Heishui organization. Ram pleaded, stepping back a few steps. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly flashed a fierce gleam. His shoes cracked open sharply, revealing a pair of goat hooves. A long horn sprouted on his forehead and aimed to charge heavily at Jiang Liusher. But the moment his body had just moved, his mind felt as if struck hard by an iron hammer. Sharp pain froze all his movements. Psychic attack. Ram instantly fell into despair. Don't act rashly. Any sign of emotion from you is under my control. Ran Shiyu warned. Bang! A gunshot. Ram screamed terribly. His left leg was blown to bloody mush instantly. The pain made him howl, his body convulsed uncontrollably. If not for his strong physique, he would already be unconscious. You don't play fair. Next shot, I'll blow your head off directly. I bet the Xiaoyuan army won't refuse the body anyway, but if I bring it back, it'd be disgusting. Jiang Liusher had a Type 54 pistol pressed to Ram's head, his voice was icy. The hot barrel pressed against him, Ram's face twitched, teeth clenched, his throat let out a muffled groan. More than the pain, death terrified him more. Don't plan anything. Your so-called secrets about the Heishui organization are nothing but that they hired you to rob the government, just to threaten them. I don't want to get mixed in. Jiang Liusher spoke calmly. He always only cared about achieving his goals. As for dealing with the Heishui organization, as long as they didn't touch him, that was the Doomsday Walker's business. Ram's face turned deathly pale. Jiang Liusher was right. He really was prompted by Heishui organization to loot military vehicles. If this information couldn't move the people in front of him, then he had no hope at all. The other members of Ram's team stood one by one, faces like death, not daring to move. Where did you hide your motorcycles? And the supplies? Wang Chuanfu stepped forward and brutally kicked one of Ram's members to the ground. Fengshan Squad and Zhang Hai's group started searching Ram's team. Some quickly found information about where supplies were hidden, then headed deep into the stone forest. At that moment, Jiang Liusher heard intense gunfire coming from outside. Boom boom boom, then a series of explosions followed in succession. In the distance smoke and dust filled the air. The ground trembled slightly. Gunfire. The Heishui organization has clashed with the people outside, like Shurkan and the others. Jiang Liusher frowned slightly, it looked as if the fighting was intense. Brother Jiang, this Ram team has a lot of good stuff. At that moment, Zhang Hai and the others rode their motorcycles over. The motorcycles were naturally from Ram's team. 11 motorcycles in total, and each bike had 2 army green long bags hanging on the back seat, bulging. Wow, more than 30 guns, 5 boxes of ammunition, and 7 grade 1 mutant crystal cores, also lots of medical supplies and canned goods. This Ram team sure was rich. Zhang Hai clicked his tongue, leaned to Jiang Liusher's side and boasted, Brother Jiang, and 100 sniper rifle rounds. Jiang Liusher's eyes lit up, very good news. He hadn't expected Ram's team to have looted so much, to have ambushed so many squads, and built up such a big stash. At last it worked out for him. Like a drought finally getting rain. He had not replenished guns and ammo for a long time, now with this haul, he didn't have to worry about ammo for a while. And 7 grade 1 mutant crystal cores were like timely rain indeed. He currently didn't have even 1 mutant crystal core in hand. It was a pity there were no grade 2 cores, otherwise he could have used them to upgrade the base vehicle. Other members of the function squad were also elated. So many supplies, this was indeed a huge gain. All the supplies were laid out together on the snow. Wang Chuanfu, I want the mutant crystal cores and sniper rifle ammo. You guys take more of the rifles and other ammo, how's that? Jiang Lushur addressed Wang Chuanfu directly. Wang Chuanfu smiled and nodded. Deal, just distribute as Brother Jiang said. We hardly did anything and got so much, it's a big steal for you, Brother Jiang. You allocate as you like, if we get any broth at all, we're satisfied. Other members of the function squad felt very happy, they barely did anything, and under Jiang Liushur's plan Ram's team messed themselves up. In the end they only had to mop up some ordinary survivors. This was probably the easiest, most cost-effective mission they ever had. Following the legendary Stone Shadow squad really was a wise choice. Back when in Zhonghai, Wang Chuanfu once thought about befriending Jiang Lushur, but now he only thought about following Jiang Liushur's orders in missions. No talk of becoming friends, he felt his own weight not enough for that. Heh, I'll go see what kind of mouth Xing Bupo has now. This guy worked hard pushing Jiang to come in, but it turned out we profited big time. Everyone loot thoroughly, don't leave any fat for Xing Bupo's gang. Qi Liang shouted loudly nearby. Just thinking about Xing Bupo's awkward face later made him secretly pleased. Don't worry, we'll clean them out. Others laughed heartily. After dividing the supplies, Ram was already ashen-faced. After so many hard days, and now wanted by the Xiaoyuan safe zone, with their strength they couldn't escape to another safe zone, and in the end they just gifted everything to Stone Shadow Squad. His heart was bleeding. Bind him up, we're leaving. Jiang Lushur carefully put away the 7 grade 1 mutant crystal cores and said calmly. Outside the stone forest, the fighting was fierce. On the ground before the Doomsday Walker's side, craters were everywhere, blasted holes. One heavy truck had already exploded, engulfed in flames. The remaining heavy trucks formed a line, a natural truck barrier shelter. Many modified heavy trucks had their thick steel plates pierced. Some Doomsday Walkers had fallen, lying in pools of blood. Opposite them were about 20 heavy trucks lined up. Behind each truck protruded rifles. In this apocalypse world, large-scale gunfights were rare, neither side could afford big losses. But both the Heishui organization and Doomsday Walkers were big, fifth-channel organizations, they already had some foundation. Especially the Heishui organization, just now their string of grenades had smashed the Doomsday Walkers the moment they engaged, causing over 10 casualties. Among them were 2 or 3 ability users mysteriously taken out by heavy fire. By the time the Doomsday Walkers regained their senses, they were half-encircled by the Heishui force in a semi-fan formation. Farther away, off-road vehicles could be seen preparing, they were packed with Heishui organization's elite fighters. They were moving to expand the blockade. Damn it. How did Heishui organization guess our exact position? Xing Bupo hissed, hiding behind a heavy truck. His face was grimy black, his body full of impact wounds, looking wretched. A grenade had landed right beside him just moments ago. If he hadn't reacted in time, he would be dead now. Shurkan's face was cold. Looks like we walked into a trap. Ram's team inside was the bait. Shurkan, experienced in combat, quickly pieced things together. Only that made sense, otherwise how could Heishui organization have known our location and mobilized everything? Clearly they had prepared for this, they even brought several light machine guns. Compared, the firepower of Doomsday Walkers was far weaker. Though they had plenty of manpower, their firepower loadout might be enough against Ram's team, but against Heishui organization, it was no match. In the earlier firefight, they had already consumed more than half of the ammo they brought. How come Jiang Liushur's side still hasn't made a move? Shurkan suddenly thought of a question, glancing back toward the stone forest. Probably they've all been wiped out by Ram's team. You don't really expect them to do anything, right? Xing Bupo snorted. Shurkan's pupils glinted coldly, he said nothing more. Suddenly, the intense gunfire on the opposite side stopped. People from Doomsday Walkers, still resisting? Surrender now. You fell into our ambush. Resist and you'll be doomed. We brought over 100 ability users, just them alone can crush you. And we brought so much ammo, you want to match our firepower? A voice came from one of the heavy trucks on the other side. From inside one heavy truck, a waterproof canvas was pulled back, revealing box after box of ammo crates. That's Lu Changyang. Among the troops hiding behind one heavy truck, Ling Feng frowned slightly. He knew Lu Changyang had a strong sense of revenge. He hadn't expected him to so quickly begin preparations against Doomsday Walkers. The speaker really was Lu Changyang. He was currently arrogant, like a big wolf staring at little white rabbits, looking at the 7 or 8 heavy trucks of the opponent. He could imagine that the Doomsday Walkers inside must be trembling behind those trucks. This time they had mobilized 70% of their elite, and behind him sat a figure of unmatched might. That person sat in the shadows of the truck, not speaking, only occasionally his pupils flashed with electric light. Some ability users around him looked respectful, they were like hungry wolves, and he was the fierce tiger. Seeing that man, Lu Changyang's heart felt unusually secure. With him here, the Doomsday Walkers surely would be wrapped up by him. Huh? Where are the Stone Shadow Squad guys? Weren't those brats loudmouthed? Hand them over. Lu Changyang's gaze swept across his convoy, but he realized he hadn't seen the Stone Shadow Squad just now. When Lu Changyang's words entered the Doomsday Walkers' camp, it exploded. Some squads buzzed in discussion. They want Stone Shadow Squad? But Stone Shadow Squad isn't here now. Don't be stupid, even if we hand over Stone Shadow Squad, would they let us go? Besides, Stone Shadow Squad and us are cooperating now. At that moment, a figure appeared behind the Doomsday Walkers' convoy. The person held up a white cloth banner, waving it toward Heishui Organization's convoy, shouting loudly, "Don't shoot! Let's talk this out." Seeing that person, Lu Changyang was slightly stunned. He recognized that the person fleeing from the Doomsday Walkers' convoy, it seemed to be a small squad leader from Doomsday Walkers, surname Xing. "What do you want to say?" Lu Changyang walked out slowly. He reckoned the opponent wouldn't dare to shoot, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. And with his big brother behind him, no one could harm him. Seeing Lu Changyang walk out, Xing Bupo's face lit up. After hesitation he also walked out. "President, you want to trouble Stone Shadow Squad, right? Go ahead, try to find them. We're willing to hand them over, they're in the stone forest, their minibus is right behind our convoy. We can give them to you," Xing Bupo said. Lu Changyang paused. Was this selling their allies? A sneer formed on his lips. Doomsday Walkers' people were really a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. "Xing Bupo, what are you saying? Get back here!" Suddenly Shurken shouted in anger. Although he had issues with Stone Shadow Squad, one thing was one thing, he would never betray them. Other Doomsday Walkers' squads felt awkward. Betraying their allies so shamelessly was a loss of face. After all, as ability users, they still had some pride. "Captain, why are you defending Stone Shadow Squad? They messed with people they shouldn't have, they bring us no benefit, only trouble." Xing Bupo turned back and argued at Shurken. But his words had just fallen when a gunshot echoed from afar. Xing Bupo's head exploded like a watermelon under the vision of both sides. Splat. Blood and brain matter sprayed far and wide, some splashed onto Lu Changyang himself. Xing Bupo's corpse was thrown heavily in front of Lu Changyang. Lu Changyang was shocked with fury. He saw far away a team of people riding motorcycles burst out from behind the stone forest. At the head was Jiang Lushi. But immediately, he saw Jiang Lushi holding a sniper rifle, the dark barrel pointed at him. Lu Changyang was immediately terrified. Xing Bupo was just executed by this sniper rifle. He stamped heavily on the ground and fled back into a heavy truck, speedily as fleeing wind. "What are you doing, Jiang Lushi?" Shurken roared in anger. Seeing Jiang Lushi's sniper rifle, he knew very well it was this gun that blew off Xing Bupo's head. Although Xing Bupo betrayed Jiang Lushi, he was still a Doomsday Walkers member. How could he be shot just like that? "I am in cooperative relation with your Doomsday Walkers. But anyone who tries to betray me, that person is not a friend, but an enemy. Toward enemies, I have only one method." Jiang Lushi jumped off his motorcycle next to Shurken. Even facing Shurken's anger, he remained calm, his sniper rifle hand was steady, as firm as a rock. "Right, I support Captain Zhang's action. Xing Bupo is too shameless. In Doomsday Walkers there's no one like him, and he's extremely stupid. Does he really think by selling Stone Shadow Squad, Heishui Organization will spare us?" Ling Feng stepped forward. He directed his words to the other squad leaders, deliberately so that others would hear, in case some thought the same as Xing Bupo. By then no one dared to speak, among them some had thought similarly, but seeing Xing Bupo's fate, they immediately shied away. "Your actions, I'll report back to the chair." Shurken, controlling his anger, said coldly to Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi didn't care at all. Xing Bupo was an old member of Doomsday Walkers. By shooting him, it was a provocation to the leader Shurken. But instead of immediate retaliation, Shurken calmly contained the situation for the greater good. "Well then, tell Chair Hodingkuan whatever you want. But about Xing Bupo's betrayal, I'd still have killed him." Jiang Lushi tossed out a sentence, then patted his hands. Zhang Hai's motorcycle engine roared. In a few moments they rode over and pushed someone down hard. "Ram?" Shurken was startled seeing the limp person on the ground. He looked at Jiang Lushur and the others, his expression changed in an instant. They entered the stone forest and in at most half an hour, they eliminated the whole Ram team. This was simply unbelievable. They were only a C-level squad, even with backing from a B-level squad like Fengshan, there's no way they could finish off Ram's team so quickly, especially in such complex terrain as the stone forest. Ram's team in the rocky ridge had combat power that could multiply several times, in stone forest terrain they would be extremely dangerous. Shurken had originally planned that as long as Stone Shadow Squad asked for help, he would send support, to humble them a bit. He didn't expect Stone Shadow Squad to accomplish the nearly impossible. Other surviving members of Ram's team were thrown from their motorcycles, falling together in the snow. The Doomsday Walkers, the roughly 100 people strong, fell completely silent when they saw the scene. Lying on the snow were the notorious Ram team, that crazy squad that even dared to loot military supplies. They really got clapped out just like that? Many people looked at Jiang Lushur with a trace of awe at once. Though they did not see with their own eyes how Jiang Lushur captured Ram team, this was already enough to prove his powerful strength. If the Heishui organization people on the other side had not been pressing them, many in Doomsday Walkers would surely have cheered. After all, the Level 3 Wilderness expansion mission had been completed. Jiang Lushur ignored the stares around him, grabbed Ram, and took a deep breath, then leapt in one step onto the top of a heavy truck. Heishui people, listen. Ram is in my hands. The secrets between you and him, he's already told me. You deal however you want. Jiang Lushur looked coolly at the row of heavy trucks opposite. What does Brother Jiang mean? Qi Liang stood under the truck, looked up at Jiang Lushur, completely bewildered. You people are just too slow-witted. Brother Jiang is threatening the Heishui people. Wang Chuanfu, who at first called him Captain Jiang, now also began to call him Brother Jiang, along with Qi Liang. Shurken beside them was somewhat stunned. He did not expect Jiang Lushur to dare do that. In his memory, no one had ever dared provoke the Heishui organization like that, especially now, when their side was on the back foot. Didn't Jiang Lushur see the situation clearly? In Shurken's sensing, even though Jiang Lushur was a sniper expert, he was only a normal man. There was no strong ability energy fluctuation from him, at most he had improved body strength by eating mutated beast meat. Both sides of the battlefield fell into deadly silence. Damn, Ram was captured? This worthless? Lu Changyang, hiding behind a heavy truck, peeked out and saw the person hauled up by Jiang Lushur on the opposite truck top. He recognized immediately, that was Ram. Lu Changyang was stunned. Ram team's sneak attack and reconnaissance ability were first-rate. If they had a powerful ability user, they could have been promoted to AB+ squad. Never expected them to be caught by a C-level Stone Shadow squad. Damn it, that Ram guy had a lot of our dirt on him. If the looted military supply thing gets exposed, hearing Jiang Lushur's threat, Lu Changyang suddenly thought of that, and instantly felt uneasy. No way, this guy can't live. Lu Changyang's heart began to panic. He grabbed a rifle beside him, aiming at Ram in Jiang Lushur's hands. But before he could do anything, boom! A huge explosion. The heavy truck next to Lu Changyang had its tire blown apart in an instant, the whole truck tilting dangerously, almost flipping. Lu Changyang, if you dare shoot, I'll kill you. Even though Lu Changyang was hiding very stealthily, his foot behind the truck was clearly seen by Jiang Lushur. At the very moment the rifle sneaked out, Jiang Lushur shot and blew up the tire right behind Lu Changyang. Stop messing around. That someone who caught Ram so quickly obviously isn't an ordinary person. Suddenly, from a heavy truck a magnetic voice emerged. The voice carried a sense of might. Lu Changyang's heart jolted. Brother, leave this little business to me. Let me do it. The person inside the truck said in a low voice. Boom! Suddenly, people from the Doomsday Walker's side felt a huge surge of power burst from the Heishui convoy. A person shot out like a shell from a cannon, landing in the center of the two sides standoff. The newcomer was very young. Though it was snowy, he was shirtless, his bronzed muscles packed with explosive power. He stood there quietly, and yet gave people a feeling like a deep mountain towering, heavy, and grave. Everyone felt their breath caught for a moment. Jiang Lushur shared Ran Shiyu's psychic view. In that view, the young man had instantly risen from a tiny red dot into roaring red blazing flames. This red flame was stronger than psychological energy of a grade 2 zombie. Is that the Heishui organization's leader, Lu Changfei? Jiang Lushur was slightly stunned. That's right, it's Lu Changfei. Shurken, below Jiang Lushur, narrowed his pupils, and his heart sank. This was bad, didn't expect Lu Changfei to come. This time Doomsday Walkers were truly in danger. In the eyes of free elite survivors in Xiaoyuan safe zone, Lu Changfei was undoubtedly a legendary figure. He was once an elite in the army, later he left and founded the Heishui organization himself. Since day one, the organization rose almost miraculously. In just 1 month, it became a top 3 powerful organization among fifth channel groups. A number of elite survivor squads who opposed him had disappeared or been swallowed. Almost all by Lu Changfei alone. Doomsday Walkers now faced huge pressure from Heishui organization, and half of that pressure was because no one dared provoke Lu Changfei. In fifth channel, Lu Changfei was synonymous with invincibility. Never imagined that this time Lu Changfei would personally appear on the battlefield. Jiang Lushi, get down. Lu Changfei is not someone you can provoke. Ram must not be taken by him. Shirkan, under the heavy truck, whispered to Jiang Lushi. Back when confronting Lu Changyang, he hadn't been so worried. After all, though there was a gap in strength, final outcomes still hinged on ability users. To that degree Shirkan had some confidence. But now, seeing Lu Changfei, Shirkan felt a mountain of pressure at once. Other Doomsday Walkers' men, their gazes all focused on Jiang Lushi, everyone's expression complicated. Jiang Lushi captured Ram, obviously Lu Changfei was going to kill him first. Although earlier Jiang Lushi killed Xing Bupo, making them feel some displeasure, now, surprisingly, they wished Jiang Lushi could hold out. But they knew, that hope was slim. Brother Sun, advise Brother Jiang to come down. Lu Changfei is said to be a second-level evolved ability user. He's twisted. Brother Jiang standing so casually on the truck top, holding Ram, that's dangerous. Xiao Qi moved close to Sun Quan and whispered. After some interaction, Xiao Qi had to some extent understood Jiang Liushi's temperament. Jiang Liushi's personality was arrogant and cold, ordinary advice likely wouldn't work. So they could only rely on Sun Quan trying to persuade him. In Xiao Qi's eyes, no matter what, Jiang Liushi's team was only sea-level. Facing Lu Changfei, they were undoubtedly too weak. Xiao Qi, you just watch. So what if someone is a second-level evolved ability user? Our brother Jiang has killed them before. Zhang Hai said loudly nearby to Sun Quan, smiling casually. He and Sun Quan exchanged a glance, relaxed. Back when another person named Changxing Kai evolved to second level, didn't brother Jiang kill him savagely? And how clean that kill was. In their eyes, Jiang Lushi was in no way weaker than a second-level ability user. Xiao Qi was slightly stunned. What? Brother Jiang killed a second-level evolved ability user? You're the Heishui organization's leader? On the heavy truck, sensing the powerful ability aura from Lu Changfei, Jiang Liushi's face was calm. Let's negotiate a deal. The warning voices from Shirkan and others under the truck automatically filtered out of his ears. Lu Changfei's pupils flickered with a sharp glow. At his level, he had learned to partially control his ability's energy fluctuations, not like a first-level user whose energy waves could be easily sensed by others. He deliberately released his ability now, to intimidate the other side. But the young man on the truck top didn't move. If it was someone else, they'd have turned pale. But this young man, he was asking for a deal. That was bold. Lu Changfei didn't bother to reply to Jiang Lushi. A sneer curled on his face. Suddenly he bent backwards, stepped forward with his left leg. Thud. His heavy step pressed deep into the ground, leaving a 3-finger-deep footprint. Instantly, from his body, from tip of toes, through pelvis, waist, the whole body, was drawn like a bow being fired. Muscles bulged with a strange luster. Snow falling from the sky, whenever it brushed his body, it seemed pushed aside by an invisible giant hand. He suddenly looked up. A sharp beam of energy, like crackling electricity, shot from his eyes at Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi also stared at Lu Changfei. Their gazes collided in the void. In that instant, Jiang Lushi felt a surge of battle intent and ferocity. He realized what Lu Changfei was thinking. This guy wanted to rush in, to snatch. Is it that simple? Jiang Liushi's pupils narrowed slightly. Facing a second-level evolved ability user directly, this was his first time. But this guy seemed really confident of his power. At that moment, all the nerves in Jiang Liushi's brain tightened, his attention unprecedentedly focused. In a split second, even wind and grass movement around him, even snowflakes falling through the air slowed in his vision. He could even see the ice crystal structure of each snowflake. Everything froze into frame-by-frame slow motion. His veins surged with blood power, his arm shook, the sniper rifle ghost-like swung across. In other people's eyes, it looked unbelievably weird. They saw a blur of afterimages when Jiang Lushi moved his arm, and the sniper rifle, as if possessed, aimed at Lu Changfei. Timing was exact, just when Lu Changfei was about to explode forward. Sniper rifle locked on. Lu Changfei blinked slightly. So fast. Against a normal sniper, with his confidence, he believed the opponent couldn't detect his reaction, but the sniper rifle from the young man in front of him was fast enough to track his movement, and locked onto him just as he was about to spring. "Can you move faster than me?" A violent killing aura flashed across Lu Changfei's face. He felt insulted. Lu Changfei was a natural-born battle fiend, his only passion was becoming stronger and stronger. Anything that could make him stronger triggered a fierce killing desire in him. He now felt challenged by the sniper-wielding brat in front of him. In his eyes, that brat was a dead man. Wind around Lu Changfei stopped, snow whipped violently, his aura soared again. He continued the pounce, his feet slid horizontally on ground, his body spawned a string of afterimages. Each afterimage seemed capable of bursting forward to tear Jiang Lushur apart. The Doomsday Walker's people watching were stunned. Afterimages, that happens only when the speed of a moving object exceeds what the human eye can follow, their visual persistence creates illusions. This showed, no one could capture Lu Changfei's movement with their naked eyes anymore. His speed was beyond ordinary understanding. Jiang Lushur's eyes felt fatigued. His brain nerves were stretched tight, still he observed every move of Lu Changfei, but he realized Lu Changfei had gotten even faster than before. Lu Changfei's speed was far beyond pre-apocalypse sprint champions, even much faster than a cheetah. Such speed, by the time a target reacts, it's already dead. Is this the power of a second-level evolved ability user? Even my vision feels tired, Jiang Lushur thought in shock. At this moment his eyesight was at its limit, and he couldn't maintain it long. Otherwise the extreme strain would consume his mind. In terms of physical strength, though Jiang Lushur's blood evolution lineage had awakened, he still was far weaker than a second-level ability user. On that point, Jiang Lushur had clear self-awareness. "Brother Jiang, be careful." Ran Shiyu's voice warned in Jiang Lushur's mind. The killing aura released by a second-level ability user made Ran Shiyu shiver all over. She spoke anxiously. "I know." Jiang Lushur nodded silently. In his body, once modified by gene liquid, the blood lineage surged. Every nerve was activated, consuming enormous physical strength. The sniper rifle's aim tracked Lu Changfei's silhouette constantly. "Still able to keep up with my current speed?" Lu Changfei was finally moved. He saw, the sniper's eye always followed his movements, the rifle aim moved with slight shifts in his posture. The rifle aim was so precise it locked onto his real body, not the afterimages. "Big brother, why not just rush him? Snatch ram and get out?" Behind the heavy trucks in Heishui convoy, Lu Changyang muttered in disbelief. He had never seen his brother act like this. With his speed, grabbing ram back wouldn't be hard, but instead, he toyed with Jiang Lushur. In fact, the same thought swirled inside some people of Doomsday Walkers, including Qi Liang. "Captain, why didn't brother Jiang just shoot and kill him? Why let him stay alive so long?" Qi Liang clicked his tongue, looked at Wang Chuanfu in confusion. Wang Chuanfu frowned, rather disappointed in Qi Liang. "From now on think a bit before you speak. The guy in front is very strong. Even with brother Jiang's ghost-like gun skill, all he can manage is block the opponent's attack direction. Of course, that speed of switching the gun's aim, only brother Jiang can do it. If I were the one up there, forget about blocking his attack direction. I'd probably not even see his shadow clearly." Wang Chuanfu added in low voice. While the Doomsday Walkers lads were busy murmuring among themselves, Shurken was silent. Shurken got goosebumps all over, shaken by Jiang Lushur's astonishing gun skill moves and Lu Changfei's terrifying power. Among the end-of-the-world wanderers group, Shurken was without a doubt the strongest, so he saw more clearly. Jiang Lushur is not simple. He actually managed to reach this level, and across from him is Lu Changfei. But I'm afraid his endurance won't hold long. He also saw Jiang Lushur's problem with physical stamina. Even if Jiang Lushur could hold his ground for a while, in the long run, Lu Changfei would definitely break through. This is the unsurpassable gap between an ordinary person and a second-level ability user. However, Lu Changfei despised a war of attrition. A wild glint flashed in his pupils. "Good. You're worth me killing you with all my strength." Though the wind and snow howled, Lu Changfei's words still reached everyone's ears among the end-of-the-world wanderers without a word lost. Behind, hiding, Lu Changyang saw Lu Changfei's excited expression with utter disbelief. He hadn't seen his older brother show such a look in a long time. The last time was when his brother faced a very strong ability user's challenge. Could this Jiang Lushur actually be worthy of his brothers like this? "Oh shit, Lu Changfei still hasn't used his full strength," Wang Chuanfu said, frowning, shocked. At this point, and he still hasn't gone all out. And no one thought Lu Changfei was bluffing. Qi Liang's face tightened too. "Captain, is brother Jiang unable to hold on?" "No. Brother Jiang still has a pair of trump cards he hasn't thrown out." Wang Chuanfu shook his head, eyes glancing toward the minibus behind Jiang Lushur. He didn't notice it before, but now, he jumped in shock. Out of the front of that minibus, at some unknown moment, a dark cannon barrel had emerged. The barrel was aimed directly in Jiang Lusher's direction. At this moment, Jiang Lusher's palms were sweating slightly. He wouldn't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Lu Changfei. After all, he didn't have special powers. Though his body, reinforced by gene serum and evolution crystals and daily training by eating mutated beast meat, was much stronger than an ordinary person, he was still far inferior compared to a second-level evolver. From the start he had been setting the trap, continuously simulating in his mind. He wanted to step-by-step force Lu Changfei into a kill zone. Inside the base vehicle, Ying and Jiang Lusher were completely on the same page. When Jiang Lusher had pretended to probe with a sniper rifle, the air cannon in the base vehicle kept adjusting its aim. Finally the angle became a total blind spot in Lu Changfei's field of vision. Only if Lu Changfei came in front of Jiang Lusher would the cannon barrel direction become visible to him. If Lu Changfei really came over to take the captive, the air cannon Jiang Lusher set would definitely make him pay dearly. At this time, Lu Changfei already felt he had fully probed Jiang Lusher's limits. And he still hadn't unleashed his full ability. His speed could increase a good deal further. There was no need to drag it out. He wanted to snatch the ram, Gongyang, and kill Jiang Lusher at once. But just as he was about to rush out, suddenly his whole body shuddered, a strange sense of danger enveloped him. There's a strong power nearby. Brother Jiang. Meanwhile, in Jiang Lusher's mind, Ran Shiyu suddenly shouted. From 1.5 kilometers away, a huge cluster of red spots appeared out of nowhere. 8 or 9 of those red spots emitted strong psychic intensity, even 4 or 5 had psychic strength comparable to Lu Changfei. It was like several roaring torches appeared in the mental field. Such strong psychic energy, and there was no sense of hostile psychic waves. The answer became obvious, another group of ability users was approaching. Among them several were second-level evolvers. It's the army, the elite squad of the Xiaoyuan military government is coming. Someone from the end of the world wanderers suddenly shouted. The ground beneath trembled. A convoy of more than 20 heavy trucks thundered forward, the giant wheels splashed snow everywhere in the blizzard. Looking at the convoy from far away, one could feel a beast-like aura. All the heavy trucks had thick steel plates added. Now some of those plates showed tear marks, some looked like hammered by shells, dented, melted. Blood and flesh fragments were visible across the bodies of the trucks. Outside every truck hung the corpse of a mutated beast, rigid as iron in the cold wind, bumping noisily against the body as the vehicle shook. There were over 30 mutated beasts in total. Some of the beasts were so huge they looked like small hills, only able to be tied to the roof of the truck. 30+ mutated beast corpses, absolutely an unimaginable fortune. Some of the end-of-the-world wanderers saw those corpses hanging from the trucks. Their breathing became rapid. But no one dared entertain any greedy ideas. The ferocious aura from the convoy was overwhelming, even from kilometers away. Lu Changfei, who was about to charge Jiang Lusher, halted mid-action. His expression turned stern as he stared at the approaching military trucks. Jiang Lusher inwardly thought, what a pity, if Lu Changfei had come over, he was 70% sure he could have made him pay heavily. That guy was considerably stronger than Changxing Kai. Jiang Lusher thought, and the dark cannon barrel at the minibus's front retracted. Facing such a dangerous person as Lu Changfei, he didn't want to reveal his trump card so easily. Otherwise Lu Changfei would be alerted, and in the future it would be difficult to use the air cannon or other means against him again. The distant military convoy rushed like lightning through the snowstorm. After reaching the rocky ridge, the convoy was originally going to flee toward another mountain forest line down the mountain. But on the lead truck was a tall soldier wearing a black cloak, sitting on top of a mutated beast. He saw the showdown between the end-of-the-world wanderers and the Blackwater organization. With one command, the convoy instantly turned and charged toward Jiang Lusher and the others. Rumble. More than 20 heavy trucks tore through with a murderous aura, finally stopping extremely orderly on the open ground where the wanderers and Blackwater organization faced off. Clatter. From each heavy truck jumped several tough soldiers in military green t-shirts, armed to the teeth. These fighters all emanated psychic energy waves. They were all ability user soldiers, there were 200 of them. As soon as they got off, they formed ranks behind the trucks as cover, pointing their weapons at the end-of-the-world wanderers and Blackwater organization members. Moreover, on the heavy trucks there were machine guns rolled out, some even carried shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Such firepower intimidated both sides. It must be understood, even with just a rifle, an ability user is throughout superior to ordinary people, their psychic power, reaction, and accuracy all far beyond normal. And these ability users were well-trained soldiers. In those skills they surpassed typical ability users. Coupled with those machine guns and shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Those who earlier confronted each other now felt cold dread and quiet as winter cicadas. What are you doing? Killing each other? Do you realize what the military government will do if it finds out? The tall figure standing on the heavy truck swept his gaze across the faces of people below, full of anger. In the Shayuan safe zone it was absolutely forbidden for groups to rob or kill each other openly. After all, in the apocalypse, humanity was already scarce. Not to mention elite survivor squads, every ability user among them was important firepower for humanity's counterattack against zombies and mutated beasts. But to this soldier, though the rule was clear, it was rare for any case ever to be dealt with. Free elite survivor squads fighting each other had never been interfered with by the military. Normally, even if the army met them, it wouldn't really intervene. But this time the military intervening in both sides' fight was rare. The Wanderers sighed with relief. With the army present, the Blackwater organization wouldn't dare do anything to them. You, Yi Bao, you're still as old-fashioned as ever. Without killing each other, without tasting the horror of life and death, how can human ability users quickly evolve? Lu Changfei said arrogantly, coldly staring at those on the heavy trucks. That's why the Xiaoyuan military government seldom bothers with free elite survivor squads killing each other. It was only now that Yi Bao seemed to notice Lu Changfei. His face stiffened, and he jumped down from the truck. Boom! His legs, like iron hammers, smashed the snow, ice cracked in the snowfield. Yi Bao and Lu Changfei faced each other, their eyes like clashing sparks in the air, murderous intent boiling between them. Lu Changfei, you want another fight with me? Yi Bao threatened. Come on. It's been a long time since I beat you up, my fists are itching. Lu Changfei didn't back down, stepped forward. His nose almost touched Yi Bao's nose. Both of them surged with fury like two ferocious beasts confronting each other. Wind and snow catapulted around them, pushed away by an invisible wall of energy. The air seemed to freeze. Yi Bao, Lu Changfei, don't move. Suddenly a deep voice came from one of the heavy trucks. Hearing that voice, Lu Changfei's face finally changed. Captain? He looked toward the heavy truck where the voice came from, expression grave. Everyone from both sides froze. Who would dare provoke someone able to make Lu Changfei so serious? Jiang Lushur thought, and Ran Shiyu's psychic detection spread toward the truck, but it vanished like a stone sinking into mud. That heavy truck was like a black hole swallowing all psychic waves. Even the psychic detection of Ran Shiyu, which previously worked even against the psychic power ability user unmoving Ming Wang, was utterly useless. Watching this, Jiang Lushur's heart chilled. Even back in Panju City, facing that psychic power ability user, unmoving Ming Wang, Ran Shiyu's psychic detection had never been so useless. Clearly inside that heavy truck was a captain whose strength was unimaginable. Not long ago Ran Shiyu hadn't sensed that power at all. Lu Changfei, take your people, leave. The captain on the heavy truck said slowly. His voice was soft, but each word carried an unquestionable commanding aura that cut through the howling blizzard and reached everyone's ears clearly. Lu Changfei stood frozen, said nothing for a moment. I sensed someone among your group has psychic power. I don't know who it is, tell that kid, if he wants to trade with me, fine. I want the ram to go insane, can't leak any information. In Ran Shiyu's mind, suddenly came Lu Changfei's voice. She was shocked, a second-level evolver could actually perform basic psychic communication? Immediately she relayed the information to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur's lips curled faintly into a smile. He Shiyu, tell him, I want 3 second-level mutation crystal cores. Jiang Lushur said coolly. Since they were going to trade, of course he raised the price. Besides, with the military here, Jiang Lushur could talk about the ram's capture anytime. Lu Changfei had no choice. Ran Shiyu passed Jiang Lushur's words to Lu Changfei. A strange expression appeared on Lu Changfei's face. He couldn't understand why Jiang Lushur, an outsider, would need second-level mutation crystal cores, and such rare things at that. But soon he returned to a heavy truck. When he came back, he had several items in his hand. Brother Jiang, Lu Changfei agreed. He said let the ram open its mouth. Ran Shiyu quietly told Jiang Lushur in his mind. Oh. Jiang Lushur didn't ask why, but put down the ram, then grabbed under its cheek heavily. The ram was already dazed, without any strength to resist, its jaw dislocated, mouth forced open. Swoosh, swoosh. Several items flew toward Jiang Lushur. One of them landed accurately into the ram's mouth, a black capsule pill. Jiang Lushur caught it. What are you doing? You dare ignore captain's orders. Yi Bao, furious, shouted to Lu Changfei next to him. But Lu Changfei grinned strangely, showing his shiny teeth to the leopard. Nothing. I'm leaving now. On the other side, Shirkan also saw what Jiang Lushur held in his hand. They were 3-second level mutation crystal cores, still emitting majestic energy glow. Jiang Lushur was delighted in his heart, grabbing the ram. He didn't expect to get 3-second level mutation crystal cores. This trade was ridiculously worthwhile. Shurkin could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Changfei actually gave Jiang Lushur 3-second level mutation crystal cores just like that? After seeing what Jiang Lushur had in hand, it felt like living in a dream. Unbelievable, Lu Changfei quietly just dropped 3 rare second-level mutation crystal cores to Jiang Lushur. Brother Jiang, the ram is not right, his mind is messed up, he has become completely stupid, Ran Shiyu spoke softly to Jiang Lushur. Jiang Lushur glanced at the ram. Indeed, the ram's eyes were blank, its limbs floppy like a bug on the ground, jaw hanging open drooling, dazed like an idiot. It seemed that the black pill was some kind of mind-messing drug. Probably manufactured by the Blackwater organization. In the apocalypse, ability users are all kinds of strange. A large organization as big as Blackwater having someone who can make poison is not surprising. The military's Yibao also stared deeply at Jiang Lushur. This man was a newcomer, an ordinary person. But he had just confronted Lu Changfei and ended up with 3 second-level mutation crystal cores. This person is not simple. When the Blackwater organization left, Yibao gave Shurkin a few instructions, then followed them to leave. In the vast wind and snow, only the end-of-the-world wanderers remained. Phew, almost everyone among them exhaled a long breath. Captain Shur, should we hurry back? What if the Blackwater organization returns? The thin middle-aged man in the team scraped close to Shurkin. Shurkin looked at him with disdain. Has your courage run away? If you want to get out, go ahead, the end-of-the-world wanderers have no room for cowards. And besides, do you think Blackwater organization dares to go against the army? That big shot has already spoken, even Lu Changfei wouldn't dare disobey. Who is that big shot? The thin man, shamefaced after being scolded, couldn't help but ask. Li Yinqiang. Hearing that name, everyone's faces changed. Those with special powers are all proud by nature, no one submits to anyone's character. But in Xiayuan there was one exception, without a doubt, it was the war god of Xiayuan, Li Yinqiang. Li Yinqiang was the first powerful warrior in the Xiayuan region to be promoted into the ranks of second-level evolvers. Later, when Xiayuan was hit by 2 waves of beast storms, his performance was like a miracle. During the first beast storm, he led the team on a wide detour behind the wave, buried many landmines and other traps, heavily damaging the retreating mutated beast group, killing countless mutants. When the second beast storm attacked the underground tunnels of the Xiayuan safe zone and tried to break into the safe zone, with insufficient forces Li Yinqiang stood forth. With extraordinary strength he killed the second-level mutant beasts attempting to break in, then led a squad to defend the tunnel entrance for a full 3 hours. He bought precious breathing room for the Xiayuan safe zone, until the main force arrived. His deeds spread all through the Xiayuan safe zone. He became a highly publicized war hero of the military, and was appointed captain of a special forces brigade. Almost every native power user in the Xiayuan safe zone regarded Li Yinqiang as a model to follow. Since it was Li Yinqiang who stepped forward to stop Lu Changfei, just that name made the people of the Doomsday Walkers feel much more at ease. Now things should be fine. Clean up the battlefield, we'll head to Dongma town for the next mission. Protect the ram carefully. Shurkin had returned to his usual impassive state, calmly organizing everyone to hurry on their journey. Only when his gaze occasionally swept past Jiang Lushur, did his eyes flicker a little, but in the end he asked nothing and said nothing. No matter what agreement Jiang Lushur and Lu Changfei had reached, Jiang Lushur was not a member of the Doomsday Walkers, and he blocked Lu Changfei, so Shurkin had no position to meddle in those matters. Though they had experienced a thrilling moment, after the crisis the Doomsday Walkers soon calmed down. People in the apocalypse, especially those with special powers, have seen countless life-and-death fights. Their mental resilience is strong. And anyway, no matter what, the ram was captured, the level 3 mission was basically completed, overall morale was still intact. The Doomsday Walkers convoy restarted, heading toward the direction from which the military convoy had come not long ago. Only the convoy came from the distant mountains, while Dongma town lay in the hilly area northeast of Chaos Stone Ridge. When the Doomsday Walkers set out, the group from the Blackwater organization remained quietly together. The atmosphere in the group was very oppressive. Having followed Big Brother Lu Changfei out, everyone originally thought they could take down the Doomsday Walkers at once, never expected to have the military intervene midway. The forceful interference of the military meant they had to leave. Everyone inside was holding back a breath. Especially Lu Changyang, he was extremely depressed. Inside the truck covered on all sides by army green nylon cloth, with the vehicle jolting and shaking, he finally couldn't hold back. he asked in a muffled voice. Big brother, why did you toy with that kid just now? Why not grab him and kill him directly, and finish the matter? You think I was toying with him? Lu Changfei suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, like knives, fixed on Lu Changyang's face. Feeling that oppressive pressure, Lu Changyang's heart shuddered, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Big brother, with your power. Enough. I know what you want to say. Lu Changfei roughly waved his hand, cutting off Lu Changyang's words. Don't underestimate him. That guy called Jiang Lushi is stronger than you think. The fact that with just his nerve reflexes and hand speed he could keep up with my speed proves that he's not simple. Keep up with Big Brother's speed? Hearing that from Lu Changfei, Lu Changyang frowned. His big brother was serious? But given his big brother's character, he would never joke about this. He carefully recalled the confrontation between Big Bro and Jiang Lushi not long ago. It seemed that the sniper rifle in Jiang Liushi's hands had indeed been making subtle adjustments constantly in sync with Big Bro's movement. This Jiang Lushi really had underestimated him. Big brother, so, what about the Doomsday Walkers? We must get back today's face, the brothers are all low in morale. But then Lu Changyang's eyes shifted, and he sneered coldly, next time there's also a level 5 mission. Beast nests will be very dangerous. Many organizations will pick up the mission. When things get chaotic, we with the Doomsday Walkers can handle them however we want, right? You heard me, big brother? Lu Changfei stayed silent. All his muscles crackled, the big sword leaned coldly against the back of the truck frame, a scene of Jiang Lushi appeared in his mind. Today that kid actually trapped him, this debt must be repaid. As for the Doomsday Walkers, he didn't really care. The power struggle among survivors, he never cared about that. In his eyes, there was only one thing, powerful enemies. Defeat powerful enemies, make oneself stronger, evolve further. After more than 3 hours, the Doomsday Walkers finally arrived at Dongma Town. Dongma Town was a small town that grew along an abandoned national highway. Both sides of the street were lined with dilapidated buildings overgrown with dense vegetation. Many buildings had already been broken apart by large root systems of plants, revealing rusted steel reinforcements inside. In front of the relatively intact town government office building, dull gunshots rang out. Several swaying zombies, not yet able to reach them, were shot in the head by rifles. At this time the sky was already dim, near dusk. The blizzard had stopped. After a day's busyness, the Doomsday Walkers were starving. Shurken pulled a broken signboard, sat cross-legged on the cleaned empty ground. In front of him, piles of campfires had already been lit. Some people were cooking food, others roasting mutant beast meat. But that mutant meat had been preserved for a long time, its energy content had decreased a lot, the taste was far from fresh, but for power users it was still a supplement. Life in the apocalypse was harsh, none of the power users complained, having something to eat was already good. Grey Mantis Squad reports, Northeast Side, no zombies, no mutant beasts. Fifth Alley Squad reports, West Side cleared, within 500 meters is safe zone, only the direction of the school is a blind spot. Wired fence installed. Squad after squad returned from outside, reporting the situation carefully to Shurken. Everyone come and eat. Tomorrow we'll go find those scientists' corpses. Within 1,000 meters around is already cleared into a safe zone. Send 3 squads to take turns standing watch tonight. Shurken finally nodded in relief. The Level 3 pioneering mission to find the scientists' corpses seemed easier than expected. Although finding intact bodies would be difficult, the danger level wasn't high, this could already be considered easy. A group of people began to eat ravenously. Inside the convoy a festive atmosphere broke out, the depression of the day completely vanished. Shurken chewed on the meat in his mouth while observing the very end of the convoy. There, a minibus quietly parked under a ruined shop's roof. Xiao Qi, bring this roasted meat to Shuriying's squad. Shurken thought a moment, called out to Xiao Qi nearby, handing over a plate of roasted meat. Xiao Qi grinned and took the food, scampering toward the minibus where Jiang Lushi and the others were. He knew, this was Shurken signaling goodwill. It also proved Xiao Qi's good judgment, the Shuriying squad had been very strong throughout, now even Shurken bowed his head. And before this, because he had backed the Shuriying squad's actions, Xiao Qi was often mocked by other squads. Some of the power users in the Doomsday Walkers stopped eating and looked at Xiao Qi walking toward the minibus, their expressions complex. To be honest, they felt sad and unable to approve that Jiang Lushi had shot Xing Bupo. But the Shuriying squad's strength gave a strange feeling. Within half an hour they had captured the ram, even used it to threaten Lu Changfei. The key was, second-level mutant crystal cores had been extorted from Lu Changfei without resistance. Thinking it over, it was terrifyingly strange. Probably for a time, maintaining good relations with the Shuriying squad was important. Otherwise, if they offended the Shuriying squad, they might end up like Xing Bupo, tragic. Shurken looked over and saw the minibus window open. Jiang Lushur stuck his head out and said something to Xiao Qi. Then Xiao Qi came back shocked. Along with him, in the original meat plate, there were now a few additional things. Captain, Brother Jiang, doesn't need this meat. He already has some by himself, and he gave me something else to eat. Xiao Qi looked at the items on the meat plate, expression a mix of surprise and excitement. Shurken stared at Xiao Qi's plate, blinking. His saliva glands worked hard. On the meat plate was succulent and juicy mutant beast meat, thickly coated in sauce, the gravy rich, giving off an intoxicating aroma. Fresh mutant beast meat? Or is it the best tenderloin part? And this sauce, incredible. A food-loving power user looked at the meat on Xiao Qi's plate, drooling. Some power users seeing this couldn't help but think, wow, the Shuriying squad really is wealthy. To be able to enjoy such treats in the apocalypse, even among power users, how can there be such a difference? In the base vehicle, the lights were dim. Ran Shiyu and the others had all fallen asleep safely. In Jiang Liushur's palm appeared 7 red crystals shimmering with energy, first-level evolution crystals. From the RAM just captured today he had seized 7 first-level mutant crystal cores, and dumped them all into the energy lab at once. He recalled in his mind the confrontation with Lu Changfei today. Lu Changfei's movement, remembering it now made goosebumps rise all over his body. At that moment, if he had made any mistake, Lu Changfei might have rushed to him. It was extremely dangerous. This made Jiang Lushur once again realize the gap between him and powerful second-level evolvers. Even if he had the base vehicle, if he could not unexpectedly severely injure Lu Changfei, it would still be very dangerous. Moreover, even though Lu Changfei was powerless against his base vehicle, for the vehicle to kill someone with extreme speed like Lu Changfei would not be easy. Therefore, he must raise his own strength further. In the other palm of Jiang Lushur rested 2 seeds. They were seeds of mutant thorns. Seeing the seeds, Jiang Lushur felt a bit relieved. At present, the Mutant Plant Research Institute, though still lacking many things, had the mother mutant thorn. Breeding on that front had already stabilized. Only every now and then they needed to supply mutant beast meat and some metal as nutrients. That way, they could produce 1 mutant thorn seed every 2 days on average. For this speed, Jiang Lushur was temporarily satisfied. After all, now he did not spend much energy on it. The mutant plant research was only just beginning. When he later gets more mutant beast meat for supply, once the institute upgrades again, the number of mutant seeds they gain will surely explode. The power of these mutant thorn seeds had already been tested on the RAM squad. Even power users, if caught unawares, would fall victim. Having another means of attack meant an extra layer of security. Brother Jiang, Zhu Ying's vital signs are all normal, her mutant power cell energy is abundant, lungs and heart functioning well. The night light in the vehicle had already been turned off. Li Yusin walked over from beside where Jiang Zhuying lay, softly said to Jiang Lushur. Now, except for Ling Hui who formerly called him Captain, even Li Yusin, Jiang Liushur's former school beauty classmate, unconsciously called him Brother Jiang. Yusin, thank you for your hard work. Take this and eat it. Jiang Lushur handed over an evolution crystal. These days you've been watching over Jiang Zhuying's condition day and night, sleeping little, working hard. Jiang Lushur saw it, remembered it. Evolution crystal? This thing is so precious, my power in the team can only play a support role, better give it to Zhang Hai and the others. After seeing the crystal, Li Yusin hurriedly said. In the team she served as medical officer. But the Shuriying squad was so rarely injured that she always felt she didn't contribute much. Moreover, this time Jiang Lushur had also helped her look for news about her parents and grandfather. She already felt very grateful internally. Everyone else has some. Jiang Lushur spread out his hand, revealing a bunch of evolution crystals. I give this to you not only because of your contribution to the team. I heard from Xiao Qi that any power user in the Xiaoyuan Safe Zone's army, if they perform outstandingly, often get to eat evolution crystals. Their power evolves much faster than ordinary power users. Some even become second-level evolvers. Our squad must not fall behind in this aspect. Jiang Lushur said slowly. These days, because of the base vehicle, the Shuriying squad had been killing left and right, but their sense of danger had also lowered because of that. Yet today, faced with the military's power, seeing those 200 or so trained military power users with strong energy fluctuations, and that profoundly Inqiang, making Jiang Lushur feel a hint of pressure. His squad cannot always stay in the base vehicle and never get out. Once they get out, they will face the cruel apocalypse. So as long as the base vehicle continues functioning normally, it's urgent to increase personal strength. The military zone concentrates a great many resources. Power users in the army who show outstanding performance are concentratedly nurtured, results are naturally remarkable. But unlike other power user squads, Jiang Lushi himself also has the ability to produce evolution crystals. That's something no other power user can match. After hearing Jiang Lushi's words, Li Yusin thoughtfully raised her head. When we talk about second-level evolvers, if Zhu wakes up, she might break through. And recently I found that Ling seems to have changed a bit too. Last time I examined her, I found that the energy contained in her ability cells has tripled compared to before. And recently, haven't you noticed, her appetite has increased a lot. I think she's about to evolve again soon. After Li Yusin's reminder, Jiang Lushi's mind stirred. His gaze followed Li Yusin's indication and looked toward Ling. In the dark night, Ling rested leaning against the head of the bed. The girl, a mutant leopard cat ability user, emitted a faint energy glow from her body, detectable by the star seed scanner. Ability energy leakage? A smile appeared on Jiang Lushi's face. He had heard from Xiao Qi about some second-level ability users. When an evolver's ability cells become powerful enough, during evolution to the next level there is sometimes an energy leak. Now Ling's body also showed such a sign, definitely a good thing. Yes, resources can temporarily be tilted a bit toward Ling. Although Ling joined the team last, this girl who spoke little and felt cold and distant had always worked quietly, always rushing to fight on the most dangerous front lines without hesitation. Jiang Lushi had by now built a lot of trust toward her. Gurgle. Suddenly, in the pitch black, Jiang Lushi heard an unusual sound. Alert, detection of special energy fluctuation, direction southeast. The star seed's cold voice rang in Jiang Lushi's mind. Special energy fluctuation? Jiang Lushi was filled with surprise and joy. Everyone, get up, be alert. Whenever there is a star seed alert like this, it's definitely not simple. And often this kind of special energy is of great use for the base vehicle. No matter what, we must get it. Jiang Lushi gave a low shout. People of Shuriying's squad all woke up. Outside the Doomsday Walkers' camp, the bonfire had not yet died, and there was movement. Among the ability users, some with sharp hearing heard that strange sound. In the firelight, figures flickered and many ability user squads, fully equipped, came out of their tents. At that moment the minibus roared and drove to the front of the camp. Captain Shurkan, that movement came from the southeast direction. Jiang Lushi opened the car window and said to a serious-looking Shurkan. Shurkan frowned and nodded. We also noticed. We have already sent ability users to scout. That direction pointed to the depths of the small town. They had arrived today when it was already dark. Fighting at night is unfavorable for humans. They had originally planned to rest one day and search the town early tomorrow morning. Then our Shuriying squad should go too, Jiang Lushi said in a low voice. Hearing his reply, Shurkan was stunned for a moment. This small stir, just sending a few to scout should suffice. Is it worth Shuriying squad making big moves? At that moment, the mild movement in the town southeast suddenly became earth-shaking. Boom boom boom. In the dark night came loud thundering of many trees breaking and falling. Pa pa. After a few gunshots, grotesque cries kept ringing. The sounds came near the ground, hollow and eerie. Then a heart-wrenching scream rent the air. Everyone shuddered as one. In a snowy street corner of the dark town a vehicle headlight lit up, illuminating the snowy road ahead. The motorcycle charged wildly toward the camp where Jiang Lushi and the others were. Behind it trailed a long trail of blood. Captain, there are many mutant insects. Mutant insects crawled out of the town's hospital. There's a large underground cave there. The bald ability user on the motorcycle fell off in pain, spoke shakily to Shurkan. His left thigh had already withered strangely, skin and bone. From a fist-sized wound something writhed, tentacles like octopus arms entwining the wound. Some people seeing his grotesque injury gasped in horror. Brother Jiang, there's something in his wound. Ran Shiyu's warning words rang in Jiang Lushi's mind. Without hesitation he drew his handgun and aimed at the bald motorcyclist on the ground. What are you doing? Shurkan startled and asked. Bang, a gunshot. The wound in the man's thigh was pierced, and a fleshy worm struggled wildly on the ground. The worm had many tentacles, its abdomen had a deep cannon-like opening, and it shrieked. Ling grabbed the worm. Its tendrils tried to crawl onto her hand. Ling's dagger turned into a blade of light, slash slash slash, she cut off the worm's tendrils cleanly. Captain, it's a mutant insect, seems to be a larva. Ling handed the larva to Jiang Lushi. He stared at the insect, brows furrowed, blood streaks remained on his hand. The mutant larva's vitality was terrifying. The tendrils he had just cut off began to regrow at a visible speed, flailing outward violently. Some even tried to burrow into Jiang Lushi's flesh. But because he had taken defensive gene serum, his body was tougher than cowhide. the insect's tentacles couldn't pierce him. Looking carefully, the larva's body was covered with egg-white-like slime, clearly just hatched, yet already vicious. What happened? Jiang Lushur asked, focusing on the bald ability user. Captain Shurkin told me to check that strange sound. I followed the sound to the town's abandoned maternal and child hospital. Underground, suddenly a thick insect tendril stabbed my left leg, then many insects crawled out from the ruptured ground. I panicked and ran back. The man, bleeding heavily, spoke weakly and intermittently. Just a stab. Jiang Lushur felt a pang. He pictured a scene. The giant insect tendril stabbed the man and implanted eggs into his leg. The eggs hatched, the larvae inside sucked his flesh and blood. Jiang Lushur judged his inference to be almost certainly correct. Shurken and the others wore grave expressions. Are those insects? Could there be a beast nest here? Someone asked. Humans call nests of mutated beasts and mutated insects all beast nests. Generally, beast nests are really more like insect nests. But when beast storms occur, mutated insects often attack together with large numbers of mutated beasts, charging toward human cities. During those charges, for unknown reasons, mutated beasts and mutated insects rarely fight each other. But once the beast storm ends, they often kill each other, a very strange phenomenon no scientist has explained. Upon hearing beast nest, many ability user squads felt cold dread. If it really was a beast nest, they'd better evacuate at once. Beast nests contain massive numbers of mutant insects, capable of swallowing their small group in an instant. The Xiaoyuan safe zone itself held only because of strong fortress cannons and many ability users. It should not be a beast nest, maybe just an ordinary nest. Otherwise he would have had no chance to escape. Jiang Lushur glanced at the bald man. He was nearly unconscious, still nodding faintly. Captain Shurkan, that cave was small? I also think it can't be a beast nest, he managed weakly. Suddenly everyone stopped speaking. Although it was night, the white snow made seeing far possible. They saw in the snowy field small groups of zombies charging out, and 7 or 8 mutated beasts among them. All headed toward their camp. But Jiang Lushur saw farther. Behind the mutated beasts, a huge body appeared, a mutant insect as thick as a 2-story building, with countless fleshy tendrils writhing like pythons rampaging. Many dilapidated buildings collapsed under the thrashing tendrils. There's an adult mutant insect charging toward us, everyone be careful. Jiang Lushur warned. He felt puzzled, because an adult insect like this should appear in groups from a nest, not alone. Solitary sightings like this were extremely rare, contradicting their usual behavior. Gunfire. The power users beside him immediately fired. Facing zombies and mutated beasts, they first used rifles when far, then melee when close. Bullets whistled overhead in a barrage. Zombies dropped from headshots, some mutated beasts were wounded. But mutated beasts were tough, as long as they weren't hit in key areas, their thick skin kept them alive. A mutant gecko charged in. Its thick hide was raked with bullet holes, flesh and blood flew. It lunged fiercely, snarling and biting a power user. Several power users rushed it, one transformed his hands into steel copper hammers and smashed its skull, others stabbed with blades and knives. The gecko was stunned but not dead. It swung its fangs and tore open one power user's chest and abdomen. They fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Shurkin glowed with a faint aura and blocked a mutant squirrel. Where the squirrel touched him, steam rose, sizzling hot. The squirrel screamed and died. Jiang Lushur's eyes flickered. What a strange ability. Clearly Shurkin was not weak. Though mutant beasts were strong, a few of them couldn't stand against a group of ability users. Jiang Lushur focused on the adult mutant insect charging at them. It had countless tendrils, some impaling zombies and beasts. Each tendril was sharp, hollow like a huge needle hammer. Zombies and beasts impaled were sucked dry, reduced to skin sacks. As it ran toward them, worms fell from the sacks. The scene was terrifying, and many ability users shuddered. The earlier scouting victim was a grim warning. Gunfire again. The zombies and beasts were nearly cleared, firepower now concentrated on the mutant insect. Damn, this guy's body can't be penetrated by bullets. Qi Liang said, holding his 95 Type submachine gun whose barrel glowed hot, repeatedly clicking his tongue. The giant insect, shot full of bullets, responded as if its body were gelatinous. The bullets had no effect. Bring the machine gun. Shurkin shouted, dropping the mutant squirrel corpse. Everybody knew how serious this was. If they couldn't kill the adult mutant insect, they'd have to retreat from the town. The level 3 pioneering mission was over. Soon a light machine gun was brought over. Shurkin fired and shouted, everyone fire. Don't be afraid to waste bullets. If we don't kill it before it gets within 50 meters, we retreat. Yes. The answer came. The atmosphere turned tense. Everyone knew this adult mutant insect couldn't be fought at close range. If those needlehammer tendrils pierced flesh, the insect eggs inside would be released. Once inside the body, it's over. Therefore 50 meters was the limit of safe distance for retreat. Shere Khan's decisiveness as leader showed. Machine guns, 95 type guns, Type 81 rifles, all fired, grenades tossed, bullets and explosions filled the snowy night air with flying firelight. The mutant insect's charge paused for a moment. The light machine gun's powerful penetration pierced honeycomb-like holes in its body. It let out a howl of pain. But immediately viscous fluid started oozing from the wounds and began to coagulate. Its compound eyes glowed strangely, its tendrils writhed violently, and its charging speed increased. Fall back. Shere Khan's heart sank. If even such heavy firepower couldn't kill it, they had no choice but to retreat. Then he heard a strange sound. Something extended with a crack. Turning around, he saw that the front of the minibus had secretly extended a black metal gun barrel. The barrel kept adjusting and finally aimed at the mutant insect's soft abdomen. "What is that thing?" Xiaoqi exclaimed in shock. Just a moment ago he wanted to pack up and leave with the heavy truck, but was grabbed by Qi Liang to stay. "Looks like, this is the legendary big killer weapon, the big killer of Shuriing Squad." Qi Liang's eyes shone. At that moment, Qi Liang noticed Wang Chuanfu beside him, his mouth open so long it wouldn't close. "It's starting again." "What?" Qi Liang was slightly stunned. "Kid, watch well. A legend in the tuned vehicle world, no, a miracle." Everyone else's gaze also focused on the minibus, each with a puzzled expression. Shere Khan now thought of a possibility. No way, could that thing be a cannon barrel? A cannon barrel installed on the front of the vehicle? Although it seemed unlikely, right now the Shuriing Squad gave him an impression of being unfathomable. Anything seemed possible. As if to confirm Shere Khan's guess. Boom! With a deafening roar, the air seemed pierced open, as if a big hole had been blasted through it. A turbulent flow of air stretched out like a white dragon tunnel. It slammed hard into the soft abdomen of the mutant fleshworm. Where there were already many wounds from bullet holes, the air cannon's full impact ripped them open fiercely again. A wound appeared in the abdomen larger than a millstone. Instantly the mutant fleshworm let out a miserable scream and writhed violently on the ground. Buildings around collapsed under its impact. What is this thing? Is it an air cannon? So deadly. Shere Khan was shocked by what he saw. It was the first time he had ever seen such a powerful air cannon. Clearly the mutant fleshworm had been badly wounded. He never expected that this battered-looking minibus would have such a fierce weapon. At that moment, the air cannon retracted back into the minibus. After firing, it needed time to recharge, and the worm surely wouldn't wait for that. Why did it retreat? Not firing anymore? Some people couldn't help but feel anxious. They had witnessed the damage caused by the air cannon, hope rose in their hearts. But now the air cannon retracted, many people immediately became worried. Without the air cannon, they would still need to run. The level 3 pioneering mission could not be completed. What a pity. But right afterwards, a new object extended from the front of the minibus. It was a metal pipe, like a nozzle, thinner than the cannon barrel from before. At this moment the mutant fleshworm rushed again, its distance to them only about 20 or 30 meters. At this range, the worm's pressure was terrifying, many people couldn't help wanting to flee. But the minibus stood firm, giving them a sliver of hope. What is it? Is it as strong as the air cannon just now? Some people anxiously wondered. Some, more cowardly, were already creeping toward the heavy truck, ready to jump aboard and escape if things went wrong. Wow, new toy! Wang Chuanfu's eyes glowed with excitement. He had thought this minibus would become a behemoth like he had seen before, never expected it to have not only an air cannon but another kind of cannon. He estimated this barrel could not be another air cannon, but the weapon on this minibus surely couldn't be weak. Jiang Liusher's vehicle modification abilities were insanely powerful. Poof, just as everyone guessed, from the nozzle under the front of the minibus shot a scorching fire snake. Where the fire snake passed, even the snow quickly melted and evaporated. The grass under the snow crackled and burned. The raging fire snake instantly swept over the mutant fleshworm. Aroo, under the scorching heat, the fleshworm's fat began to burn and splatter, bursts of fire flared up violently. Even like this, the fleshworm alone wasn't fatally wounded. But the huge wound that Jiang Liusher had just caused gave away in, the burning oils rushed into its body and ignited from within. This was the most lethal, flames penetrated into the deepest abdomen of the fleshworm, ignited, burning inside and outside until charred. Boom! The mutant fleshworm exploded with a bang, high-temperature fat splattering everywhere. Some nearby ability users were scorched, screaming and retreating. At that moment the minibus's flamethrower's fuel pipe retracted, it returned to looking like an ordinary minibus. Damn! This is awesome! I've opened my eyes today. Captain, you weren't lying, this ride truly rocks. Qi Liang clicked his tongue in admiration, at a loss for words. Wang Chuanfu gazed at the minibus with shining eyes, full of excitement. It was really amazing. He made up his mind, no matter what, this time he had to ask Jiang Lushi to help him tune up his car too. Jiang Liushi's vehicle-modifying skill was explosively strong. If he could get a car like this, well, even if not quite this minibus, it would still be far stronger than their modified vehicles. In this apocalypse, traveling would no longer always be dangerous. Shurken silently exhaled in relief, finally the mutant fleshworm was dealt with. If the Doomsday Walkers had done it, at least at night they wouldn't dare face the fleshworm head-on. And in the daytime, without many hours to slowly wear it down, they probably wouldn't have killed it either. There would likely have been casualties, and who knew how much ammo they'd burn. Good thing the Shuriying squad was here. Just as Shurken thought, he was slightly stunned. He realized he had completely accepted the strength of the Shuriying squad. Not long ago he had still doubted their abilities. Thinking of it, he bitterly smiled. This Shuriying squad really was playing dumb but was strong, too low-key. From just combining weapons with a minibus and modification means strong enough to shake the Xiaoyuan safe zone, and yet they were only judged a C-rank squad. At this moment the minibus drove up next to Shurken. Jiang Lushi lowered his window. Seeing him, usually steady Shurken hesitated briefly, his face showing a slight smile. He was about to say something, but heard Jiang Lushi speak. Captain Shur, the mutant beast meat and mutant crystal cores, I want half. Shurken was slightly stunned, but quickly said, no problem. That's what you deserve. Although the Doomsday Walkers had used a lot of ammo in the fight, Jiang Lushi had killed the mutant fleshworm, so of course Shurken had no objection to his request. All right. I'm heading to that abandoned hospital to take a look. Your people come soon too. I think there's something wrong there. Leaving those words, Jiang Liushi's minibus sped off toward the depths of the town, passing by the still-burning mutant fleshworm corpse. Shurken stood in place stunned, only later clearing his head and bitterly smiling. This Jiang Lushi really was hasty. Quickly clean up the mutant beasts on the ground. Half of the mutant beast meat and half of the mutant crystal cores, keep them safe, we have to hand them to the Shuriying squad. Shurken looked around and said to a nearby squad. Yes. No problem. By now, no one had any other thoughts about the Shuriying squad. Jiang Liushi's minibus charged deep into the town. On the way, collapsed buildings meant nothing, any brick or stone obstacle was brutally smashed aside by the minibus. Alert, special energy fluctuation detected, the star seed's cold alert sounded in Jiang Liushi's mind repeatedly. In his experience, every star seed alert accompanied something good. So whenever he heard a star seed alert, he paid extra attention. The minibus made a sharp turn. In view appeared a desolate white 5-story building, crouched in the winter night. In front of its big door there was a gaping, horrifying hole. The surrounding frozen snow was marked with many trench-like traces. Even without seeing, Jiang Lushi knew, this was the hole left when the huge mutant fleshworm crawled out. Huh? Jiang Liushi's gaze landed on the ground pit, and he was shocked. Inside, there was a wreck of a military green vehicle. Rusted badly, covered by sticky liquid. The star seed's special energy fluctuation alert came from the wreck. A mechanical arm extended out from the minibus, dragging out the junk of the military green vehicle. With a loud crash, rust and dirt fell. The vehicle completely disassembled. Inside, Jiang Lushi saw 3 corpses. All 3 were skin and bones, their flesh and blood gone, only empty skin sacks remained. They looked eerie. 2 seemed to be soldiers in uniform, the other wore a white lab coat. Jiang Lushi felt something odd. He sensed these 3 might be the scientists who had gone missing on the military vehicle during the Level 3 pioneering mission. It must be that the mutant fleshworm ate their flesh. Jiang Lushi noticed many needle-hole wounds in each corpse sack. Thinking back to the bald man's shriveled left leg, he now understood what had happened. One of the uniformed corpses had a clear big hole in its chest, something crawled out from inside. The corpse in the lab coat, even in death, held tightly to a cracked open safe box. The special energy fluctuation the star seed detected came from that safe box. Brother Jiang, there are special mental energy fluctuations inside, but nothing dangerous, Ran Shiyu said after using her psychic ability to scan the safe box. Jiang Lushi nodded and carefully opened the destroyed safe box. Inside, exposed to the air, were sponge-wrapped jars and bottles, each with labels, and many strange objects. There was also a leather paper bag wrapped in special packaging. In one bottle sat an egg-like object about the size of a pigeon's egg. The bottle was cracked, leaking some dried egg white-like fluid. Jiang Lushi frowned. The sticky fluid looked very similar to the liquid secreted by the mutant fleshworm. Phylum Arthropoda, class Insecta, order Hymenoptera, family Formicidae. Mutant ant queen egg sample, 2 in number, observation reveals chromosomal retrodirection mutation, mutation outcome unknown. Jiang Lushi read the label on the bottle carefully, his heart struck. This was clearly material from a scientific lab. The other jars were all experimental specimens: mutating human brainstem specimen, mutant zombie external skin tissue, mutant beast eyeball, plant mutation double-blind test sample. Many places had detailed data he couldn't understand. Jiang Lushi now felt a little excited, unable to stay calm. He hurriedly opened the special packaged leather bag. Inside were research documents. On top was a prominent line: Jinling University Institute of Biological Research Special Research Group. Group leader Yang Guanqing. Professor Yang Guanqing? Seeing this name, Jiang Liushi's heart grew heavy. This name, before the apocalypse, was famous across the country and abroad. During the Global Human Genome Project, Professor Yang Guanqing oversaw the Greater Asia region. He had won many large international scientific awards. In his home country he was widely known. Even a homebody gamer like Jiang Lushi had heard of him. Holding the documents, Jiang Lushi was excited, unable not to flip through them. Reading carefully for a while, his expression turned grave. The cause of the zombie virus is complicated, origin unknown. Perhaps only by investigating the permafrost region in the Far East, where the virus was discovered, can the truth be understood. The zombie virus does not just kill the host's nervous system and replace it, it coexists with human cells. Through a series of chemical reactions it absorbs external energy, like sunlight, to form a mutating energy source that supports action. A zombie, without external violent interference, can survive for a long time. The symbiotic relationship between zombie virus and host causes the host's DNA to merge and mutate, producing mutated energy. It also changes the host's eating habits and behavior patterns, making it extremely aggressive. If the host attacks its kind and feeds, it can gain more mutated energy, accumulating high-purity energy crystals inside the body. Jiang Lushi quickly flipped through the pages of the documents. Many parts were too technical for him to understand, but thanks to his neural-reinforced brain he had a photographic memory. He committed everything to memory. At the end pages, Jiang Lushi grew ever heavier. It was clear that the further back, the more personal and emotional the writing became, unscientific. Clearly during the research, Professor Yang Guanqing's rationality had suffered great shock. The more I research, the more I fear. The zombie virus will infect the Earth entirely. Mutations in animals and plants become faster. There are already mutated zombies with basic combat intelligence. The apocalypse will never end. The only hope for humanity is to evolve faster. This is a competition of evolution. Humanity must strive hard, humanity must win. On the last page, the handwriting was very messy. It took effort to read, it was filled with despair.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.